No, go ahead. You can keep. I just didn't. I just wanted to let you know I was streaming.
Okay, I was gonna say like here's the thing. I would agree with that if it just happened for concrete, but it happened for video too. That's when Nelson realized that he needs core relays to access his powers. Like it happened with video and concrete. Since it's that consistent, I'm like, yeah,
Even if we
it's
don't
safe to
go,
believe the more powers he has, the more core
even
relays he
if
needs.
we don't go off the statement of like, um, Sucker Punch quite literally stating that Cole is the strongest like character. Um, we could Cole is like significantly faster and can time travel, so I think he just like one shots with Lightning Storm or Ionic Storm.
Okay, see, that's where I disagree. I don't think Delson, not Delson. I don't think
Let's
Cole
see.
easily wins against Cole.
Versus Battle Wiki. Let's see where Cole McGrath scales.
See, that's the thing. I don't fully agree that Cole easily wins against Delson. It's not like, oh, he just one shot. It's easy. It's like, no, Delson has taken a lot of punishment, and
All right, Cole.
But also like Cole has like
Cole is large mountain level.
Cole has like nuke level like abilities and can fucking time travel. So like
Delson.
Okay,
Delson. What's Delson at? Delson's at
Firstly, to be fair, that's Kessler, and I know that's not the Cole we're playing as. We never seen our Cole time travel. He just has the potential to with whatever he does.
Well, damn! It looks like what's his name scales higher.
What, Delson?
Yeah.
Where do they say he's at?
He's oh, they might. I think they're at like the same in terms of AP. Because they're both large mountain level and they're both FTL.
Oh yeah, because Delson has
no
like yeah, that.
Delson has no FTL feats.
Yes, he does.
Well, I mean, well, that's the thing. I don't agree with that because the reason they said it because of the neon dash. They call it light speed when it's literally not light speed. It's literally he's not going the speed of light. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He's not actually going the speed of light. No.
No, but he can react. I mean, like
Delson has 0 FTL feats.
Yeah, it's like I'm sorry, he's not.
His FTL. Hold on, his FTL feat is comparable to Abigail Walker, who can react, fight, and control her movements while boosted by neon clouds, which allow her to become faster than light, and her speed is increased after draining for years after Curtin K.
Okay, yeah, but once again, here's the thing: there's really nothing in the game that ever shows that she's actually.
And she stated it says she's stated to be twice as fast as Cole.
I mean, yeah, that's the. I believe Cole, not Cole. I believe Delson and Fetch are faster than Cole, just mostly because of their dashes. Like, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, if you put them in a foot race and said Delson and Fetch you can dash, yeah, they're gonna smoke Cole out in a race. Of course, there's no debating that.
Someone said, "Hey, Colin," with Riz. Replayed Ghost of Tsushima multiple times. It was a masterpiece. Indeed, it was. Indeed, it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, this.
All right.
Real quick, I would say.
All right.
Oh,
go ahead.
Just one last thing. When I agree with you, Cole does win against Delson in a fight, but I will say it's not gonna be. You just one shot him because Delson is like at least the third strongest.
I don't think he one shots him though, but like. The capabilities of like just like Ionic Storm or like the Tesla grenade and whatnot I think are outmatched from and like I think I legit like because like Ionic Storm has the capabilities. Ionic Storm and Lightning Storm have the capabilities of like nuking cities. So like I think Delson like gets opt.
I wouldn't argue. Well, I mean, I would argue the same with the orbital.
Well, he's
what's it called? Remember, he took down that island with just 2 orbital drops, or technically an orbital drop in the Hellfire Swarm. Remember that? I know it's not nuke level, but it's at least if it's not destroying an island, that's impressive. That's not whatever. Who cares?
I'm pretty sure large mountain is better than nuke level.
No, Large Mountain. I feel like Large Mountain is better than nuke level, but we've never seen nuke level capability.
I think nuke is city level. I'm pretty sure.
We've never seen nuke like 2 nuke level capabilities.
All right, I'm starting this fucking video.
Ghost of Tsushima was released July 17th, 2020. a couple days behind the scheduled release of The Last of Us Part 2, and with that caused some controversy on what game is considered to be the best out of the two. And as we have seen in the Game Awards, The Last of Us Part 2 ended up winning Game of the Year, some arguing that it was stolen from Ghost of Tsushima. And in this video, I want to put that argument to the test and see if Ghost of Tsushima really is a masterpiece as everyone says it is. And when this game released, I played it for a couple of hours, but because of The Last of Us Part 2 release, I ended up playing that instead. And when it came time to come back to Ghost of Tsushima, my PS4 Slim died on me. So with that release of the director's cut for PS5, I thought it was a great time.
Chat, is my mic good, chat? Is my mic too quiet or too loud? Well, damn, ain't nobody gonna answer me. Is my mic even working? The stream is quiet.
Time to jump in. And with that being said, get some popcorn and drinks.
I can barely hear. Well, can you barely hear the video or can you barely hear me? I whispered underneath my breath, but you heard it. Your mic is fine. Alright.
Follow the Twitch in the description below for some entertaining discussions. Sit back and relax, and let's see if Ghost of Tsushima was really a masterpiece.
Is the video still quiet?
To kick off the story section, we get to witness the start of the Mongolian invasion right off the bat. I need to take a second and say that I love this opening. It gets you right.
Is the video still quiet? All right.
Into the action, no exposition bullshit that takes about 2 hours of the game, and I praise this kind of thing with God of War critique. It gets the player engaged quickly and has their adrenaline pumping. There is a voice monologue by the main protagonist, Jin, which does give some exposition, but not to the point where it becomes overbearing, but really only states the details of the Mongols and samurai, saying that there's only 80 samurai against an entire army, setting an insurmountable odds type of game when it comes to the plot. Seems great so far. An important thing to point out though is the fact that Jin states that he's going to die, insinuating that he knows that the samurai are going to lose. This is going to come into play heavy towards the middle/end of the game. And shortly after, Lord Shimura, the leader of the samurai on Tsushima Island, orders another samurai to go down to where the Mongols are and challenge their best fighters. When he does go down there, he does this sort of speech telling the Mongol who he is and such. We then see how the Mongols are. They fight dirty, aren't honorable, and are downright brutal. Contrasting with the samurai, the Mongol leader throws wine at the dude and throws a torch, setting him on fire, burning him alive. This freaks out the samurai, understandably considering they aren't used to fighting enemies like this. Regardless, Lord Shimura tells us to charge and this huge cinematic thing happens, which is pretty darn cool. I was having some fun being on the horse and just slaughtering fools on horseback. I will say though that the controls for horseback combat is pretty janky. You'll find yourself either whiffing the enemy entirely or getting sucked in like a magnet to kill said enemies.
I would say that's kind of valid. Like the horse, like when you're combat on the horse, it's pretty valid critique.
Really weird, but at the end of the day, I was still having fun in this segment, so it really doesn't.
Wait, what? What happened?
Said I feel like the combat was definitely focused on ground.
Yeah, I don't think it's like a major issue or anything because you're not really gonna be fighting on the horse most of the time. But this moment was still fun. Really cool. It was like a really good opening to a game.
Doesn't matter. After the horseback riding, we got taken down and must fight on foot. This part isn't interesting at all, honestly, considering you have none of your abilities, stances, and gear. This is just a tutorial thing. The funny thing is, though, that I never got a pop-up that actually gives a tutorial.
Do you think this should have been Game of the Year 2020? Yes, I do.
I haven't played this game in like 2 years, and I needed help. It would.
Huh?
I think The Last of Us earned Game of the Year that year.
I mean, you could say it deserved it, but I think Ghost of Tsushima was the better game.
I will concede, because I tend to have a bias towards The Last of Us. Ghost of Tsushima was more fun to play when I compare the two.
Would have been great to see the pop-up instead of trying to hit every button to see what it does. But eventually Lord Shimura tells us that we're the only samurai left on the island along with him. With just the two of us walking up the hill, the problem is, they never really show the damage that has been done besides showing the dead bodies on the beach. Like, yeah, sure, it works, but I want to see the damage done.
Wait, what? They never really show the damage being done. Literally a bunch of dead bodies everywhere and a bunch of buildings are destroyed and on fire and there's a whole army up there fighting. What the fuck?
Has been done besides showing the dead bodies on the beach. Like, yeah, sure, it works, but I want to see the damage done to the samurai. You just see bodies, like I've said before.
What? Alright, that's such a stupid... I don't even think I need to respond to that. Like, what? He says, yeah, they show dead bodies on the grounds. They literally, I'm pretty sure they show in the cutscene, like, hold on, like,
Yeah, I don't understand that point at all.
like,
While you Google that, someone said Game of the Year awards are rigged. They're 100% rigged, considering God of War had more nominations than Elden Ring. Like 6 more.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, I don't think they're rigged, I just think they're very biased.
Yeah, it's really, that's what didn't make sense to me, is that God of War had more nominations, like 6 more, and still lost.
I think the only Game of the Year thing that I have ever agreed with is I don't even know, actually.
Did you agree with 2018 in God of War?
I mean, I think it deserved it, but I like Spider-Man more. Player's choice is the only one that actually matters, since if a game wins Player's choice, you already know that was the best game that year. No, that's not true either.
True at all, and even
because like if you have like an indie game, let's say you have an indie game, that like nobody really has ever heard of, and it's better than this AAA game. Like let's say you have a 10 out of 10 indie game, and then you have like an 8 out of 10 AAA game. The AAA game would probably win because a lot of people don't know the indie game. And then it's like saying it's also like using like like a IMDb score or like a Metacritic score to be like, oh well, look at, it's got a higher score than another game on the user side. It's obviously a better game. That doesn't it doesn't make any sense.
Even then, God of War Ragnarok had more votes than Elden Ring and still lost, so it's not player choice either.
No, I think he's talking about a different awards ceremony.
Oh, okay.
Not the Game of the Year award.
Actual player choice. Okay.
Yeah, because the player's choice vote doesn't really matter at the Game Awards. It's like I think it takes up 10% of the vote. Oh shit! I'm watching these.
for, and it's hard to distinguish which is samurai and which is Mongol. This is a very minor nitpick, but still, I think a small cutscene detailing this would have gone a long way to show what the Mongols are capable of, since they fight with no honor. Maybe show a pile of samurai bodies burning next to Jin? I mean, I have no idea. We then...
Dude, what? We literally see a bunch of dead samurai. I don't think we needed a pile of bodies burning. Like, that's so stupid.
See Jin and Shimura charge against the Mongol leader on foot, just the two of them, but you see a ball of fire hit Jin and he becomes unconscious. So I have a problem with this right off the bat. It is so fucking anticlimactic. Like, we don't even get to see Lord Shimura get his ass handed to him. It just fades to black. Keep in mind, we only get to see the brutality of the Khan during the beginning of the game and towards the end. And that
I don't see how that's anticlimactic. I don't see the issue with that.
That brutality isn't even fighting people. It's either torture, dirty fighting with no weapons, and that's it. I only saw him fight us in the entire game. So you force the player to believe he is this badass villain, but never see him annihilate anyone. Having that here would have been perfect, but no.
Bro, we literally just watched him. First of all, the reason he doesn't kidnap, there's a story reason as to why he doesn't, I forget the specific reason why he doesn't kill Lord Shimura. I think it's because he wants them to surrender. Pretty sure that's it. But fucking, what's it called? We literally see him burn someone alive, and he mentioned that. Like, he literally mentioned that we see them burn someone alive.
Yeah, he wants them to surrender, but yeah, no, that's what, bro?
Had to just fade to black, and I'm not sure if this was the writing or they didn't want to script out a sequence where we see the two fight. Once again, this is a very little nitpick, but still. And after we see this dramatic thing where Jin is looking at Shimura getting captured, Jin then sees a sword and tries to get up and grab it, but is stopped because an arrow flies into his back, causing another blackout. Bruh, it was literally 2 seconds from the previous blackout, and we need another one? It makes no sense. The Khan then starts strolling out and talks to Shimura. The Khan tells him that he has learned their language, decided which towns to burn and which to keep, and so forth, trying to scare Shimura into submitting, to surrender. When asked this, Shimura keeps quiet, indicating that he won't back down to the Khan. Then again, another blackout moment. How many times are characters going to black out in this game? There had already been 3 with...
So I don't see the issue with Jin blacking out. Like, what?
What is the problem here? I guess the problem is that we don't fully see what's happening. I don't know. I don't see the issue here. I know he keeps blacking out. Yeah, he got shot with an arrow. He's human. What do you want me to do?
Like, we're seeing this shit from his perspective. Like, I don't.
In the first 15 minutes of the game, it just feels like a cheap way to transition into the next scene. Not to mention, why didn't the Khan just kill Shimura? He already explained that he learned the language, where the towns are, the traditions, and so forth. There was absolutely no use in keeping Shimura alive here. The writing is off to a bad start.
All right. We already. JP, the reason that he doesn't kill Shimura is because he wants them to surrender, right?
Yes, so It makes sense to literally have basically you see, man, people, so everyone, when they see Jin or Lord Shimura in the end, they immediately show respect. They immediately know who they are. So
also,
you have that level of power in custody. People are gonna be like,
wait, I'm pretty sure. Wait, doesn't Shimura know something, or like have something that the dude wants and he won't tell him?
That one, I just gotta know what.
I wish I was more fresh. I wish I was more fresh on this story because I don't remember every little detail. But I'm
I don't remember if Shimura is hiding something from him. That I don't remember.
Hold on.
Brother, you are a warrior. I can see that. You trained your whole life for this. And you have won battles that lesser men have called unwinnable, yes? But while you were sharpening your sword, do you know how I prepared for today? I learned. I know your language, your traditions, your beliefs, which villages to tame and Wish to burn? So I'll ask you once again, Samurai. Do you surrender?
And oh yeah, isn't this the reason why he wants him to surrender so bad? Because he wants him to get rid of his code or whatever.
I believe so. Yes, that does sound right.
He wants to break his code because samurai don't surrender.
Yes.
Oh yeah, isn't this the reason why he wants him to surrender so bad? Yo, I'm echoing through someone's fucking shit.
That's crazy. Someone got shit in it.
They wanted the samurai to surrender because they wanted to add the ones who did defy them into their ranks. That's what the Mongol Empire does.
After the port transition, we have the option of pressing the X button, which causes Jin to wake up. I honestly wonder what happens when you don't press X. Does he just, like, die? I have no idea. We then see Jin lying down in an unknown area with bandages around him and his armor off. This sparks a mission to figure out who healed you and where to find your sword and armor. When we eventually do find our armor, we get to finally see the horror the Mongols are inflicting on people. A woman comes in and tells us that we need to go back inside. She then asks us a bunch of questions that consist of, can you run? Are you okay? And so forth. At this point, we now understand that she's the one that healed us. Jin then asks where our sword is, and she replies that his sword isn't with his armor, initiating another scripted stealth section so we can find it. It's not a big deal. Shortly after, a Mongol comes in and Jin must hide. We get to see the woman in action as she fakes being scared when the Mongol is stealing her rice. The woman kills the Mongol all stealth-like, which surprises Jin afterwards. She tells us to follow her in order to get our sword. Along the way, there's this weird conversation in the middle of trying to sneak through a village. Jin tells the woman that his uncle is Shimura, and this surprises the woman. Jin quickly asks if he's alive and if he's okay, where is he, and so forth. And I guess she saw where they took him. It's an odd coincidence, and she says that along the coast to a place called Castle Kaneda, which he probably resides in. And I really hope this game doesn't run off coincidences to further the plot. Whenever games do this, it just brings the narrative down so fast. It makes it so the plot points aren't believable. Further into the conversation, though...
You mean a plot convenience? Wait.
Middle of trying to sneak through a village, Jin tells the woman that his uncle is Shimura, and this surprises the woman. Jin quickly asks if he's alive and if he's okay, where is he, and so forth. And I guess she saw where they took him. It's an odd coincidence, and she says that along the coast to a place called Castle Kaneda, which he probably resides in. And I really hope this game doesn't run off coincidences to further the plot. Whenever games do this, it just brings the narrative down so fast. It makes it so the plot points aren't believable. Further into the conversation, though...
because it's sure is convenient how Peter referred Dr. Otto Octavius.
I don't even know... I don't know what he's... He doesn't even say this is convenient. He says, I hope this game doesn't run on coincidences.
Yeah.
But he doesn't explain how this is convenient or whatever.
And even then, her not being in the battle and seeing where they take him isn't like an Elon narrative.
Yeah, and like fucking what's his name? Lord Shimura is very popular amongst the land.
Exactly.
Jin states that he needs to save Shimura in order to have him call reinforcements from the Shogun. A noble and dangerous thing to do, but Yuna, the woman, states that she didn't nurse us back to health to throw our life away. Although this makes sense from a Good Samaritan point of view, the reason she saved us was to save her brother, as she states later on. This is a problem. You're meaning to tell me that she randomly was strolling on the beach that is full of dead people, found that we were alive, somehow, and nursed us back to health for the sole purpose of saving her brother. Like I said, this game is starting to run on coincidences.
Oh my god, wait, first of all, he's not explaining... Hold on.
She didn't nurse us back to health to throw our life away. Although this makes sense from a Good Samaritan point of view, the reason she saved us was to save her brother, as she states later on.
Well, for one, if Jin just woke up from being saved, so... like, he probably wouldn't be 100%, and he's about to go up against a fucking army, or like a big group of people, yada, yada, yada. So, like, yeah. And also, if if she wants her brother to be saved, and she knows the samurai are getting slaughtered, why would she not try to save one of them? Like, how is that convenient? Especially if she's in the area, and they're invading her town.
That's actually a really good point. Honestly, from what I remember, I thought it was like she didn't want Jin to like help her out with freeing Taka, but like I thought it was like she didn't want his help at first, but then when she saw how good of a fighter he was, how good at healing, she's like, yeah, you know what? I guess I guess ask him for help.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of
like,
just basing. Well, even if what he said isn't true, because I don't know the exact reason or the exact dialogue or what happens during the whole scene where like she asked Jin to save Taka. I don't know the exact dialogue, but even if what he just said is true, we can just assume like it's not convenient that she would do that, especially if they're invading her town right next to the beach where all the samurai shit is going down.
That's true.
He means it was kind of strange that she just happens to know where Lord Shimura was taken. I assume he's hoping stuff like this doesn't happen a lot. I mean, like, I don't understand. I still don't even know how that's convenient. Like if she saw him being taken, then, like, what? I don't see how that's. I don't see how that's. Knowing her, she was most likely looting dead bodies, and he happened to be alive.
This is a problem. You're meaning to tell me that she randomly was strolling on the beach that is full of dead people, found that we were alive somehow, and nursed us back to health for the sole purpose of saving her brother.
Wait,
like
what
I
do you
said,
mean
this game is
somehow
starting
find out
to.
Someone's alive. Do you not know how to check a pulse? Are you serious? How do you somehow know this person's alive? It's called checking a pulse. It's very simple to do. What are you talking about? Wait, that one got me. I'm sorry. That's just funny. I know someone's alive. Check their pulse. You ever thought about doing that? What is that?
Run.
I mean, you could also check to see if he's breathing.
There's also that too. Then you check his pulse.
I was gonna say, I don't even know if at this time period they knew what a pulse was, but like if you see someone's breathing, then yeah, they're alive.
On coincidences, there's no way in hell I believe she just did all of this to save her brother. And if I were her, wouldn't you just hire someone to help, like a straw hat, instead of taking
money?
a huge chance and trying to
she
find?
She is broke.
Yuna has no money, genius. It's never even implied that she has a whole bunch of money to hire someone to help her.
She quite literally is this. Or first of all, this whole world is poor. Like pretty much everyone in the world is poor, and like her village. Like her brother's the only family she has left, and like they have nothing.
Yeah, and Yuna is very prideful. She's not gonna want to hire someone to go do something that she feels like she can do herself.
Well, also the straw hats aren't honorable.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, that's also a good point because once they find out he's a blacksmith, they're just gonna be like, nope, we're gonna use him. It's like, wait, what? But he's my brother. I paid you, and do you know how much these people can help us with stuff?
Yeah.
Like I could literally see the Ronin just turn on her and be like, "Nah, we're gonna use it to help make our weapons better. Sorry, bye."
Yeah.
And someone alive on that beach. When we get our sword, a flashback hits to where Jin was a kid. This whole cringe sequence plays of him using a sword. I don't know. I just found this funny.
I am Jin Sakai.
Why is this
nephew to the
cringy?
great Lord Shimura. And I am no coward!
Anyways, this whole sequence is pretty much a combat tutorial that I wish we had at the beginning of the game.
It's not just a combat. It's not just a combat tutorial. It's literally fucking like showing backstory and building the relationship between Shimura and Jin, which is really fucking important for the ending.
Also, yes, Garden. Also, yes, Garden is very cringy for a very young adult or kid to announce that he's conquering his fears to try and fight with a samurai sword. No, very cringy, very cringy.
How cringe that the kid who just lost both of his parents is fighting with honor, is learning to fight with honor with his uncle. How cringe is it in Spider-Man PS4 when we get scenes of Peter and Otto bonding? Very cringe.
Yeah, bro. Do you remember how cringe it was in Miles Morales when Like when Genki said that he Miles could be his own Spider-Man. That was very cringy. I was like, cringe. A friend helped me got a friend. Disgusting.
Your normal light, heavy stab attacks, as well as your parry, block, and dodge. Everything is pretty simple, which I like a lot. Having something overly complicated would have been like ew. I will get more into depth with the combat in the designated combat section of the video though. The narrative stuff in this section though plants the seeds of either fighting with honor or fighting coward-like, or in other words, like the Ghost.
So you acknowledge the plot point and it's cringe for whatever reason. Okay.
Isn't it coincidence? Isn't it coincidence how Lord Shimura is telling him about this stuff that parallels what he's doing right now? This is coincidental. Very bad.
Very coincidental.
Shimura tells Jin that in order to fight, he needs to first control his emotions. Though later on, you will see that those emotions will catch up to him. One thing to note though, there are these little parts of the game where you can choose a dialogue option, and all honesty, they are not important at all. And when I first started playing this game, I thought that whichever dialogue option you have picked would either lead you down a path of honor or path of the Ghost, which will then in turn change the narrative depending on your choices. But
I don't know if it does. I think the only one that changes the story is the ending. I don't know.
Yeah, that's literally all. Yeah, it's literally just the ending that changes.
It's yeah, it's the only one that changes is the ending.
There are little subtle differences in missions depending on how far you are in the story and depending if you killed Lord Shimura, but that's it. It's not like infamous. It's not like
but this isn't like an RP. This isn't like an RPG or whatever. Like I don't see why.
Yeah,
there are certain like cosmetics and whatnot you can't get depending on what you choose though.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Ghost armor, like you either get white or red.
I think you get both.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You get red if you spare Lord Shimura, but you get white if you kill him. To get both, you have to replay the entire game.
Oh, really?
One of the items doesn't allow you to get black armor.
I still kind of want to. I kind of do want to. I want to replay this game because I want to see the other ending. But yeah.
Thing is the same regardless of what you pick. What a shame. If that's the case, why even put these here? It doesn't change the engagement of the player at all. It just makes me think that they had other plans for how this game would play, but ultimately decided that it should be a linear story without any choice. It's just really odd.
Yes.
After the combat tutorial dream sequence, there is this badass cutscene of Jin unsheathing his katana, and afterwards we just absolutely fuck this dude up.
This shit is so cold.
It is.
The music, bro.
Yuna then tells us that there is a stable just up ahead, but there are guards that are nearby that are being assholes to some civilians. Yuna is a type of rogue character. She's this silent and deadly person that teaches Jin throughout the game the ways of the Ghost. So when we get to these guards, she comes up with a plan to sneak behind them and take them out that way. Jin, on the other hand, is a samurai all about honor, which means that he'll attack head on, in which we do so. And afterwards, when we save the civilian, he tells Jin that a place called the Golden Temple would be a good place for him to go. The fucking weird thing is that Yuna is surprised that Jin risked his life for the person. Yeah, isn't that what samurai do? You'll come to find out throughout the game that Yuna's writing is so on the nose.
Wait, what?
What?
That's why I really wish I had more knowledge.
Is he not aware that certain samurai can be selfish?
Wait, hold on.
He said all the samurai were dead.
Do you have somewhere to hide?
I heard Golden Temple might be safe.
Go. Stay off the roads. And guard your son with your life.
You risked your life for them.
They couldn't defend themselves. And I can't let more of our people die.
They're not the only ones who need you. My brother. The Mongols took him.
Bro, this is so disingenuous. Yo, my
My only family.
And Lord Shimura is mine.
Please. I just want my brother back.
I'll help you find him after I save my uncle. I promise.
I'm coming with you.
I don't see it.
Wow.
Tell me, like...
Dude, oh my god, dude, that was the reason why she trusts him with saving Taka. Like, she saw him, like, save someone out of the kindness of his heart and expose getting hurt again. And then once she realizes that, she's like, oh yeah, like, like, could you help me save my brother? Even Jin just was like, no, I have to save my uncle first, and then I'll save your brother. I promise.
Yeah,
Dude, oh my god.
What, bro? That's
Yo, I can't. That's so bad. He was so disingenuous.
I have to go grab them. His katana is so sexy, bro. When this game came out, I bought some.
Is it like an actual or is it a prop?
It's actual. It took like 6 months to make.
Damn.
I mean, I need to go grab it, bro. You can unpause though.
Was and or bad all the time. She will state the obvious, will say the word ghost in almost every sentence toward the middle of the game, and will nonstop talk about her brother before you save him. Literally almost every time you have a quest with her. Easily, like, the most annoying character in the game. After some fighting and talking with Yuna, Jin makes his way...
got kidnapped. And also, and I just did a mission where, I just did a side mission where it was shown that the camps they were in, dude, it's implied, wait, can I say the word? It rhymes with great, but starts with an R. Can I say that word?
Just say sexually assault.
Yeah, there we go. They were sexually assaulted as children, and she was frozen as a child. So, yes, God forbid that she wants to save her brother, who, and keep in mind, Taka doesn't even remember that because they were drunk. And the guy did that to them as children. So only she remembers. So God forbid she's very overprotective of her brother. Like, oh my gosh, such a horrible person. And also, the reason she keeps saying Jin is the ghost is to spread the myth and rumor around. How are you this done? How are you this dense?
Why does she keep throughout the game, she doesn't say that in the beginning. Like, because Jin doesn't even break, he won't even break his code until fucking later in the game. I think it's like the first 2 hours.
Yeah.
And then once they become friendly, and he starts helping the whole land out, that's when he gets the ghost name. I think he quite literally gets the ghost name. Like, they start calling him Ghost after it's right before Taka gives him the grappling hook.
Yes, you're absolutely right. That's literally when she starts calling him the ghost. It's literally near the end of Act 1. So in the beginning of Act 2, she keeps calling him the ghost when he saves people in front of her and everything.
I am defending the game effortless. I hope we can get all the Across Spider-Verse scenes like Gwen, Miguel, Hobie, and get a chance to use them masked off for a new Spider-Man game based off the Spider-Verse, Across Spider-Verse. I think could be cool. I think if they just made their own Spider-Verse game similar to Shattered Dimensions, it could be cool.
Yeah, like, yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, editor. I don't want to see a Gwen skin in Spider-Man 2. That would just look weird. She's a girl. I'm sorry, this is weird. Now Miguel and Hobie, sure, that'd be cool. I see Miguel for Peter and Hobie for Miles.
It would be weird to have a Gwen skin, but I would like it because I like her suit so much.
I'll live with you. Oh my god, you know what they could have done? They could have made they could have made the Arachnite color, and they could have made one that looked like Gwen's color and like white, pink, and like teal.
That would be
that would be like, yeah, if they really wanted to. Like, I feel like that'd be good. I feel like that could be a good middle ground. It's like, it's not a Gwen skin, but it's, it's a hoodie with the white on it there. Close enough.
Yeah,
call it a day.
Cool. Towards Castle Kanado, where Shimura is being held hostage. Once he gets to that main bridge, a standoff happens where we take down a bunch of Mongol men, and afterwards, Jin calls out to the Khan to face him. A scripted boss fight begins where Jin just gets his ass whipped over and over again, and trust me, I tried to cheese this boss battle by reloading saves and shit, and you just can't. His health barely goes down, and don't get
issue. No, I'm just playing.
Wrong. I don't mind scripted boss battles, but wouldn't it be cool if you can just get a secret ending by actually taking down the Khan then and there? One can only wish.
I mean, if you
I mean, that's not.
It would be cool.
Yeah,
it'd be cool, but like, I wouldn't want that ending.
It's only it'd be cool. It's not necessary. Like, Devil May Cry 5 had that, and it's cool when you beat yours and like early, you get this, and they kind of joke around saying like, oh, and nothing of importance happened. Everyone had a happy ending. Goodbye. It's like that's. I wouldn't mind something like that, but it's not a necessity. It's like, oh, that's neat. Anyways.
Yeah.
The Khan, after taking us down.
Also, if that happens, literally, it's not even like a. Oh my god, this story would be terrible. That would be such a bad story.
Literally shoves Jin off a bridge after he slices his face, which then causes another blackout. I think, he fell off a bridge. I'd imagine he blacked out, but it was a fade to black. And we go through a flashback sequence. And I'm not even going to comment on these like blackouts anymore, whatever it is, transitions. It's just annoying. It happened in the first 30 minutes of the game or to an hour. In this flashback, we see Jin as a kid witnessing his father's death. It is some heavy stuff, but at the same time, I never felt any emotion towards the scene. I'm not sure if we're supposed to or not, but I feel like I should mention it. After that sequence, still in the flashback,
I mean, it doesn't really matter if you feel emotion during the scene or not. I mean, it's like a character we don't know. I doubt anyone really felt emotion for that. It's just kind of a scene that shows us Jin's internal conflict.
I think the emotions you're supposed to start for him at best.
Play as child Jin walking towards his father's funeral pyre. We walk with Yuriko, which is like our grandmother. I'm not sure what she is. She tells Jin that his father is the wind and his mother's the birds and the trees. And I like this statement because they're gameplay mechanics. In the game, you see the wind as navigation instead of a mini-map, and birds guide you towards certain treasures, gameplay enhancements, and so forth on the island. I just thought it was cool. When we get to the pyre, we talk with Shimura. Jin essentially feels guilt for his father's death. His father called out to him before he died, but Jin hid instead, not wanting to get involved. Some heavy stuff. Shimura's point of view isn't necessarily sadness, though. He states that his father gets the reward of a warrior's death for protecting his son, that his father is in a better place. I know that this is a samurai game, but it just seems like Shimura's only personality trait is being samurai. Don't get me wrong.
Yes, that's lit. Oh my god!
It's because that's literally his moral compass for life is the way of the samurai.
He's trying to be strong for his nephew. That's literally what he teaches in like samurai don't show emotion.
This is literally us seeing the start of Jin not fully being up there with the morals of the samurai. This is literally the start of that. Such a good scene.
Oh, yeah.
Wrong, it makes perfect sense. But when it comes to narrative storytelling, you need to have more. We eventually get that later in the game, kind of, but in the beginning, he's very one note. After Shimura's comforting words, he gives Jin his...
Every fucking... If in the beginning of a story, no character's really gonna be like
we're not super in depth yet.
Yeah, it's like it's literally the beginning of a story. I don't know. Did you want his character arc to happen in the first 10 minutes? Like, what the fuck do you want?
And if you use the argument of, well, we get to see Jin's character, yeah, he's the protagonist. We're playing as him. We don't get that for Shimura. This isn't Lord Shimura the game.
Well, yeah, but I still don't like what the hell does Lord Shimura need? Like, we get enough with him for his screen time.
But yeah, like I don't get. He's supposed to be like Yuna and Shimura are supposed to be like kind of like the what's it called, like the core angers or whatever for Jin to choose. Like he wants, like, you want to be an Alba samurai like Shimura, or do you want to be this myth that Yuna made for you, so that way you can put more hope into people. It's like that's something that Jin decides. You can say, well, how come they don't make the player decide, because it's supposed to fit with Jin's character? Dude, I think that's why the ending choice is actually perfect, because you can still choose to have one more honorable samurai choice, or you can still choose your ghost ways and have him live. That's something that's really interesting. Yeah. I'm like, dude, that's really cool. That Sucker Punch still had a little bit of infamous. It was like, yeah, you could make Jin have one more honorable ending, or still have him be dishonorable, and both fit perfectly in his character. But
his father's blade. He also very one note. After Shimura's comforting words, he gives Jin his father's blade. He also tells Jin that he wants him to be his ward, a sort of welcome to the family thing. Seems legit. Right after, we snap out of the flashback with Jin asking his father through his blade where to go next, which then causes the wind to blow in a certain direction, telling the player that this is your navigation system, as I have stated before. Shortly after you meet back up with Yuna, the two talk about what exactly had happened on the bridge. Jin still feels guilty for not stopping the con, which is understandable. Then some more cheesy-ass dialogue plays, insinuating the gameplay mechanic of becoming the ghost. This transitions into a tutorial of environmental stealth that I will touch on later. Jin then talks about different people that can help him on his quest, and of course Yuna just boasts about her brother. I wish she would just shut the fuck up about her brother, but I guess I understand. He's missing, blah blah blah. Jin then gets on the horse that he had picked out previously and rides off, showing the title of the game, which then causes the world to now open up in the game. Since we have the intro to the game out of the way, I want to do something different with this narrative section of the video. Considering this game is an open world RPG type game, it is going to
This is
It does
not an
not
open
for
world
RPG.
RPG.
I don't know
This is
how
not an
he
open
thought
world
this was
RPG.
What you talking about, bro? How is it RPG? Here's the thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. I went to this YouTube video to let him know, like, hey, we're responding to if you want to like go over and look. I really hope he joins. I want him to be like, bro, how is it an RPG game? Show me where's RPG at
There's
right
not
now.
even
'Cause
like
I don't know where.
there's not even RPG elements in like how you upgrade your character. Like the armor sets, like you can't upgrade them or some shit.
Wait, hang on, the armor. Yes, you can. You can up. The only armor you can't upgrade is the broken armor.
No, you can't. You can't. I'm pretty sure the armor is literally just there. Like you use different armors because they have different benefits.
No. That's the thing. Yes, you're correct. They have benefits, but you still can't upgrade them. You can still upgrade them and make them even better. Like you can still upgrade your armor. Which also, I'm
Oh well, yeah. Well, when I'm thinking like RPG, I'm thinking like numbers and shit, like specific,
well, dang,
like you know how like Assassin's Creed or like fucking like Hogwarts Legacy or some shit. Like that's a more recent example. Like fucking, they'll have like numbered enemies and your damage will be weaker depending on what level you are. Yada yada yada. Like there's not really much like that in Tsushima.
At all, like yeah, dude, like you, dude, if you're skilled enough, you could wear the broken armor, which gives you no benefits at all, the entire game if you really wanted to. You can completely do that.
Yeah, and then like the other element where he was like talking about earlier with like the fucking the shit with his what's it called? Like when he was complaining about the dialogue. Yeah, the dialogue options like that. There's little to like. There's nothing really there in terms of RPG mechanics. Like it's like this isn't an open world RPG. That's so
RPG.
What?
The most you can say is elements at best. It's like okay, fine, but it's not an open world RPG. That's completely wrong.
This isn't like Fallout or some shit. Like
To be odd to just go line by line and analyze everything everyone is saying. This is because this game doesn't have a linear mission line. My story structure through the game can be different from what you guys have done. And with that being said, I'm going to start out by explaining the mission structure of what exactly it is the character is doing, and then I'm going to go briefly over the dialogue and what the mission entails and give a critique of said missions afterwards. There will also be times where I just group missions together. And with that being said, we make our way to Yuna again. We have an instance of base clearing of Mongols. You'll find that this is about 95% of the main missions where you either have to clear a base of enemies, you have to defend a base from enemies, or you have to sneak through a base and not get detected. Although this can be fun, the repetitive nature of the mission starts to drag, and at the end of the day, you just want to get to the end of the game because of those reasons. In this specific mission, since it is the beginning of the game, this intro—
You said what?
I said I've never felt that with youth. Youth. Oh, because he joined the stupid call. Okay, all right. Hang on. Okay, I was gonna say I've never felt that with Ghost. Like he may have a point because I've been replaying them, and yeah, they do feel kind of similar. Go here, defend the base, etc., etc. Here's the thing, though. I don't think it's bad or unengaging. I never felt, oh, this is dragging out. Like, dude, I was hooked.
No, I was
like,
never. I was
never.
never going into a base like, oh, gotta do another base again. Like, no, they were all fun because the combat is so fun.
But yeah, it's like I'm so sorry the game wants to focus mostly on the combat, bro. I mean, dang, bro. I guess Spider-Man sucks because they mostly want you to swing around the city. Bad, darn it. Poo poo.
Introduces you to stealth combat. You go through the camp, clear out enemies, all stealth.
Also, one more thing. In Ghost, you actually get to choose. You can choose to be completely stealthy. If you want to clear a base completely stealthy, you can do that. So it literally gives you a choice. So that's also like, oh man, you gotta do bases. Yeah, but it's up to you how you do it. If you want to go and fight it, you can do that. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you want to go in stealthy and give yourself a little bit of a challenge, then go right ahead. But no, that's bad. Forgot. Nope. You.
Like, and eventually free a captured man that isn't Yuna's brother, in which we thought we were rescuing. This isn't exciting, but the introduction of stealth combat opens up the game in an extremely fun way, which I will get to later in the video. And after getting the blacksmith to safety, he tells us that the last group that went out of the camp was a man that looked a lot like Yuna's brother, Taka. He tells us that he was headed toward a place called Osmo Bay, but right after, Yuna still goes on about her brother, saying that he will forge the tools we need and so forth, but after, they're going to be leaving the island. I do wish that she would have said this after saving her brother, that way there's at least some surprise factor. When I heard this, it caused me to try and forget about Yuna, because not only does her voice sound robotic and not believable, but now it seems like the writing is leaning toward a reversal where Yuna is ultimately going to stay. leaning into the predictability of the game. Now, why does this make me want to forget her? Because her writing is extremely dull and predictable, like I said, and so far there is nothing interesting about her. Why would I care for a character where her only personality trait is her brother? It's boring.
That's not, oh my god, that's not even her only personality trait in the fucking game. Like, she's just she wants her brother, and then once we save her brother, she stops doing that so much. And then, like, the reason, what's it called? Like, her brother is the only person she has left in her life. Like, I don't see how this is, like, what is this predictable? Like, what is so predictable? How does this make the story so predictable? Yada, yada, yada. Like, what? There's a charm in the main game that also makes perfect parry windows bigger, and it was satisfying as fuck. Lots of pacing issues and repetitiveness in combat. I don't see how you can say Ghost's combat is repetitive, but whatever. I'll agree it's got some pacing issues in, like, the beginning and, like, towards the middle, but everything else is fine. Things and legends that can make perfect parry windows a lot bigger, so it makes fighting so much smoother.
Before this, there is another dream sequence after our first stealth kill. It entails Jin chasing a bear, finding out that it's dead, someone tries to kill Shimura dishonorably, and Shimura allowing Jin to execute the bandit and teach him a lesson about being honorable. There isn't a specific problem with this flashback, but the writers keep hammering the fact that being honorable is the only way, and they do this over and over and over again throughout the story. Like, we fucking get it. They do it way too much throughout the game, and it does more damage than good. Not to mention that stealth gameplay is so much fun. Having Shimura lecture Jin about being honorable only makes me want to do more stealth shit just to irritate him.
That's literally the thing. If stealth gameplay is fun to him, right? And it's going against the narrative, that's literally how they want you to feel. It's like Jedi Survivor did the same thing, right? It's like the dark side is a path to the dark side's a path to, like, it's an easier path, I guess. And when you unlock the dark side ability in Jedi Survivor, it makes the combat easier when you use the ability. But it ties into the story nicely because it's fucking, like, you don't want to turn to the dark side. But the arc.
Okay, what happened?
Here, just listen to what he says.
It's a problem because the game dishonorably, and Shimura allowing Jin to another dream sequence after our first stealth kill. It entails Jin chasing a bear, finding out that it's dead, someone tries to kill Shimura dishonorably, and Shimura allowing Jin to execute the bandit and teach him a lesson about being honorable. There isn't a specific problem with this flashback, but the writers keep hammering the fact that being honorable is the only way, and they do this over and over and over again throughout the story. Like, we fucking get it. They do it way too much throughout the game, and it does more damage.
I already kind of went over it.
Oh, okay, my bad. Well, just hang on. Let me get my point. The whole point is, just because you, the audience, get it, doesn't mean that it's obviously for Jin. You're looking through the eyes of Jin. Jin is going to focus back on this and question what he just done. Why are you so mad? Well, I did predictable for me. Yeah, that's you. Are you Jin? Anyone can look at it from an outside perspective. That's the reason why Colin hates SK's video on PS4. Peter should have done this. Why didn't Peter do this? Yeah, you're looking at it from your perspective, from an outsider. Look at it from Jin's perspective. Mm-hmm. That's literally why are they hammering in the fact that he is questioning his morals, because he was literally taught as a child to be an honorable samurai, be honorable. Oh no, that's lame. I'm sorry. You cringe.
Yeah, and he's also very self-conscious of his uncle's opinion of him.
Oh, yeah, but what are you saying about Survivor? Because
here, just listen to his point.
Than good. Not to mention that stealth gameplay is so much fun. Having Shimura lecture Jin about being honorable only makes me want to do more stealth shit just to irritate him.
And I was like, that's literally the point. Like, like, you know how in Survivor, I was like, you know how in Survivor when what's it called? Like, when you get the dark side, it makes you stronger.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I was like, that literally ties into the narrative. It's an easier path.
Dude, wait, no, dude, not even that. This literally ties in as well with Infamous. Like, It still ties in with Infamous. Like the more evil stuff you do, it makes the game easier. Delson and Cole are objectively
Yeah.
even stronger than when they're good karma because you don't have to hold back anymore. But the con is, of course, you're evil. You look like a monster. That's the point. Why, oh my god, I be stealthy on purpose because to make Lord Shimura mad. Yeah, that's the point. That's what you're supposed. That's why Jin becomes the ghost because he realized he has to do stuff that's not honorable.
Someone in the
'Cause being
vid,
stealthy gets
someone in my
easier.
comments said this guy is sounds like the SK for Ghost of Tsushima.
Yo, oh, that person's spitting. Yo, that person's spitting. Oh my god. He does have a more entertaining voice. I'll give him this. You know, I mean, don't worry, SK, if you're watching this, you're cool. I like you, but you know, sometimes your voice makes you want to kick something. So
It makes the audience just as depressed. Alright.
Yeah. It's a problem because the game wants you to feel bad for doing dishonorable actions because that is what Jin is thinking. But like I said,
Wait.
and about being honorable only makes me want to do more stealth shit just to irritate him. It's a problem because the game wants you to feel bad for doing dishonorable actions because that is what Jin is thinking. But like I said, the stealth gameplay is so much fun to where you just don't give a shit about what Jin feels.
That's literally, oh my god.
Not only is that subjective, but he took his subjective thing and acted like it was like I get it. Yeah. He's like, it's a problem because yada yada yada, but like you're taking how you subjectively feel about the character and misinterpreting what the game is doing.
Like, yeah, and also it's like that's literally the journey that Jin, and also that's completely disingenuous because Jin doesn't, like, at first he feels bad, but then he thinks about it saying that I'm only going to stop being stealthy once Tsushima is free, or sorry, not Tsushima, Tsushima is free. So basically he's saying like, I'm only going to do this for now, but once everything is said and done, I won't do this anymore. So he literally doesn't even feel bad anymore. And literally in act near the end of Act 2, and I'll see Act 3 and beyond, he doesn't feel bad about being stealthy. So that's completely wrong.
Someone in my
Anyway.
chat said, nah, bro, you're wrong. That game is amazing, but not perfect. Most games that are great now aren't masterpieces. I mean, if you think a game needs to be perfect to be a masterpiece, I'm sorry to tell you, but there's no masterpiece ever created by that line of thinking.
Yeah, I mean, masterpiece is a very subjective statement. Like, I don't really think any game is quote unquote a masterpiece in an objective sense, but there are plenty of games I would say subjective is a masterpiece, obviously. Because
like everybody has issues. Everybody has issues with something that other people may not take issue with. It's like,
yeah, dude, it's so funny because remember what Otto Octavius said when Peter found issues with the neural interface? He was just like, "Oh, everything's probably when you look hard enough." It's like, bro, it's literally this. It's like everything else always look hard enough.
Yeah. Like I don't think this game. I don't think Ghost of Tsushima is perfect or anything. I just think it's a 10 out of 10 because the lows of the game don't bring it down in the slightest for me.
Yeah, like and I can understand that. Like, yeah.
They're going to keep on stealth killing. Like, I commend the gameplay tremendously, but the writing is becoming a problem.
And if it's
really
the writing's not becoming a problem, 1, and 2, combat is more fun than stealth. That's my subjective. But there was obviously more depth and thought put into the combat than there is the stealth.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would still say the combat is very solid, but it's just like, oh, he has fun with. If he has fun with the stealth as well, it's like, yeah, that's good. They want you to. They like the game never punishes you for being stealthy. There's never a time where the game is like you stealth.
Yeah,
kill
that would be a problem. That would be a problem if the game punished you for being stealthy.
But yeah, but like I just don't understand why. I just don't get it, man. I'm really trying, but I don't get these criticisms.
And after we get a cutscene of the Khan talking to Shimura about how he knows that we're still alive. He explains that he knows because his men control the towns and roads and etc. Everyone I have come across so far in the world that are Mongols.
And hold on. So like he plays this scene
unalive.
Hold on. Look at
etc. Everyone
this is this scene where the Khan's talking to Lord Shimura. He literally it completely contradicts his point he made earlier in the game where he was like, why doesn't the Khan just kill Lord Shimura right here?
Also, by the way, if he's gonna be in the argument that he's killed all of those men, here's the thing. Granted, you could say it's randomized, but there are times where an enemy will legit run away from you. Granted, it's your choice to kill them, but I like thinking that in canon, Jin freaks them out and they run and tell the other Mongols about it.
You're talking about when you unlock that one ability and you scare them?
Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no. I'm not talking about the poison dart. No, I'm literally talking about like even in Act One, if you're really a good, if great, it's randomized. But if you're really kicking their butts, some will run away. They'll be like, nope, I'm out, and they'll dip. Like they'll run away from you even before you get like the ghost hits and poison darts and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like yeah, so I like to think that those people ran and told other Mongols about it.
I don't remember when this scene plays in the game, but like if you look at the dialogue he's playing on the screen.
I have come across so far in the world that are Mongols have been
Hold on. Convince your people to stop resisting.
control the towns and roads and
And
etc.
you
Everyone I have come
walk
across
free.
so far in the
Wow, it's almost like he's trying to talk to him and convince him because if he knows he kills him, that could make things worse.
world that are
It could-
Mongols have been unalived. So how in the hell am I supposed to believe someone knows I'm alive? Especially since most of the stuff
Wait,
shit about what Jin feels. You're going to keep on stealth killing. Like, I commend the gameplay tremendously, but the writing is becoming a problem.
I'm so
and after
sorry.
we get a
They're
cutscene
in
of the
my
Wait.
guest house.
Huh?
So, I said I'm so sorry for taking so long. They were in my guest house.
What was in your guest house?
The katana.
Pussy has a guest house. How the fuck you got 2 houses? That's some shit.
Dang. Okay. Those are fine. Well,
These shits are sexy, bro.
Imagine having a whole house just for your guests.
yo, that looks so cool.
It's probably like a small guest house though.
6-bedroom, so it's not horrible.
Not
How much did it
horrible.
cost?
Not horrible. What the fuck?
That's just like a British thing.
How much did it
Just
cost,
like
Witness? Do you remember?
Nah, Jaden's just rich. Slide me some bread, bro.
You know, I believe it.
Slide me some bread. Slide me some pounds.
Though I did bring the
Wait, you said you got a katana? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's showing it. Yeah, it's like the default
That's
one.
cool. Wait, take it out and cut your TV in half. No, I'm just... Oh, get an orange and cut it. Do some fruit ninja shit.
You wanna know scary? You wanna know scary? Like he could kill someone with that. That's what makes it. That's what makes me like.
Dude, can you? What would you do if you broke into someone's house and they just pulled out a katana on you? Just.
Bro, I know, dude, I'm dipping. I'm like, you know what? You got it. Nah, you got it.
Nah, I just hit him
Have
with
you
the
ever seen that,
Indiana Jones shit.
Have you ever seen that like JonTron video where he watches like those like safety videos and like that guy has like a claymore and he pokes it like through a screen door. Like someone's knocking on the door, like he's like, open up, we need to talk to you, and then he like pokes like a claymore through.
Wait, hold on.
screen door.
Wait, yo, Jaden, do the scene in the beginning of the game where Jin whips out the thing.
This shit.
Yeah.
This shit.
He's gonna fucking chop his fan off.
Bro, probably. He almost hit that TV. So that's. I was like, wait, don't hit
If
it.
you've heard that clank in that metal, that would have been awful. Jesus. It's like broken half.
He should recreate I am Jin Sakai, nephew of Lord Shimura moment from the beginning of the game.
So
Nah, bro.
I
That seems cringy. Remember?
I wanted to message you first before popping in, Colin, because I
Yeah.
wasn't sure if you had exposure.
No, it's fine.
But I've watched this guy's videos before.
Oh no.
So
You're gonna pop up to next.
So this is it. Take a good look. I'm gonna go put him back.
I like most of his videos. Sometimes he gets a little he's one of those guys who like does like really lengthy but like really detailed reviews.
Mm. Have you been watching what we've said so far?
Yeah, I've watched a little bit, like maybe like 30 minutes of your stream so far. I agree with quite a bit of what he says about like I guess like how the gameplay like kind of interacts with the story and stuff like that.
What do you mean?
Did you
Like-
counter to that though?
So like I think he talks about it later in the video, but he kind of talks about how like so like the one of the major themes in the game is like how Jin uses kind of like the stealthy sneak approach,
Mm-hmm.
and like characters in the game like tell him that's like dishonorable and that he shouldn't do that. I think he says later in the video that the game doesn't really like track that like on your character or anything.
What, it
Like
doesn't
not
punish you for it or change?
it doesn't punish you for it. Like it's not like if you kill enough people using sneak like it will affect the ending or anything like that.
I mean, like, sure, but like, I think just I think the purpose of it is like the fact that like it's whether you feel it as a player or not. Like,
Well, it's just weird because it's Sucker Punch, right? Because they've had morality systems in their games before.
mm-hmm.
Well, like, yeah, but here's the difference, though. They're not obligated to implement in every single game. And they're not like, like that's number one. But number two is the fact that like, the whole point is that Jin is the more stealthy he is, the more that means he's going to go down the path of becoming the ghost instead of being an honorable samurai.
No,
and,
but
no other samurai really cares that he does dishonorable things. Like Masako doesn't care. I can't pronounce the bow and arrow one. I can't pronounce their names. I'm sorry. I'm bad pronouncing their names.
I'm aware of what the story says about his character and like what the game says about his story, but I'm just saying like what Colin said during stream, like the combat's a lot more fun. So like what does it say about about a player who like never engages with stealth like in any capacity?
I mean, here's the thing. The game still forces you to be stealthy.
I think the thing about it forces you to be stealthy at times, and then other times it's like the stealth is objectively easier than the combat.
Yeah, it is easier, but I don't know if like
it's more like if you don't
deviate to something that's more like challenging or something that's more easy.
Well, it's like if you want to use the stealth more, then you're holding yourself back from all the elements of the game, which is like what the narrative is trying to say. Like if you only stick to like the samurai code, then like there's flaws with that code, and that's what the game explores with Jin.
Right, but what I'm saying is like that the gameplay doesn't like whether or not you're super stealthy the whole game or whether or not you're samurai boy the entire game. It doesn't really affect like how the game story is being told.
Well, I mean, yeah, because it's trying to be more linear. It's not trying to be like Infamous, where like, oh, you did all these samurai things, so therefore Shimmer's more easier on you, or you did more ghost things, so Shimmer's more mad at you. It's like, no, they're not trying to be like Infamous, and I'm honestly.
I think they could have. I think what they could have done, which I'll say could have been a better
morality system. Like
I don't even think they needed a better morality system. I think they could have just had a system where the more stealthy you are, you what's it called? You can that's where your I guess your skill points would go to, so that when you have to do combat, it gets a lot more difficult, or sometimes to the point where you can't even accomplish that because you were being stealthy. And now all your skills are into the stealth part of the game and the stealth element of the gameplay.
Yeah, I just think if there was like something, I guess like more substantial that kind of reflected like your gameplay. So like for example, like in Metal Gear Solid 3, there's a section in the game where you have to wade through a pool of like the dead enemies you beat in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can play a completely non-lethal.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Where you don't have to wade through any enemies, and that rewards the game recognizes your non-lethal playthrough.
Yeah, I saw Nakey Jakey's video about that.
It rewards you. I'm just saying, like, it would have been nice if there was like some acknowledgement from the game about your playstyle, or even like acknowledgement. So like let's say somebody plays the game and he's paying attention to the story and he agrees that being sneaky is wrong. Mm-hmm. So he doesn't sneak through, like he sneaks when the game like forces him to sneak, but he doesn't sneak like in any other situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was just wondering if like there's a way the game could like recognize it's like, okay, you weren't dishonorable. so we'll make
I mean,
like
yeah,
a boss fight easier or something like that. I don't know, just
well,
something.
okay,
Yeah,
first to make boss fights easier, you just wear armors, you like certain armors that can make boss fights easier. Like the Samurai Clan outfit, that's an outfit that can easily cheat through bosses because whenever you get hit, you gain more resolve and all that stuff.
Right, but it's not locked out if you do stealth. Like if you do stealth, you can still do that content.
no, I see what you're saying, Bull. Like, I mean, yeah, it would be cool. Personally, I just don't think, the game necessarily needed that or something. I think.
I don't think it needed. I just think the story would have been more powerful if the game
If the gameplay linked with it.
linked with it just a little. I'm not saying the story's not even that bad. I don't think. I don't think there's like any major writing problems with the game. I'm just saying.
I mean, I can see why they didn't go the infamous route of samurai and ghost choices. I can see why they didn't do that though.
Yeah,
I mean,
honestly, it would feel kind of redundant.
I think they made some good decisions. I'm just saying, like if I were to sit like in a boardroom with like the freaking infamous team of Sucker Punch or whatever.
Yeah, also
said,
someone commented, I'm pretty sure if you do stealth it makes the world stormy and gloomy. That is true. You get a lot of bad weather when you do a lot more stealth.
Yeah, but if most players like play a balanced like playthrough, it's not gonna affect it that much.
I did mostly combat when I played because the combat was so damn fun, but.
Yeah, I don't think that's meaningful enough of a difference. Some people might just assume.
God damn, bruh.
Sorry, my bad.
Some people just might assume it's getting gloomier because the game's like ending or getting close to ending or something.
Alright, I'm gonna go to bed. Good night, Colin. I appreciate you for being here, my boy.
Yeah, no, I did a lot more combat, but I mean the stealth was useful in like certain situations, like when you're scaling the mountain. I feel like the stealth, like just on the ridges and using the stealth was a lot of fun.
I think there's some people who are gonna gravitate toward the stealth because there's like some people's like my brain, for example, whenever I'm given a stealth system, even if it like sucks big poo poo, like I'll still try to use it because I just like stealth. Like when it's like for example that game from Ben Studio, the zombie game. Like you can
I don't know what that is.
it's the what it's that game that's kind of like The Last of Us. I don't remember what that game's called.
I know what game you're talking about. So
it's the one that was like really buggy when it released on the PS4. It had like Duncan in it.
I don't even. Are you talking about Days Gone?
Days Gone. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, Days Gone. Zombie game. His name is Duncan.
That game has stealth?
Yeah, it has stealth. You can
That
use
game has
stealth.
What?
So like it gives you sections like where you invade like camps and stuff, and you have to like crouch, walk around, like do stealth kills and stuff like that.
I didn't even know
But the
that.
game also gives you the option to just like gun humans down. But like if you give me a stealth system, I'm just gonna use it because I like stealth even if it's like bad stealth. So I could totally imagine like some people just playing this like a Japanese Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I also think they're missing out if they don't use the combat.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so
I will
too.
say,
But...
well, I mean, I will say, Colin, I think if you only play one side, you're still missing. Like I agree. Both the point is like you're missing out on both sides. Like, don't get me wrong, I prefer combat over stuff, but I still say the combat is good. If the combat was garbage, then yeah, you would have a point. Like, yeah, you're not missing out much. But the combat is still overall solid. It still is pretty good. I'm sorry. The stealth is still overall good. So if someone said, "Oh, I didn't do stealth," it's like, bro, you're missing out because there's plenty of videos showing really dope stealth, and there's like, dude, there's stuff that I didn't even know about or.
Dude, that one mission,
like, no.
I think you have to take. You have to recapture one of the big bases. It's a main story mission. It's a really good stealth segment, and you have to like break in like.
Yeah, and also just to say this, I think the reason why the other samurais are okay with Jin like breaking the code is because they're like they themselves are kind of just broken. Like Masako like lost her family, so she would do anything. She would do anything to get her vengeance. So therefore, I can understand why she would be okay with Jin breaking the code. I can't pronounce the name. I'm just gonna call him the bow guy. The bow guy, his student
The old
turned
guy?
traitor. Like, no, not the old guy. The bow guy. I call him the bow
Yeah,
arrow
he's
guy.
old.
That's what I call him. Yeah.
He's like an old guy.
Well, he's old, but yeah, with him, his student betrayed him, and he did see her as like a daughter. So once again, I can see him do whatever he thinks he needs, to at least confront her. And I think it's not even Jin questions why he's doing what he's doing. And there's that where basically he was just like, "Yo, you ever question me again like that? I'll slit your throat." He was just like, "Yo, never question like that again." I'm like, "Oh dang." He had that killer.
Wait, why do I feel like I've seen this name before? Do you know someone named Invasion of Sim? I think I've.
Invasion of Sim.
I feel like I've.
You might frequent your lives on TikTok.
No. I think. Did you make a video about me?
Let me see. No, really where I see if I could just go to his freaking YouTube account or whatever. The Invader Zim, that's his name?
It's The Invasion of Sim.
Oh, I typed it in. I'm stupid. The
Invader Zim.
That's what I'm sorry. My brain is like fried. Let me see. The real I mean, he made fun of SK, the real life J. Jonah Jameson, SK, the altered bias, Spider-Man.
I think that might have been the video. Yeah, I think he made a video about my video about SK.
Yeah, he did.
Alright, let's continue this fucking video.
I agree with that one. MC Spider-Man does not suck.
On talking to Shimura about how he knows that we're still alive, he explains that he knows because his men control the towns and roads and etc. Everyone I have come across so far in the world that are Mongols have been unalived. So how in the hell am I supposed to believe someone knows I'm alive? Especially since most of the stuff I've done has been done stealth-like. This isn't believable. I understand I'm being overcritical, but after playing games like God of War and The Last of Us, games that are huge narratively, it's hard just to ignore these story points.
It's I don't see how it's like what. If anything that's just like ludonarrative dissonance.
Some people do get stuck on that though.
I don't get ludonarrative dissonance criticisms towards story. I mean, like it's whatever.
I think it's because like other games don't have that problem.
I mean, like Spider-Man has that problem.
But I think, hang on. Firstly, that's really good because he thinks Spider-Man has a great story. So if he can be little narrative against Spider-Man, why can't he do the same for Ghost?
Well,
the only argument you can make is, oh, it's a comic book game, so therefore he gets a pass, which is unfair.
I mean, like if anything, every game has ludonarrative dissonance. Like look at The Last of Us, for example. If someone gets shot in that game, they're probably gonna get fucked up. But like you get shot all the time in gameplay. It's like
I think it's a little bit different though. Because with like Spider-Man, for example, there's no matter how you play Spider-Man, like the events always play out the same way, right?
No, but I'm saying like you're throwing fucking motorcycles at people's heads and fucking
right.
sewer crates.
But I think his criticism though is that like so if you play a complete stealth run, and the justification in the story is the reason he's doing that is because that's the only way to win against the Mongols or whatever.
Well, how does he know that there was mongrels from afar that saw him do that? Yada yada yada. And they were in combat. They weren't in the combat encounter or whatever.
The thing is that there's no indication within the game itself that that's the case. Like if they showed like a scene of like somebody scouting and seeing the main character, then his criticism would be, okay, there's no criticism. That's how he knew.
I still think it kind of just falls into the line of like ludonarrative dissonance. It's just like whatever.
Right. I mean, I'm just saying it's a different one. So like again like yeah. I mean, I don't personally think it's that big of a deal, but when you offer like when your multiple different play styles is kind of addressed within the story as like a plot line, it can get like a little weird.
I mean, I guess.
It's whatever, but I also want to point out the aggressive fade to black after cutscenes. What is that all about? It starts to become extremely noticeable and takes you out of the game. It may have to do with loading in assets and shit, since
think it's like
I'm
an
playing on a
artistic
PS5,
thing,
the load
right?
times aren't miserable.
I don't see what he's made like 5 points about certain segments fading to black. It's like, what is the issue here?
Isn't it like an artistic
God
thing?
of War, bro. Like,
Because isn't the game like supposed to be like Kurosaka's films?
I don't know.
yes, it is. Yes, it is. There's actually a film mode where it makes it like those movies. Yes, that's exactly how it's supposed to be.
I think that filter is kind of cringe, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so that point makes no sense. It's designed to be that way.
Well, I think he's just critiquing, like, I guess like the director's like vision of the game. I don't know.
I mean, like, there's every game has points where they fade to black, or they just they skip to another segment or like another character. Like again, like Spider-Man does this a lot.
Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
I don't even think it's a deal. Like, I don't see.
Yeah, he mentions stuff that like really doesn't matter, but you know, whatever.
But the fade to blacks are still very noticeable. I always found this a cheap way to transition scenes. It was also taught to me in film production that you need to use them sparingly. It's just something to point out. Next, we make our way to Sensei Ishikawa, the next person we need to recruit to help us break out Shimura.
This guy knows about film production.
This guy went to.
Whoa.
Watch
out, Kurosaka.
He went to the big film schools. This guy went to what's that one big film school called?
Cal Arts? I don't know.
Top tier film schools. This guy went to he went to Full Sail University, edgeofcinema.com.
Full Sail University.
Top 50 film schools. Let's see. This guy went to the American Film Institute. He met Scorsese and Giancarlo Esposito. That inspired him to make videos.
Whole mission deals with finding the sensei, understanding that he was teaching a peasant archery, but was too hard on her, so she ran away. This causes a section of investigating footprints, so we can follow them, and it leads us to a Mongol camp. Also along the way, Ishikawa gives us a bow, opening the combat a tad bit more. But before meeting Ishikawa, we see that there was a struggle at the dojo, with blood and arrows everywhere. And I love this setup. It was the detective nature, and I had no idea what was going to come next. Was student killed after running away? Was she captured? Did she willingly go with the Mongols? When we get to the base, the game gives you the option of destructible environments and distractions. This includes beehives, barrels, lanterns, and so forth. And I love these kinds of things in games. Think smarter and not harder mentality. And after drawing out all the enemies and taking them out with those said objects, we investigate what exactly had happened. It turns out that since Ishikawa
this guy's cracked. Look at this top tier gameplay.
Games, think smarter and not harder mentality. And after drawing out all the enemies and taking them out with those said objects, we investigate what exactly had happened. It turns out that since Ishikawa pushed his student too hard and made her run away, she was ultimately captured by Mongols, but won her freedom after showing the skills at her disposal of being an archer. This caused her to lead an attack at the dojo. I think that's what happened. I may be wrong. Let me know in the comments below. Which explains why the blood is everywhere. And later, after finding
I don't think you should be asking
captive,
your audience about what happens in the story. Hey guys, tell me if I'm a dumbass in the comments below.
I mean, like, if this is like I don't even know. Like, I can't think of a time where you should say that. Like, maybe if it's it's like a sequel and you're judging a sequel before you've played the original game.
That's the type of things you say in like commentary videos when you're like giving drama on like someone's like divorce or something.
Yeah, it's a KSI or not KSI. What's the dude's name? Keemstar. Yeah, so Logan Paul's mom just got fucked. What are you guys' thoughts on this? Let me know in the comments below. Fucking
just came back from fucking Keemstar's mom. Tell me in the comments below how
Dude,
good I did.
I feel like Keemstar's mom is definitely massive. Alright. Fucking hell.
He states what I've explained. He also says that the Mongols gave her armor and a bow, which then caused her to kill his wife. This is becoming really dark and I love it. This was the first mission where I was interested in what was going on. I love the disobedient student turned to vengeful killer type of story, and it does it well. Next on our list of people to get on board to help free Shimura is Lady Masako. This deals with trying to figure out where she went by following footprints and broken arrows. Before then, we must investigate her estate, where we can see a massacre of men lying next to each other. Jin mentions that they aren't bandits or Mongols, so it must be the people that have been residing at the estate, possibly Lady Masako's family. A solid foundation for a good mission. As we follow the trail, we eventually get to Lady Masako as she mistakes us for a bandit and shoots an arrow at her feet. This whole conversation with her is sad. We talk about the death of her husband at the beach and the rest of her clan dead at her estate. There's a plot twist though. Her own people slaughtered the clan. Now, it is our job to go along with her and find some information pertaining to who exactly did the killing. And I love the setup of the mission, but the voice acting behind Lady Masako is just not good. The way she delivers lines seems to be forced in the act of trying to be dramatic, and after telling us her family's dead, she doesn't come off as sad, angry, or anything. I mean, of course you can insinuate she's both, but the delivery of lines says otherwise. But regardless, Opera respects her family and travel to a temple because she wants to talk to a certain someone. His name is Sogen, and this dude is hella sketch.
I never thought there was much of a problem with it. I mean, I think most of the voice acting in this game is pretty good.
I don't even.
Can you think of like any characters that just have like bad voice acts?
I mean, like maybe it's not that good on like random NPCs you're talking to in the world, but like that's there with a lot of open world games.
I don't think that matters.
Yeah.
I think he's like talking about. I'm talking about like important characters, like characters you're gonna talk to.
I can't think of a time. I mean, I still have to replay the game again because like I've only played it once. But like no, from what I remember, the voice acting was pretty damn good, and it's also like this game's not supposed to be played in American. I'm pretty sure. It's better if you play it in Japanese.
It's better in Japanese.
I don't know if that's like a excuse for bad voice acting, but I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I mean like it's like you ever watch Squid Game?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the dub in that show is pretty bad, but like.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna release a dub, make it good. But I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Like the main if you want to get it like the best native, it would be Japanese.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't even think there's bad voice acting in this game that I remember, but if it was, it's very minimal.
Yeah.
You start to understand that Lady Masako more than likely knew that this person was behind the attack on her estate. She came up with a plan for you to talk to him, then will cause him to get spooked and run off, giving away his position on who he's connected to and where he's residing. And this is exactly what Lady Masako confirms with us. This brings us to a tailing section, and I just hate these. I hate having to wait fucking 30 seconds when Sogen stops and looks around. It is just irritating and not good mission design.
Dude, there's like fucking 3 of these missions in the game, I think.
They had to put these missions in so people could call this Assassin's Creed in Japanese. They're like, we gotta put these trailing missions in. I mean, trailing missions are in a lot of stealth games, so you know, it's just.
I don't even like tailing missions. I just don't like. This game doesn't have enough of them for me to care. And there's even one tailing mission that I vividly remember that was actually really good.
Tailing missions aren't bad as long as they don't like show up like every mission's like, okay, time to go another tailing mission.
Opinion, it is lazy. I gave Far Cry 3 the benefit of the doubt, but after playing this mission, I realized how unfun it is. Regardless, he leads us to
literally only one.
Wasn't the only one in Infamous the one where you had to track that like bomber?
Yes, that's the only tailing mission in the game.
That tailing mission actually sucks so much cock. Jeez.
Yeah, nah, shit's crazy.
A camp full of people that we take out, and once we interrogate him, he pretty much tells us bullshit about how people in the way of his vision is to be removed.
Like,
Lady Masako freaks out and kills the
suck, and it was like there's literally only one.
Yeah, dude, I mean, I'm assuming that's why they didn't do more of them.
Yeah,
children
me
were
too,
involved with
actually.
his slaughter. I think it was her children, her family's children, whatever it was. Although this is sad, I had no connection with Lady Masako or the children that were killed. Sure, of course I feel bad, but at the same time, I didn't care for Masako. It was just as if she was another NPC in the world. You'll find that this is a problem throughout most of the game, excluding Shimura, the Khan, and maybe Taka and Yuna. The rest.
So because he didn't care, it's a problem with the game. Okay.
Are just not interesting at all. Afterwards, you come across a burning cart that was occupied by a Mongol soldier. We do some investigating of where this person or people have went after destroying the cart, but this investigating happens for the third mission in a row. Now, I usually don't care about these investigation missions, but when you do it 3 times, it just screams to me that the developers had no other idea how to start the mission. It screams lazy. I mean, I'm no game developer, so why does my voice matter? But it is disappointing to have the same mission start again. And trust me, it happens so many other times throughout the story, and it gets frustratingly tiresome. When we get to the end of the footprints and fight some Mongols, we come across this dude that takes out a Mongol. His name is Ryozo, and he seems to know Jin way back in the day. And later in the mission, there's discussion between the two about training to be a samurai. I actually think this happens in a later mission, but I think it's important to kind of delve deep into it now. The two had a fight where a bunch of people attended, and Jin whooped his ass, humiliating him. This caused Ryozo to not become a samurai and to stay a peasant. Later on, though, the Straw Hats, a mercenary group, saw the duel between the two and offered Ryozo to be one of their swordsmen. It is a tough situation to be in, and I found this conversation working in terms of sympathizing with Ryozo, but before that, the two battle some Mongols that seemingly come out of nowhere. The two later meet up with the rest of the Straw Hats, and Ryozo says that there are starving men, that they need food. This causes Jin to come up with a half-assed plan and promises the Straw Hats that he will give them food. Ryozo says a plan should be made, but should have talked about it with him before announcing it to his men, and it does still seem like the rivalry between the two is still there, and it's an interesting plot point. Later in the mission, it's another base attack stealth sequence that's becoming way too repetitive at this point, but thanks to the combat and stealth mechanics, it's actually pretty fun, but fucking Christ, do the developers have like nothing up their sleeve. This is starting to feel like an Assassin's Creed game, but not in a good way.
I don't really know what you want them to do.
I don't. Maybe I'm just like smooth brained, but whenever one of these sections came up, I was like, goody. Let's see if I can clear this without anybody detecting me.
Yeah, like, these missions literally engage with the core systems of the game. Stealth and combat. Like, what did you want? Some platforming sections?
I want to clarify too, just because a game doesn't have like a million, I actually advocate for games that have simpler gameplay loops, not more complicated ones with like random like turret sections and like
I don't know why every I mean like
stuff like that.
I mean like if I look at Resident Evil 4 for example, like a really linear, I think linear games are the ones that should be critiqued more for repetitive level design if anything, not like open world ones.
Yeah. Well,
I think if you litter like open world content with like specific like interesting things, so like if you had like 10 interesting things for every, I would rather take away 100 repetitive overworld missions, and I would just take like 10 unique like side missions. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
To make matters worse, the whole idea of this mission is to find food for the Straw Hats, but you don't find any food in the camp. So there's a plan to go attack some boats and see if there's any food there, but there isn't. It felt like 20 minutes of my life was wasted achieving nothing.
No, that's exactly how the characters feel. Interesting.
Well, you're learning more about You're learning more about Ryozo and Jin's relationship, and it's obviously gonna lead somewhere. I mean, I guess like if it was like literally like nothing happened, like there were no cutscenes in between, then maybe. But like, it's meant to show how hard Ryuzo's life was, or currently is.
And then and then like fucking like he was complaining about this earlier with like he said it was cringe that they're fleshing out Jin and Lord Shimura's backstory with each other. It's like, dude, what, do you not get what's going on here?
Yeah, I don't understand this criticism because it's just fleshing out. It's giving you the time to understand these characters more.
Better to just call it a mission after not finding food for the first time, and instead of going after the boats, have the Straw Hats irritated with you because for one, there wasn't any food, and two, there was loss of men for nothing to be attained. This will cause Ryozo to be mad at you as well, which will further increase the tension between the two, as well as giving consequences to Jin's actions. It would have been much more interesting that way, instead of rinse and repeat, trying to find food and getting away with nothing. Anyways, at the end of the mission, we give Ryozo Mongol back.
He does get mad at Jin later in the story. And this is one of the things that's leading up to that.
I think that's a plot point, right?
Mm-hmm. You have to fight Ryozo in the pond. Whatever.
Yeah, it's a pretty good boss fight too.
Dude, can this dude stop fucking tagging me?
What's that on, bro?
I don't know, some fucking kid keeps tagging me in this fucking shit.
Okay.
You were talking to us about that, bro, and how like people you don't know will like tag you in shit, and it's like you just don't care.
Battle
Well,
plans.
it's in my fucking Discord. It's like someone will say some fucking wild and shit, and they'll tag me and like, you gotta do something about this. Like, dude, what the fuck do you want me to? Like, I don't fucking care.
If he helps us break Shimura out of prison. The funny fucking thing is, I think those plans have to do with getting the food for his men, but don't quote me on that. And if that is true, it is the stupidest thing ever.
Dude, why don't you? He did it again. What the fuck? Oh my god. I'm gonna critique this story, but if I'm wrong, don't quote me on this. Fucking.
We went through all of that work only for Ryozo to get food without us. What a dumpster fire. I am probably being too harsh on this game and on this mission, in all honesty. And if we have a mission where we actually get the food for Ryozo, it would boost the relationship between the two, putting together trust. But no, instead they wanted to structure it differently so later on Ryozo
What is he doing right now?
The game suffers tremendously from building characters around a plot rather than building a plot around the characters. They didn't want you to help Ryozo's men because if you did, they would be in your debt. And if they are in your debt, then the betrayal wouldn't make sense.
Hold on.
Together trust, but no. Instead, they wanted to structure it differently so later on Ryozo can betray us. The game suffers tremendously from building characters around a plot rather than building a plot around the characters.
What do you? What? How does the game tremendously suffer from this?
It really doesn't. If anything, this makes it really good because you see why Ryozo is one of the reasons for why he betrays Jin. Like,
see,
you,
this,
like,
but
honestly,
wait, I'm just confused. Like, does he think The Last of Us is a bad story because it's a character-driven story?
I don't even. Okay, well, let's use PS4 because I saw that other one and he thinks the story's like really good. So let's use PS4. Like I'm trying something similar to like PS4, where it's like obviously PS4 is very narrative-driven like stories. It's like I'm trying to do something that's similar to this, where it's like, oh, look, we wasted our time. It's like, I mean, so like, well, okay, I got it. Chasing Shocker. Well, that's going to be a waste of time because you.
I think. Hold on, wait. I'll give a better example. It's like, oh, well, if Spider-Man just did so and so, then fucking Otto would have never become a villain. Yada yada yada. It's like, dude, what?
So that's the point. Yeah. So well, Peter didn't help make the neural interface. Dr. Octavius wouldn't be here. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, Dr. Octopus wouldn't be here. It's like, yeah, that's the point. That's that's one of the main reasons why Peter feels guilty about Otto because he helped to make him. That's why.
Dude, stop fucking. I'm serious. Stop sending me these fucking messages. I don't fucking care. Sorry.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He's DMing you, brother.
That's crazy.
He DMs me someone on my server saying Spider Mid 2 is just DLC. Insomniac is mid. I don't care. Like, fucking let them be stupid.
They didn't want you to help Ryozo's men because if you did, they would be in your debt. And if they are in your debt, then the betrayal wouldn't make sense. Poor writing. Next,
Poor
we have
writing.
to meet with Yuna.
Dude, what? Oh god, this video is a mess.
Another dude named Kenji. Kenji's sake seller and has a wacky personality, but I found him more annoying than funny in all honesty. I have no idea if they were trying to go the comedy route with him or that's just him as a whole. Still though, the voice actor was trying to do some crazy voice. For fuck's sake, it's so bad.
I love the kid, but this is too dangerous. It will never work.
Essentially, the
I found his voice to be honestly okay.
I like when he showed his voice. It's just like a normal Japanese man. It's like what?
No, I just think Kenji in this game is funny.
Same. Like he's basically supposed to be the levity of
The comic
I think-
like, of
relief.
the game.
Well, Kenji's
Yeah.
supposed to be kind of like obviously he's funny, but it's also like another person that Jin can like talk to. That's just like he's like a semi-normal dude. Like he's not like a warrior. He's not like some like crazy boss battle waiting to happen.
Yeah. I mean, he's also like, I don't know the best way to describe him. He's one of those like really he's like, I kind of already said it, but like he's like one of those jokey characters because he's like, what's the best comparison for this I can think of?
Like Clippy?
No, because cause his character in the game is like he's a little bitch, but he's always trying to get one. He's always trying to get one over on somebody.
Crafty?
I guess I don't know. I'm trying to think of I know the character I'm thinking of to compare him to, but I can't think of it. It's like
You think of like a trickster?
I think Starscream is what I'm thinking of.
Oh, you're talking about like a second command, like a Weasley, like
He's
a
just, yeah, no, he's like not like second in command or something, but he's just a little weasel, and then like once he gets into trouble, he like starts bitching, but like when he's not in trouble, he's acting all bold and stuff, and like he's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Oh my god, I don't care.
Yeah, just click the ban
I
button.
can't. Honestly, yeah, because I mean, I'm just trolling. I'm trolling this person. I don't really care because it's very clear they want to have that contrary, like, oh, I don't like Spider-Man 2, but I'm being a server where the main guy who made it is excited for it. Haha, I'm so clever, right? It's like, no, you're not. This is exactly.
Dude, I hate when people.
And why you're doing OnlyFans? So
I hate when people tag me in the most basic shit. Like if someone tags me in like or wants me to react to a video where someone's actually making points about like
this?
About
Yeah,
something, but if someone like people tag me in like TikTok videos or fucking or like just people saying shit like, oh, Spider-Man 2 is gonna be mid. I'm like, okay, cool.
There's nothing for you to grab onto. They'd be like, oh my god, this actually like when I told you, because I watched the video, I'm like, it's obviously an hour video, so clearly he's gonna say something that we won't agree with. That's like, wow, this is actually content. We can actually make something from this. I'm not gonna be like, look, there's just TikTok says Spider-Man 2 is gonna be bad. Okay, and
What do you think? I'm the fucking Spider-Man police or some shit? Like
that's the reason why you want to caboose.
Do it? Can we skip over this fucking narrative criticism? Because I'm tired of this shit, honestly.
I mean, part of me wants to, but I feel like, I mean, it's up to you, man. I don't mind it, but he did say one of the big problems was the story, and I'm just like, what's wrong with it? I'm not gonna go as a perfect.
Well, I mean,
story,
so far he hasn't done a very good job critiquing
I know,
the story.
but see, that's the reason why I want to see how bad the rabbit hole even gets. I want to see how worse it keeps getting. That's the reason why I want to.
Well, I mean, he. If I remember this video correctly, I mean, I don't think he's gonna say anything really that you agree with.
I mean, yeah.
Cause he's just gonna complain about like meaningless shit, like, oh, this character's annoying, or like
Well, all right. Well, I'll get to I'll just get to the side quest in the world part, but I also want to hear the combat part because because I feel like then I'll be more agreeable. I don't feel like fucking disagreeing with this person anymore. Like it's like I'm just like because I have to pause the video. I have to pause the video every 2 seconds because he just says some stupid shit.
You're skipping, bro. That's disingenuous. Oh my god.
fuck his points. I don't care.
Okay, that's kind of weird. That
By
this
far
guy's
the most
showing
interesting
you
thing about
your
this game is
DMs or
combat.
whatever.
Arguably the best combat I have ever laid my hands on. The parries, evades, blocks, and attacks feel so fluid. Making this statement feels cliche, but you really do feel like a samurai or stealthy ninja. And to go over the combat, let's delve into certain things you can do. Aside from obvious slicing and dicing, stealth is a huge part of this game. There's environmental stealth here. You can hide in tall stacks of grass to hide from enemies. There are tents that you can hide in after taking out an enemy inside. You have distractions you can throw to either scoot an enemy towards you or farther from you so you can evade. This does sound like Assassin's Creed, but I consider that a good thing in my opinion. Assassin's Creed, the older games I mean, is king of stealth. So taking a page
What?
Okay, let's calm down there, buddy.
Hey,
Let's
Let's
pump the
down.
brakes there.
I had this conversation. I had this conversation with a few other people. Like I was like, they told me like Assassin's Creed stealth is like amazing, and I was like, oh my gosh.
Okay, no, they didn't. No, okay, firstly, no, they did not say that. They just said there's a lot of tools you can use and stealth. They said at best Assassin's Creed is like, okay, it's solid stealth, but the people you're referring to, they would say Arkham probably has like one of the best stealth out there.
Well, Arkham, yeah, Arkham's valid.
I don't even think like most of the Assassin's Creed games like stealth is like
They have such bad enemy AI.
well, the enemy cones are like really big. There's no like it's not until like later games where you actually get like distraction tools and like you can like manipulate AIs or even like there's like routes and stuff like that. Like
Well, from what I remember, like if I go to my the good old reliable video, fucking this video.
So some of
like I go to the point where he brings up the where the fuck is this point at, bro? When did MJ sneak through the fucking base?
it'd be closer to the beginning of the video, I think.
No, I think that's when he was criticizing her character in that moment. I think later in the video is when he criticizes the mission as a whole or whatever. I don't fucking know. All right. Well, there was a clip I put in the video that showed like Assassin's Creed 4's stealth and where it's like fucking the enemy. I was literally shooting. I was using a loud gun and I was shooting them in a line and none of them were reacting. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I would not. Assassin's Creed 4's draw is not stealth, like at all.
I don't know what it is then, because this combat's not even that good either.
It's the ship combat.
Oh yeah.
It's the ship.
The ship combat's pretty. Yeah, the ship combat's pretty fun.
I would say it's the ship combat, the story, and like part of the parkour elements.
Yeah, that's what people like. It's like the ship combat where you can like upgrade your ship, you can get new shanties, you can get like
I will say I love those side missions in the game where you got the harpoon and you're like trying to catch like whales and shit. Yeah, like that. I love that shit. It's really cool. Funny enough,
all the stuff surrounding the ship stuff is what people really like that game for.
Funny enough, I also like when you invade enemy ships and you jump from the rope into another person's ship and you like fucking take the whole shit over. That's really cool.
Yeah.
But fucking what was I about to say? Fucking yeah, you know the harpoon missions. They're like every single one of those is like that one boss fight from Resident Evil 4, if you even consider it a boss fight. The one on the lake.
You mean with the fish? Yeah.
Yeah, the big thing.
It's actually way better in the original.
Out of their book was a good option. When taking out enemies stealthy like, the animations are gruesome and perfect. It feels like Jin is literally taking his anger out on the Mongols and fully becoming dishonorable. The story does this poorly, but the combat depicts this amazingly. To add on to this, there's also taking multiple people out, up to 3 I believe. The animations for this are insane.
But
when
like
you
these
do
like
this,
look, I like the stealth in this game. I think it's pretty decent. I would recommend some specific changes if they do end up doing a second one. But like as far as like the as far as like the animations go, I don't know. I've seen way because like there's more gruesome stuff in like The Last of Us Part 2 than there is in this game.
Well, yeah. No, also Sekiro. Maybe not Sekiro.
Sekiro has some gruesome ones.
Yeah,
where
but
you're
I
like,
think this game's kind of on par with Sekiro in terms of the gruesome sword deaths. Because, like, sometimes you
just
can,
saying-
like, chop people's fucking heads off and shit.
it's not even that though, because Sekiro, if you like hit people in their heart, their like hearts will explode and like blood will spurt everywhere. Like,
I mean, like,
I'm
yeah,
just-
like The Last of Us or like Red Dead 2, like they got a lot of gruesome shit in those games. Like when you're fucking blowing people's fucking limbs off and shit.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't think this game is like, I don't think it's anywhere near the amount of I don't think the animations are anywhere near as like gruesome as like those are.
I still think they're pretty gruesome.
Yeah.
I still think they're pretty gruesome and pretty or not pretty, really satisfying in the combat. But yeah.
It just feels like you're so overpowered in a good way. I also like how they gated this using skill points. You must work towards this ability, giving an incentive to take down camps, do side missions, and so forth.
Wasn't he complaining about the camp?
I don't know.
JP?
What's up?
Wasn't he complaining about the camps?
Yeah.
And now he's saying he likes them?
Yeah, but to be fair, I watched it towards the end, so we gotta get to the actual basis part.
More into depth into stealth takedowns, you can also do it from heights, essentially Assassin's Creed but in Japan. But instead of a hidden blade, Jin does this using his katana, and it is so satisfying. If you by chance don't get alerted while being stealth, taking down a camp, you just feel accomplished.
Oh, the chain
Through the skills
assassination
menu,
is so
you also
fun.
have different tools at your disposal that you can unlock, such as wind chime for distraction, smoke bombs for evasion, sticky bombs, kunais to stun enemies, and the blow dart and bow to take out people from distance. This game has everything for you in stealth gameplay. You have every tool you need, which causes a sandbox type game. You can roleplay and do whatever you so please in the world. Transitioning back to your standard combat, you have different abilities as well. You can upgrade different stances against shield enemies, brutes, swordsmen, spearmen, and so forth. You can upgrade stuff to where you can parry unparryable strikes. You can upgrade your evade. You can upgrade fucking everything. But you do have to choose what you want to main. Do you want to be solely a stealth player? A slice and dice player? It's up to you. And speaking on stances, I love this system. It makes the player think and stay on their toes.
I don't know.
Even
I mean,
some
like,
stances have
you
no...
can spec into both pretty easily, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've never.
I think it all depends on how much open world content you do.
I guess. I think there's enough. I think if you do just some mild like open world content, you can basically get all the stuff pretty easily.
I don't know if it's that easy, but like, I don't know.
What I mean is like
too much
what I mean
of
is
a
like you're not.
grind.
What I'm saying is like you're not locked into a build.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
If you build like a
Well, he
stealth
thinks
build,
this.
you're
Yeah,
not
he
gonna,
thinks
like-
this game is a fucking open world RPG.
I'm just saying. I don't think it's like that. I think it's like for example, like in like an Assassin's Creed game, like in like the Origins game, like there's like points you can put into like different like abilities and stuff, but you're not like
Yeah.
automatically locked out if you want to do a more attack focused build out of stealth.
Mm-hmm.
You can do both. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just one's easier than the other.
no effect on certain enemies. For example, I think using the spear stance against shield enemies just doesn't work. And if I'm wrong, just please let me know. And going further into the
Dude,
story,
why does he keep doing this?
Please let me know if I'm wrong because I really
Dude, this guy's like
care about accuracy.
This guy's like
in my
white.
videos.
This guy's like white light, but it just doesn't put enough effort into his videos.
Wow, that's messed up. Wow, jeez.
I like white light though.
No, I like white light too, but fucking, I'm saying he doesn't put as much effort into as white light does into his videos.
True.
you unlock the ghost stance, as I have said earlier. This causes you to scare enemies and one slice take down Mongols. It's pretty sick and easy to fill if you take out enemies without being hit, a rewarding thing on higher difficulties. And one of the cooler things in the game is standoffs. This is when Jin calls out to usually the strongest enemy in the area.
Dude, when you upgrade the standoff fully and you can like take out like 4 people, I fucking love that shit.
Hold R2 until you see the enemy is about to attack, and then it's a one-hit takedown. And if you upgrade it further, I think you could do it up to 3 enemies in one go. Though not as fun as stealth to me, I do see the appeal to this. If you want to do a Soul Samurai playthrough, you are more than welcome to do so. The final thing to touch on in combat would be horseback combat. Now, this is the weakest part of combat. You only have like 2 animations of swinging your sword on each side. Thankfully, there's only a couple parts of the game where this is a necessity, so I'm going to not spend so much time on this. Regardless, just fight on foot and you'll have a good time. To summarize, the combat in this game is masterpiece in and of itself. It is the most satisfying thing ever, and you can clearly tell this was the priority number 1 of the game. It was the same.
Yeah, you can, and he was criticizing the game for incentivizing the player to do that with its mission design. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's so. But also, wait a minute. Wait, his attack button is R2. Oh, that's gross. That's gross.
Yeah.
That grosses me out. If someone had played that game like that, I will punch him in the face. I'm like, no. I honestly rather break your arms. I'm not playing like this.
That's elitism, bro.
That's not maybe the least. I'm sorry. This
And
type of
it
game
was
is like
what kept
square triangles.
kept me playing for hours. There were even times where I just didn't want to do the story, so instead I just dicked around and fought some enemies. Endless hours of enjoyment at your disposal.
Yes, that's a good thing. I'm sorry. I hate to say this, but if your criticism for the
Start
story
off with
is
the world.
bad, I'm sorry, I was gonna say, okay, if your criticism is gonna be, well, the story sucks because I'd rather be out in the open world doing whatever I want to do. That's really not a bad thing. If you're really engaged in the open world stuff and want to go do it, that doesn't mean the story sucks. That just means you want to do other side stuff. That's fine.
Yeah, like I mean, like he didn't. I don't think he said that, but like Ragnarok, God of War Ragnarok, for example, I fucking, what's it called? What the hell was that? Or like God of War Ragnarok, for example, like I was getting so lost in all the side content in that game, but I was still so engaged with the story.
Real, bro, because it keeps you fully immersed the whole time.
And also, and also the side content like adds to the depth of the characters.
Like when you go to Alfheim with Tyr, and there's the giant forgot what its name is, in the desert, and the story literally follows into you and Kratos, Kratos and Atreus going to save the animal. Like it's not a you don't get out of immersed from the story. Like Tyr comments about it throughout the entire mission and whatnot.
Yeah.
So like, so stuff like that.
It's absolutely beautiful. With the colorful flowers, amazing weather changes, awesome architecture, and the awesome traversal system, what is not to love here? By far the best thing is the traversal. Usually in games you have a mini-map somewhere on screen to help you navigate, or a compass of sorts. In this game, to minimize the UI to absolutely nothing, you have the wind to guide you, which was an excellent choice. You just slide up the touchpad and it will show you the direction you have set on.
Hey man, I like the wind shit, but the traversal is still boring as fuck. Yeah, JP, I said it.
What's they calling?
I said, yeah, I like the wind thing, but the traversal's still boring as fuck.
That's crazy.
Okay. I never said the traversal's that good. It goes. I thought
you said.
Someone commented asking if they should play God of War 2018 before Ragnarok. If you have PlayStation Plus, play 2018 and then play Ragnarok.
Or you can just buy PlayStation, or you can just buy the first God of War game for like $10 and just buy,
they've also never played a God of War game. If you're really that interested in your
play God of War 3 and then play God of War 4 and Ragnarok.
Yeah,
or you could just start from the beginning with God of War 1.
That's what I was saying. If you're really interested.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I mean, but like, I think you'll get those bits with Kratos' character in God of War 3. I mean, personally, I don't think the story is that good in God of War 1 or 2. It's not that
It's
interesting.
got some good stuff in there too.
I mean, it's not better than the new ones. That's for sure.
It shows about it shows about the origins of like Kratos.
Oh well, yeah. I'm not saying they're terrible stories. They're just compared to the
new ones.
I'm just saying, if you care about the transformation of Kratos' like character into being like almost a completely different character in the new games, then playing like the old games, even if the stories aren't that good or whatever.
Yeah. Even I suggest, as someone that's played every God of War game that exists, I personally would say nowadays getting into God of War, just play God of War 3 and so on. But if you're interested, play them all.
I think God of War 3 probably like.
God of War 3 has the best story of all the originals.
I think I like the. I don't know. Maybe the story, but I don't like the. I think some of like the. I think the combat's a bit a downgrade.
From
I'm
2?
gonna say this.
Because they limit the amount of weapons that you can use.
Oh my god. I'm gonna say this. The worst story is from God of War Betrayal.
I don't play that garbage crap.
That PSP shit.
I played God of War 1, 2, 3, and then maybe like there's one other God of War game I played. Was it Ascension? Yeah, I think it was Ascension.
I think Ascension was also, or no, Ascension was on the PS3, right?
Yeah, it was. It was a prequel.
Yes. I didn't play any of the other PSP games or any of those, so don't ask me about those.
I played both PSP games and the mobile side-scroller game.
Oh my
Are
god.
you like a masochist, bro?
Yeah.
That one, I played the I played the mobile side scroll. I'm like, why? What does that give you with? What does that give you with story, bro? Like, oh my god, bro. Like, dude, I remember that story. That like side scrolling, hitting slide. Oh my god, bro. Like, woo, man, woo. That got me emotional, bro.
All right.
In the map on your marker. It is something so minor that make a huge difference. You don't have to constantly look at the top of your screen to see where to go next. Pay attention to the wind and use the rest of your time to take in the surroundings. One of the cooler features that I've used most of the time in the game was the whistle flute thing. I don't know the Japanese term for it. Essentially, when you use it, it changes the weather.
Oh, dude, these missions were so good. The treasure hunt ones.
Oh yeah, I like it. Yeah.
It is such a minor feature, but say it's raining with thunder and you don't like the color palette that goes along with it. You want something more breathtaking. So no worries, just swipe left on the touchpad and the sun will come out, making the world beautiful again.
I wish they had more shit like this, more exploration shit like this, like with the treasure maps for upgrades or boss fights. Instead of fucking foxes and fucking other bullshit.
Features are the foxes and birds. A smoke that you can see in the distance. Finding a fox will result in the animal leading you to a shrine. The shrine will unlock a charm slot or progression towards an extra charm slot. These charms will give you certain buffs in regards to health, damage, healing, and so forth. These are game changers around the world, and most of the time you'll just bump into these creatures. This also goes for yellow birds. These birds will lead you to certain shrines and objects around.
This guy thinks these are good, but the story sucks.
I don't like because I'm an advocate for I think I like the main story content of this game. But I think a lot of the side content is some of it's good, but some of it's really like I could take it or leave it.
Well, yeah, I agree.
I think, and this is a problem I had with Infamous a little bit, and I think this is a problem I have with a lot of open world games. It's like, it feels like there's content that the developers like cared about and like wanted to integrate into the game. So like it's stuff that's like, it might have like some like, give you some extra context for like the main story or something. Or might improve your overall experience of the game. But I also think there's just some stuff that like the higher ups just say like we need more collectibles, we need more like side missions and stuff like that. It's just like it's just like stuff that's like I don't know, it's just like it's stuff nobody cares about.
Yeah, I don't know why they I mean like I get wanting to have more content in the world, yada yada yada, but like I don't think you should have the like these are the like why not link the upgrades to more interesting side content?
I think it's because
the only really bad side collectible thing I could say truly is like the fox thing. 'Cause another interesting about it. Follow a fox. Wow, how incredibly bland and boring. Same with the haikus. Like those stuff is interesting
I
the
mean,
first time you do it. Sure, but like
sometime, all right. There's like a couple Fox ones that have like kind of really. I guess like you have to figure out how to get to or like how to jump to a certain place, yada yada yada. Like there's like a couple like that, but not really many. Like I would have
well,
liked
yeah, but
more shit like that, like more like.
well, yeah, well, yeah, but here's the thing, though. That's where the shrines come. If you want actually engaging type of platform, that's where you do the shrines because those are like actually engaging. You get to do this really interesting parkour challenge, and you're like, and you're like, wow, that was like, wow, that was really cool. That's why I'm happy those are always around there. And I mean, at least importance. All side collectibles are pretty important. Like the bamboo strikes. I mean, the bamboo strikes are fun. They're the hot tubs because you just get to have more insight on Jin's psyche and character. So I always find those fun, even if they're really not anything that great gameplay wise. But even with the Fox's
You
Den,
get to see
even
Jin
that gives you
Sakai butt naked, jumping in the
you,
fucking.
and you get the best outfit in the game, basically undies for Ghost of Tsushima. It's like, God dang, bro, I see you took a page on the zombie. You did this repetitive thing. Here's Jin in his underwear. Thank you. I guess.
Sumo.
I think the problem I have with a lot of like side content in open world games is I feel like it doesn't come from a place of like this is the core gameplay. How can we make content that like surrounds and complements the main gameplay? It just seems like they pick like things at random. Like they have like a dartboard that they like pick like random like side content. Like they're like, oh, it's a Japanese game, like collect like scrolls or something. Like,
So do you like the pigeons in Spider-Man?
I think the pigeons in Spider-Man is a bit better because there's context for it within the game that's kind of meaningful. So it's like he's a character within the game and
Who?
like
Wait, the Howard?
Yeah, the Howard guy.
Well, I was saying like the pigeons engage with the gameplay, the swinging.
Yeah. I like that because you're swinging around the city and you're finding them, you're webbing them up, and then bringing it back to Howard. I'm just saying, this is a problem that a lot of open world games have, where they just like like. Have you ever like opened up like for instance, have you ever opened up like an Assassin's Creed map and then you have like 1,000 different icons popping up in your face, and then you're like, what the frick is this? Like, this is like insane. Like, that's why people.
I mean, okay, wait. So are you saying that all of Ghost of Tsushima stuff, side stuff that's not obviously side missions, because that's different? Like, was I saying like all the side collectibles don't really focus on the core of Ghost?
I think a lot of it's just like go around the world and like pick something off the ground, or like do like do something, I don't know, that doesn't engage with the main gameplay, because like
the bases count.
The bases are good because they use like, you can either do combat or you can either do stealth. But like I guess what I'm saying is, like, if you pulled like 10 different Ghost of Tsushima players, what are they gonna tell you? And you ask them what is their top favorite things in the game, they're not gonna say like the side content where I collected 100 of something. They're gonna say like I liked the story moments. I liked raiding like enemy camps. I liked maybe doing races or something. I don't know, something that like actually engages with like the main player base. Not like
races,
insane
like,
completion.
Were there races?
No, I said player base.
Oh my bad. Because you said races. I'm like, I don't remember races at Ghost of Tsushima. Maybe I don't know.
Could have been cool. Some samurai race trials. Fucking.
I'm just saying there could have been like you could have like gotten a rival that has like a horse and he's like, hey, let's race. And then, I don't know, you get like a bigger.
Surprised they didn't take that from GTA and put it in Red Dead.
I'm just saying I think there's side content that's like meaningful that people like. Like the GTA stuff is usually meaningful because there's like a character behind it that you might like see again, or like I don't know. I think if you poll players will tell you the stuff they remember, and most of the people will not.
Well, yeah, I
Most of the
agree.
people who play Spider-Man PS4 are not going to go, "Oh yeah, those Doc Ock pipe puzzles were my favorite." Like,
I mean, like,
oh my
Well,
god.
I mean, yeah.
it's funny though because the research stations that I actually like are the ones that engage with the gameplay, like the core gameplay, like swinging and combat. Or
That one where they get rid of you can't use your spider abilities for like a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That one's good because it kind of flips the script on you for a small bit of time.
Yeah, I also like the one where you have to race to line up all the satellite dishes in the middle of the lightning storm.
Yeah.
And the one with the helicopters and the cell towers, and the one where you turn invisible and have to take out all the drones. Like, I like those ones.
Yeah, I mean that's I think there's a term that a lot of people like to use. It's like, it's not about the amount of stuff, it's about the amount of meaningful stuff, right?
Yeah.
So like don't like I would say don't like necessarily appeal to like insane completionists who like want to collect like 1,000 feathers in like an Assassin's Creed game. Like,
that's fucking nuts.
What are like the things that people remember in Assassin's Creed? The assassin contracts, or like people like the assassin tombs, or things.
You know what I will say? I like the you know the sea shanties in Black Flag.
Yeah, I think those are good. Because
yeah, I think those are good.
You get like something new you can listen to while you're doing your ship combat.
Yeah, and it also engages. It also engages with the parkour.
Well, I mean, I was gonna say I think the viewpoints, at least in the old ones, would fit that category because it reveals more of the map, which would reveal more things that you may have to either unlock or meaningful side content. But also, it does, at least for some of the new, I guess, on the newer games, it unlocks fast travel points. So if you want to go somewhere specifically, you have to climb that viewpoint, and then back then, the biggest attractive attacking was the parkour. So therefore, I'm just like, yeah, that fits fine. Now I don't know what.
Well, I think
I don't know.
I think what you were saying earlier, like with open world games, it's like, I think if every open world game only had side content that actually engaged with the core mechanics of the gameplay, it would be a lot better. Whereas, like, again, with like Ghost of Tsushima again, like when you're chasing foxes, or you're jumping in a hot spring, like I don't really care about that shit. Like it's not really it's not engaging me with the gameplay, so it's just like, why, what do I care about this for?
I think developers are obviously being overworked to add all this extra content in games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they have like all this, like they want to add as much content and stuff. I think players would be receptive to maybe removing some of the bull crap, and then just like, I don't know, like why can't like Ghost of Tsushima have like confidant missions where like you have like a main character might have like one or two like really involved missions where like they have a problem and you have to like do a mini character arc with them. I think people would like that, right?
Yeah, like the Tombstone.
That's what the side missions are for, though. Yeah,
wait a second, JP, because some of the side missions are literally just fetch quests.
Yeah, some of them are. No, I'm talking about stuff like the Yuna one where you have to like, where it's like a tail or whatever. Like those stuff are actual character arcs, like Masako, Ishwaka, Norio.
Those aren't side missions.
Yes, they are. Like there are tales that are side missions. You don't have
Wait, those
to
are
do
side
them.
missions? I thought they were main. I mean, you do have to do them.
You have to do some of them, but not all of them.
Yeah, you don't have to. Oh yeah. You don't have to do all of them. But I'm saying like when you have to initially meet them at first.
Yeah, okay, no. No. Meeting them, yes, you're absolutely correct. I'm talking about like the journey that starts. Like I bet there are people who don't know about Tomoe, like Ishi, the bow students, the bow. The bow sensei's student, because it's objectively assignments. You don't have to do it. You can completely be like, nah, I'm good, thanks though. Like you can just still go through the main story. You don't have to do any of those interesting tales. And those guys that go through character arcs, yeah, you're right. No, some are just straight up like regular fetch quests. They're nothing that deep, but I would say others are interesting. I remember one side mission. There was no tail, but one girl, she helped the mongols with something, and when Jim went to go confront her, she she committed suicide. She just killed herself because she couldn't handle that. She couldn't handle that guilt anymore. I'm like, wow, that's like so. Even some regular side missions are like, wow, that was
I understand what you're
good.
saying, but when a player is engaging with that stuff, they have to, like most players, like what you just said is like most players would not have seen that, right?
Well,
So
yeah,
like
because it's a mission, but that's not an activity. Though missions and activities are different. Like signed missions, I bet more people would likely do because it's a mission that's not.
It's like the
They're like, well,
difference
the Ryan's
between
mission.
it's like the difference between a Spider-Man time trial, traversal time trial, and the Tombstone mission.
I know, but
Yeah, exactly.
what I'm trying to say is that like when you're making content, so like when people play open world games, they just assume most of the side shit doesn't matter, right? So like they see like so like they play the new Assassin's Creed game. There's like fucking 10,000 buttholes you have to collect,
Mm-hmm.
and they're like, okay, is there any indication that the game's actually going to reward me or give me something interesting after I collect?
Yeah, sometimes they do, but other times they don't.
Like when the player when the game doesn't like give you any expectation that any of these side missions will lead to interesting like reveals, like characters,
Yeah.
or any meaningful rewards, people just aren't going to interact with them.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I hear you, but here's the difference. So Ghost does tell you what's a actual side mission because it tells you the journal, the main tails and the side tails. It will literally tell you this is a side mission. You can choose to do it if you want. It's not like, oh, here's a side tip. Like that stuff shows up on your map, but it actually will tell you in your journal, letting you know, hey, this is an actual engaging side mission that you could do if you wanted to. You don't have to do it, but it's like if you want to do it, if you want to know more about Norio or Yuna and all that stuff, go ahead and do them. But if you don't want to, it is what it is.
I'm just saying, I think again, like I'm not even like criticizing those specific missions. I'm talking about there's tons of stuff in the game that aren't those. Like that if we just removed those and added a few more better missions, then I think like the overall mission quality of the game would go way up, and more people would be like
less people would just criticize the side content in general.
I'm not criticizing the good side content.
Yeah.
JP, like at all. I'm saying I wish there was more.
Wait, whoa, wait, hold on, wait. I'm sorry, I was muted. Wait, I didn't say you weren't. I was just saying that the game does let you know what is gonna be actual meaningful side missions. I didn't say you were saying, oh yeah, these side missions suck. They give you nothing. I didn't. I say I was saying the game does let you know right in front of your face, unless you're literally Dark Side Phil who ignores gaming stuff. Will be like, it doesn't tell me what's important side missions or not. It's like it's right here.
Yeah, I mean, I engage with games pretty decently. Like I engage with the content that I think I will see meaningful like stuff out of. So like when I play an Assassin's Creed game and I see like there's an armor locked behind like keys that I have to find in the open world, then I'm gonna actively seek out those keys because I know there's gonna be an active reward for when I find all of them. So what I'm saying is that like I would be interested if like it's like let's say there's a Ghost of Tsushima 2 or whatever, or like
which I hope there is,
or there's like the next Sucker Punch game. I would be interested if they just like sanded down some of the more useless side content and just focused on content that seems more robust and that more players will engage with.
I mean, listen, I don't know. I mean, at least for me, I would say how Ghost did it was overall solid. Are there some duds? Yeah, but I wouldn't say all of it was.
Well, he's saying like get rid of shit like foxes and the other little tedious shit, and actually take and take time away from making those things and put them into actually well designed missions.
Well, I guess for me, it also just learns more about the Japanese lore. Like, I guess that's why I'm like, I don't like it, but I don't hate it because it does make you be interested. Like, I wonder why they did it. So let me do a little research on it because some people are like that. I mean, I know I'm not like that. That's because I'm lazy though. I see someone else wanting to do research on it because it's like, why are you doing it? Because Ghost introduced me to that. Like, I'm not saying that like that's a reason to defend it. I'm sorry.
I know, but you can so like it like what you said, like I want to learn more about Japanese culture. Why can't you mix that into like actual meaningful missions? So like let's say a confidant says, "Hey, I'm really interested in like collecting like Japanese dolls." And then they task you to like raid a few different camps for different dolls and stuff. And you learn that they really enjoy collecting dolls, and you get like little like codex pages for like all the different dolls that like reveal like different parts of like Japanese history. And then you learn like a hobby of like one of your confidants, and you grow closer to them, and they might let you do further missions for them. I'm just saying, I think you can keep the stuff that's already in Ghost of Tsushima, that content, but make it more robust and make the missions to getting that content more interesting.
But his thing though, what you just said, I don't think Ghost. Like what you just said, it does.
Someone in my chat said this guy sounds like Gideon.
What?
Wait, who does?
Wait, which one sounds like Gideon? Little Gideon from Gravity Falls.
Little Gideon.
You talking about me?
I think he might be.
I don't even hear Little Gideon. What?
I think I can kind of hear it a little bit.
Whittle me.
Whittle me.
If he's talking about me, I'm gonna tell him like I'm black. That's kind of racist, but all right.
Bro, Gideon's white. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, no, it's racist. It's racist because he assumes that I sound white. I'm like, that's racist, bro. Like I'm very much
Shut the fuck up, JP.
You know.
I can guarantee you this. I can guarantee you this, JP.
No, you're not allowed.
Nobody thinks you're white. Nobody thinks you sound white.
That is true. Apparently, according to Liam, I sound like an incompetent monkey or something like that. I'm like, understandable.
Don't say that on
Liam's
YouTube.
words.
JP, you're not
mine.
JP, you're not allowed to say the N word. I forbid you.
Why? Come on, dog.
Cause I'm.
I was gonna make a joke, but I was like, no, don't say that. It's gonna get Colin in trouble. No, don't say that.
Who's gonna stop me? Who's gonna stop me?
Wait a minute, but what about Witness? Can Witness say it? Because he's black too. What about Witness? Can he say it?
Nah, he can't say it. He eats beans on toast.
Bro, one time, bro.
Say bottle of water.
Bottle of water. Hey, bro, pass me the water bottle.
Give me a beans and toast, bro.
But yeah, but no.
You sound like one of those operators in Watch Dogs 3.
Oh my god,
dude, that's gotta be his favorite. That's definitely your favorite Watch Dogs, isn't it, Jaden?
Yeah, obviously his favorite Assassin's Creed is Syndicate. Obviously, what's this greenie? Assassin's
Creed? Dude, most of the Assassin's Creed games are fucking based in British language.
Let's
get the rooks together and fight the old blighters.
Hold on, though. Chat, bro. I swear, bro. Not a single day has gone by, bro. Bro hasn't said, say bottle of water once to me, bro.
Alright, chill out, bro.
Bro. Don't expose that racist on stream, bro. Come on, dog. Chill.
Yo, so wait, JP, someone in my chat said first time he was in stream and I heard him, I thought he was white.
Why? I don't even sound white, bro. What, let's be real.
Nah, you sound like Edward Kenway.
That's full.
You sound like Edward Kenway, bro. Nah, I cannot. Bro, I can't right now. You sound like Edward Kenway, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, yo, what's your shit? Hang on, cause I got on YouTube now. See what they're saying about it. They probably talking crap, being like, "Yeah, look at this fat black." Nah, yeah. First time I was in the stream and heard him, thought he was white. Okay, Spider-Man. All right, Spider-Man fan 616. Are you talking about me or Witness?
Yeah, I'm a little bit. Let's clear the wind here real quick.
Clear the wind.
I'm like, I'm a little bit confused. I'm like, I usually think I sound pretty black. Like, I sound like I could say.
What does it even?
Say if I can't.
What does it even mean to sound black?
I don't know. Bro. Just
okay, hang on. Hang on. Wait, I got you. Hang on. Yo, what up, cuz? Man, for the streets, my boy. Maybe quit playing with me, boy. Man, from the blood to the crisp, bro. We be getting out here getting that paper.
I mean, yeah, I mean, sure, but like that's just like hood talk, like.
That's real, bro. Like, do you want me?
Yeah, but what's the talk associated with Colin? Who do people think about when you hear hood talk?
Yeah, no, bro. That's
I guess, bro, but like.
Do you want me to come up to you and be like, yo, what up?
What up, guy?
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I really would like to hear you talk ghetto because it's so funny British people do it because they still sound too proper. It's like hearing Mary Poppins say, "Hey, yo, pull up, G." It's like, nah, I can't. It's like I hear Mary Poppins. It's like I can't do it. My brain just be like, oh, you're so British.
I can't take a British person talking shit seriously. It's too funny.
That's the reason. That's the reason I laughed when this was bad at Paragon. He would just say, "Hey, yo, fuck that little bitch, man. Fuck that bitch." I'm laughing because it's so weird to hear such a polite, sophisticated accent say the most ghetto as shit. It's like, damn, okay, that's funny to me. I'm sorry.
All right, hold on though. All right, Spider-Man fan, is it me? You thought was
dude? You have like the shittiest webcam in the fucking world.
Who?
You. This shit's at like 240p.
That's mad, bro. You talking about?
Okay, wait. Okay. Hang on. Okay, so
dude, why are you playing that shitty ass game in the background?
Okay, so Spider-Man fan, I'm JP.
Yeah,
that's me.
Mid game.
My camera's collapsed, bro. Yo, that shit is cooked.
You fucking jiggly bop. What do they say in the UK? The jiggly bop.
What? What are you trying to say, Colin?
I don't know what the it's like jiggle or something.
You may be talking about hornswoggled.
Hornswoggled?
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean? That sounds like some Harry Potter shit.
It's definitely some Harry Potter shit. That's real.
Harry Potter.
Okay, then JP, bro. How do I sound white, bro? Excuse me, bro. How do I sound white, bro? I beg your pardon.
Hey guys, is Spider-Man PS4 better than Miles Morales? Yes. I'm from Iran. Word.
Hey, I'll do you one better. Show stream this, bro. I'm gonna become the meme.
Dude, the teeth are fucking crazy. Oh shit. You look like you literally look like a Five Nights at Freddy's character. Like,
that's crazy.
You look like Bonnie. You look like Bonnie on the security camera. You're like Freddy when he lights up in the dark at 12.
Seems like that's hit 6 p.m. Like it goes from 5 to 6. And then all you hear from Freddy is, "I'll see you next time I get a bottle of water." That's my canon though, that Freddy is like the only British one.
Nah, I think Freddy's probably black.
You think so?
Yeah, I think Bonnie's probably Asian, and Foxy's definitely white. Foxy's definitely a redneck.
Is Chica like Mexican?
Yeah, Chica's. You said she's Mexican because of the name for sure. She's the Los Polos. She's the Los Pollos Hermanos mascot.
Dang. So are we gonna watch like the other parts of the video, or it's just like
what's he got? Side quest conclusion.
I want to hear what he says about side quests. I'm actually kind of interested in what he says about that.
Someone said, "I don't know, JP, you don't sound like a hoodlum." Dude, that's so racist. Like, what the fuck?
I know it's fun to that. I mean, Colin, let me say it, bro. Let me say it. Come on.
Nah, bro.
Listen, bro.
Why?
I can sound like Uncle Ruckus if you need me to.
Just look at him. Like a
sounds so
moth,
racist,
like
though.
a
You don't
moth
sound
to
like
a,
hoodlum.
like a moth to a flame.
Whole black.
How
Whole
ty-
black.
how
Got it.
typical.
You want me to say slurs on stream, Colin? I'm not trying to get you banned, bro.
Don't say
Can
no
I say
fucking.
slurs on stream? I think if you have to ask that question, you've already answered it.
Cold black. Cold black.
Did you know that toy animatronics don't have souls? Nah, really?
Did you know that the FNAF lore is like dog shit, bro? Though no one fucking cares.
Did you know that?
Oh, you're right. FNAF lore is so shit that like the map pad has like over 50 videos on it.
Yeah, FNAF lore is like cheeks, bro. I'm sorry, bro. That after the second game, bro, the FNAF's been ass, bro.
Have you played any of the FNAF
Nah,
games,
bro. The FNAF 2 was better than the first one. Oh God.
I know. That's why I said after FNAF 2.
Oh, I thought you said after. I thought you said.
Have you guys
FNAF
paid
2.
attention to like FNAF community at all? Everybody in FNAF community hates FNAF 2.
Really?
Yeah, I have noticed that, bro. FNAF.
I think the levels. I think the levels better.
Yeah,
They don't like it because like they basically say like it's like once you play it like more than once, like the pattern's like really easy and it's just like.
Well, bro, all
you have to do is like put on your
FNAF,
Freddy
bro,
mask.
all you have to do is check the music.
I'd say. I think the what's it called? I think the characters are like the because there's more characters and shit. I think it's like a bit scarier and how like what's the one little thing? I think it's the jigsaw. I think it's the little bootleg jigsaw that be coming in the room.
You mean the puppet?
Yeah, the puppet.
Yeah. I think the story of 2 is a lot better than 1. I mean,
Yeah, story
whatever
of 2 is
but-
better.
Wait, I don't even, dude. I gotta be honest. I don't fucking never followed a Five Nights at Freddy's story.
When I mean
Well,
story,
the
I mean
stories
like
are
the
all cheats,
8-bit
bro.
mini games. That's what I'm talking
The stories
about.
on
like
FNAF are
mini
all
games.
cheats.
Oh, where they show like the really dark shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I mean by story.
Yo, what's that one Five Nights at Freddy's song? What's that shit?
Survive the night. No, I know that's a fucking Minecraft song. Survive the night.
What the fuck is it?
It's a living tombstone. Yeah.
Is it this?
Yo, this shit is cheeks,
Oh, man,
bro.
Five Nights at
This shit
Freddy's.
is ass, bro.
Dude, the shot. Oh my god, what the fuck?
You know the living tombstone still makes Five Nights at Freddy's
Hold on.
videos.
Hold up. I never thought that children dying and getting stuffed into animatronic suits would be a big part of my childhood.
Have you guys rewatched like the first Five Nights at Freddy's theories video when he like when he compares the events of Five Nights at Freddy's to like an actual serial killer murderer?
Huh?
Yes, bro.
FNAF lore explained in 10 minutes.
That was before any of like this shit came out from like
No,
Scott
FNAF
Cawthon.
lore is cheeks, bro. The whole what happens chronologically is fucked, bro. Like all of.
I think. Wait, what's the? Is it the third game that introduces Springtrap?
Yes, bro. Yes. Bro.
It's no, they introduced Springtrap in the. Isn't it? Is Springtrap not? Doesn't he get killed?
What's the one with like the abandoned amusement park?
That is the third one, bro. That's where it main Springtrap. Technically, he's introduced in lore in the second game.
Well, I know the one that just came out, the
That's
security
what I'm
breach.
saying.
The security breach one looked like it was fucking ass.
It is ass.
Depending on who you ask, it's either an ass game or people are like, look at Roxy and then be like, we can. Fix
I think Five Nights at Freddy's 4 is probably the scariest one.
4 was scary. 4 was crazy, bro.
You know, like I think Scott was gonna end it at 4, but then like
Yeah.
I think because I think he had an ending specifically planned after 4, but then like, because like that whole music box thing technically hasn't even been opened yet. I think he said like the thing in the box kept changing.
I think I was actually kind of excited for the Five Nights at Freddy's movie until I found out it was PG-13.
It could still have some good stuff in it.
I mean, sure, but I don't think it's
I'm just
something I'm gonna
saying,
be.
like,
I would have probably went to the theaters to see it if it was rated R.
I'm
But
just saying,
now
like
I'm just gonna wait.
that one movie with like the android robot person. What was it, like Amy?
I don't know. Did you see
That's-
the
that's
bootleg
rated
version? The bootleg version with Nick Cage.
Nah, that's good.
This shit's so
Wait,
funny.
Chad. Yo, Chad, do you think Colin could play Kratos?
Yeah.
You think Colin-
I'm a god, boy, from a land far from me.
No, I'll be real with you. I think Colin could play a really good Peter Parker. You know, he got the lip bite. He got the, pretty girls be rejecting him when he wears the Spider-Man mask.
Oh,
He
it's
take
called
it off,
Willy.
he's
It's
like-
called Willy's Wonderland. Dude, this movie's
I was like,
fuck.
God, that was so funny.
This movie's fucking hilarious.
Willy's Wonder-
Just look at this screenshot.
Willy's Wonderland is actually
bootleg for now.
Look at
Willy's
this
Wonder-
shit.
No, you got to show the scene where like the animatronics are actively trying to kill someone and he's playing pinball.
Wait, when does Spider-Man Lotus come out? It comes out tomorrow, right? Or are they gonna drop it at 12?
No, because it's tomorrow, bro. I don't know what time it's tomorrow.
If they drop it at 12, let's do what?
I'm gonna stream it either way. I'm gonna stream it. Wait, hold on. Wait, who? I'm assuming the dude would probably post it on Twitter.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
It is there
When
with
does? This shit's probably gonna get so many fucking views.
Probably gonna be a lot of channels going like, don't forget what Gavin did.
I'm gonna give an honest Collins World review.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Why not?
It's gonna be fair, bro. Watch you be like actually not that bad. If people think you support what Gavin said, it's like I didn't say that, bro.
No, I'm gonna open the look at the Green Goblin. Oh my god! Look at this shit. What the fuck? Dude, how can you make Green Goblin look good in live action without CGI? Like, how do you keep him classic, except for like, and not make him how the Raimi movies made him, with the fucking with the
Power
mask.
Ranger ass looking suit.
Yeah, with the mask that doesn't. He literally does have a Power Ranger suit.
I think you can. It just takes a lot of because the Green Goblin costume is kind of uncanny looking and.
So they did have a comic accurate Green Goblin suit.
They could make him look like the Skrulls.
Yeah, they just looked goofy, bro. Well, you should look it up, bro. They had a suit where he turned into it.
It's just always...
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Yeah, see, I told you. Look.
It would honestly look good if the eyes weren't fucking yellow.
If you know what Aunt May said though? Those eyes, those horrible yellow eyes. It's like, Aunt May, what we told about smacking on the Benjamin? I told you to stop smoking that shit.
I can't unsee this now after you said it's a Power Ranger suit. God damn, JP.
That shit is
what
cool,
I do.
Bro.
Don't be fucking bumping Big Time Rush in your fucking car while I'm streaming.
Why? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? What will happen? What will actually?
That's what's gonna happen, JP. That's what's gonna happen.
Would you copyright strikes? Even?
Yeah, it's gonna
What
copyright.
happened, Colin?
It would copyright me.
God damn it! You're fucking lucky. I'll turn it down. I'm not driving without music, but I'll at least turn it down. And shit.
Bro, just mute yourself, bro.
Man, you know what, man? Like, listen, I want to stay because, like, I want to get to the freaking side quest part.
I feel like it ain't possible. Yeah, that's why. You know what? That's why animation is better for Spider-Man, and it always will be. Cause look, bro, 90s animated series, Green Goblin. See, like this design is amazing. This design's amazing. I love this.
Don't tell Paragon that.
It just doesn't look as dorky. I mean, it still looks dorky, but it doesn't
and then
look
in
as
live
dorky.
action, he looks cooked, bro. Like,
I mean, it looks better. It looks better than this. It looks better than this shit.
It does, but he looks cooked still. Like
He's supposed to look cooked. He's fucking Green Goblin. I like how Hobgoblin is literally just is pretty much just a reskinned.
That's real.
His face looks a little different though. Honestly, I think Hobgoblin looks a little bit better.
Okay, so wait. So before I go, are we done with the ghost stuff?
Well,
Just
Bolt
double check
Bolt wanted to see the side quest section, so let's just finish that.
Okay.
When it comes to side quests, there are a lot in the
Alright,
world,
bro.
and I mean a lot. Enough to have you playing for 20 plus hours after the game ends or during your story run. You can encounter these while you're doing your travels, but also there will be some markers. For example, side quests that help out the warrior monk, Lady Masako, the sensei, and so forth. These are your longer tales that progress like a storyline. Others, for instance, like talking to the musicians across the island, span only a handful of objectives through.
JP, if you're gonna talk, just unmute yourself.
Okay.
Because your fucking background noise is annoying.
One mission. These were my favorites, not only because they were quick and fun, but also because you gain abilities that go along with it. And I'll give a few mission examples. One of my favorites was getting the Fireblade ability. To complete this objective, you meet with the musician, climb a cold mountain, and in order to climb this mountain without dying, you need to sit around campfires to warm up.
This was great. This was actually great. I loved this mission.
Yeah, there's good side content in the game. I just wonder if he's gonna be critical about the other side content.
Well, he's probably gonna talk about the fetch quests.
And finally make it to the top, you will battle a samurai who then teaches you the special ability. Now,
yeah, this was amazing. This was honestly probably the best side content. This is probably the best side mission in the game, to be honest.
That's because it engages all the gameplay mechanics too.
Well, not only that, but it introduces a new gameplay mechanic, like the snow shit. That doesn't. I'm pretty sure you actually unlock this side mission after you beat the game.
You might be right.
Because the weather is never really a factor on you in this game.
No, you can no, you can do that mission before you beat the game.
Well, I think maybe I'm thinking because like when you beat the game, it spawns you right next to this mission, or it's towards the end of the game.
Why. Like, yeah, I think that's like because I was looking at where the mission was because it would tell me what special journey I have left, and I was like, "Where's that at?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's here." And then it popped up on my map, so I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah." So
hold on, wait. Before you beat someone said there's a Marvel Spider-Man Green Goblin. Hold up.
No, dude. I mean, we like see the mask and we see the helmet. I mean, we see the mask and we see the goblin bones and the glider, but I think
it might be a fan-made model.
Are you talking about from the game or the TV show? Because this shit looks. What the fuck is this? Wait, no, this is Jackal. This is Jackal.
He's talking about that one right there. With
This
the
one?
Armor.
Ew! What the fuck?
That one. Go a little further down. That one. Yeah.
Dude, why does Green Goblin look like a fucking transformer right here? This literally looks like Transformers Prime if it had cel-shaded art style.
That's crazy.
Beast Wars, guys. That's my favorite one.
Alright.
Is unblockable, which is why I love the mission so much. Not only was it fun and different, you get something out of it. Another mission like this is learning the way of the Heavenly Strike. You investigate different areas, talk to certain NPCs, and then meet with this dude at some cool battle arena of sorts. And after fighting,
all of these were great. All of these were great. All of these open world boss fights were great.
Thanks.
But there's not like that's not all of it though. So he's just talking about like the few. He's talking about the handful of ones that are like really good.
Well, I mean, like I think all of the open world mini bosses are all pretty fun. I don't think any of them are really bad. But I don't think this is just part of it. Those are just kind of side activities, whereas this is an actual mission.
Once again, this ability is unblockable. Doing these missions on higher difficulties is almost a must because of the shit you gain out of it. Love how they made this entirely optional. It adds to the exploration.
Like, look at the environment you're fighting in right now. This shit is so cool.
Actually do side missions. There are some side missions that you can just encounter doing God knows what. I was on the way to one of Lady Masako's missions and saw this bandit that killed all of his other bandit
this one kind of sucks. This is one of the fetch quest missions. It's where you
It is. Yeah.
You follow these bandits, and then you get to some painter guy, and then you have to go get something, and you come back. It's like, yeah, this one's really stupid.
It's because they took out his entire family. And after finding this out, you help him clear out an entire base. And after taking down the leader, he ends up dying from his wounds, and you bury him. The mission wasn't full of narrative, but it didn't have to. You still feel sorry for the dude. He knew he chose the wrong life because of the consequences that occurred. He wanted to right his wrongs and avenge his family. Helping him with that felt like helping him forgive himself. It was touching in its own way. Going into the main side quests, these were okay narratively, I guess. The big upside is that you don't have to infiltrate bases as much. For example, I completed the Masako missions, and keep in mind you can do these in any order. In one mission, you find a dead family and follow some tracks to see who had done it, and Masako takes him out. Next, you take out a base, and Masako tells you that one of her workers was talking to some straw hats. You hide in some tall grass, take out the straw hats, talk to the girl who was about to sell Masako's belongings, and later find out that this woman was having an affair with Lady Masako, and that they both love each other. Because of this, Masako lets her go. And next, you tail some more enemies, find their base, and take them all out.
I don't even
And after
remember that.
taking them out, you find a wife of someone Masako knows. The two decide to interrogate her, I guess. The next mission is pretty much finding out what this woman knows, and she gets killed, and we find the tracker who did it, and he states that he never meant to kill the woman. He then dies from his wounds because the Mongols had fought him. He was trying to help her escape.
I like these ones with Masako where they you're like going through the different graveyards and fighting a bunch of people. I like those ones.
I liked Lazy Masako's missions in general over the rest.
Who gets mad, and it's cringe because she didn't want him to die. The killer ends up being the assassin's brother who murdered Masako's family, and we find out his location, and Masako just kills him suddenly out of nowhere. We don't even get to see it. So this is just one of many instances, but do you see what I'm talking about here? Like, sure, there were some interesting parts mixed in, like finding out Masako had an affair, the lady that we interrogated died because she was too scared, but the dude wanted to just free her and accidentally killed her. But like everything else was not interesting. And when things do get interesting, they do the bare minimum at the very end. Like we only heard about 2 full sentences from the killer that took out Masako's family. That's it. Why did he do what he did? What drove him? What caused him to hate Masako so much? You don't find any of this out. And if there is dialogue stating it, it was very little, to the point where I can't even remember it. With the other mission of tailing people and finding out everything, there is stuff revealed there about why they did what they did, but they did very little with the actual main culprit. I'm not saying every side mission's like this. If I went through every single one of this in this video, it would take forever, but the majority of the main side quests are mostly underwhelming, and I only did them to get more skill points. By far the most entertaining side quests were the ones that didn't take themselves too seriously, and only took one mission to accomplish in its narrative. The side missions aren't bad by any means, some are better than others. I just wish most of them did more. I think I enjoyed the musician side quest more than anything else.
You didn't even talk about most of them. What the fuck?
I felt like he was way more generous on the side content than...
He didn't even talk about half of it.
He was just like, it's okay. I mean, it's a game. It's a pudding. It's like, what? Okay, you had like.
He talked about like 4 different side missions. I don't like what the. He didn't talk about the bow guy. He didn't talk about fucking what the hell's the other dude's name? The shit with Kenji. He didn't talk about the one with the. I mean.
Norio.
Yeah, and then like he didn't even talk about the other fetch quests. There's like fucking 6 of them or some shit, I think.
6 or 5, I don't remember. Yay. Never mind, bro. Shit's stupid.
Yeah, bruh. Video is a whole lot of bullshit, man. Video is a whole lot of bullshit.
Think he's gonna do a response video to us? I doubt it.
Bro, why is my camera cooked, bro? What is wrong with it?
Because you're higher than a kite. But yeah, I'm gonna go, and I just want to make sure, because I'm gonna go and talk to my other homies. So everyone who's in the chat, y'all have a great night, and for people here, Bolt, stay. I don't know. I'm sorry. I know I'm a joke for you. But Witness, keep staying sexy, you UK black man, and Colin, keep staying TikTok fuckboy energy. All right. Y'all have a good night.
All right, bro.
Wow. Maybe the camera maybe the camera's having trouble focusing because it can't recognize the face.
I think it can be
That joke just flew over your fucking head, apparently.
Wow, that's crazy. You know, cameras do have trouble picking up darkness, so.
You should get my camera. It adds brightness when it's too dark.
What do you got?
I don't fucking know.
How was supposed to get you?
It's called the HD 1080p Neat Ink webcam.
I have a Razer Keo, so I don't know why it's shit.
I've got a 10. My shit's like 1080p.
So is mine. I'm so confused.
Ask it if it can recognize British people.
I think it's like trying to tell you you're just the bootleg John Boyega.
I really am.
It's like scanned you, and it's like, sorry, we can't stream John Boyega anymore.
Oi, chat,
This is
believe it or not,
plagiarism.
bro. Oi,
Yeah.
chat, believe it or not, bro, I'm gonna be Kratos.
Be Kratos.
How's that gonna work?
They cover me in ash, bro, and I grow a beard.
You're gonna look like the Joker in the Dark Knight.
If you're Kratos, I'm gonna make all the enemies just throw a bottle of waters at you.
Oh, that's crazy. Listen, bro, a beard, bro, and shave my head off, bro, and cover me in ash, bro. I'm Kratos.
You should do
Dude,
that.
just get a bald cap and paint yourself. Do whiteface.
First, you have to.
I'm already
first you
built
have-
like Kratos, chat. Like I'm set, bro.
Yo,
First you have to
how
kill
come
the
they haven't?
original
Yo, how
actor
come they haven't?
for
How come they haven't canceled? How come they haven't canceled Kratos? He's doing whiteface.
True.
Not on purpose.
He was. That was
Good luck.
that
Yeah,
was
bro,
the
listen.
ultimate punishment. Yeah, you're white now. They stripped away Kratos' N-word pass.
I know, that's crazy. There are consequences to saying the N-word.
How do you know? How do you know?
I mean,
Boy,
see, I told you, I'm Kratos.
he looks like a young Christopher Judge. Don't do that. Don't gas him up,
Gas me up. Bro, I'm already built like Kratos.
bro. You were not built like Kratos in the slightest. You're built like fucking. I don't even know.
Exactly. I'm built like Kratos, chat. Believe it or not.
Dude, Kratos' fucking head is bigger than your body.
That's crazy.
Kratos has more eyebrow muscles than you do in your entire body. His dick has more muscles than you.
Chill, bro. Chill, bro.
His potency is higher.
Wait, chat. I'm not about to take my shirt off, but trust me, I'm built like Kratos.
Don't nobody in this call want to see you with your shirt off, bro. Go do that with your gay best friend group.
What? What gay best friend group?
You're the gay best friend.
No.
Go associate with your other gay best friends. I'll share stories about how you almost tapped.
You almost snuck in the sleepover.
Almost? Yeah, alright.
Hey man.
Look, I don't make the rules. I just report.
Well, shut the fuck up, man.
Just being real.
Trust me, chat, bro. I can already do like a.
Now that's crazy because Spectacular is the best Spider-Man show next to 90s. Facts 90s better.
So was that video the only thing you wanted to do tonight?
Shit. I mean, what the fuck else we got going on? What's going on in the tube? The red tube.
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
Just play more games. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'll just go through the Five Nights at Freddy's
To
lore.
put the argument.
But shit is
Yeah.
horrible, bro. That lore is all terrible.
2024 video game predictions. I'm just waiting for that one video from some random guy shitting on Baldur's Gate 3. I'm gonna spam it with
Wait.
likes.
I'm gonna DM you, bro. Look this up for me, bro. Honestly.
Baldur's Gate 3 has been smashing records like all day, every day.
That shit is
I'm finna be smashing the Baldur's Gate 3's
It's-
creators, mothers.
every 3 or 4 days, like the player cap just keeps increasing.
Who the hell
Like,
is Nat King Cole?
Look him up, bro. Just look
Nat
him up.
King Cole?
Is it the fucking Christmas song?
Just look him up.
He's a musician.
Yeah, he's a musician.
Is this some British shit?
I don't think so.
I think people are posting like a video in the general that's like Across the Fireverse is an overrated mess.
Someone in my chat said, I genuinely can't wrap my head around how SK says PS4, Spectacular, and No Way Home are all bad stories, then turn around and say Ultimate Spider-Man was better.
True.
Man, just look him up on Google and just do images.
Alright. Nat King. He's a
Natty.
singer. Oh shit.
Natty.
It does look like you. This is your dad.
It's his evil twin.
This man and John. You were birthed by this man and John Boyega.
I know. Shit is crazy.
They came up with the first male-on-male pregnancy.
Is this like a Highlander situation where if you kill John Boyega, you gain like his powers?
Let's watch the darkest Powerpuff Girls episode, man.
I was watching that earlier. It's still one of my tabs right
now. We could watch this video because I think it's really good. I haven't watched it in a while, but it's
Who made it?
The future of web swinging.
I wasn't expecting much from Insomniac's
I wrote an
new
article about the
game.
web swinging in PS4. It wasn't very good.
You said you wrote an article?
Yeah.
For like yourself?
No, for like a website.
Oh.
I can send you the link to it. It's, fuck. Because I wrote for CBR for like a few months.
So that's where those shitty articles were coming from.
No.
That's what they're cap, bro.
No, I wrote for them for like a month or two because I was like, dude, I can make some easy cash from this.
Mm-hmm.
But then I wrote an article that got picked up by a YouTuber, and all of his YouTubers he made a video making fun of it, and I was like,
wait, what was the video? what was the video?
It was I think the article I made for CBR, it was like the top 10 like Dragon Ball Z something, or like Dragon Ball Z fights for like Dragon Ball Z characters.
I don't fucking care about Dragon Ball Z. I thought it was relating to the web swinging shit.
Ass, bro.
But then he was like, dude, this is the worst article I've ever read, and I was like,
why does Colin look like he's in a college dorm room? It's because I live in a 10 by 10 foot square box.
damn, bro. Excuses.
You want to see my fucking room? It's literally this big.
Yeah, Dragon Ball's fucking cheeks, bro. Like, I don't blame them. Most of the characters in Dragon Ball, like, are ass too, bro. Like, the amount of plot holes in that show, just in manga in general, is fucking nuts, bro.
People still like it though, so I know. Whatever.
People do still like it, and they can like what they like, bro. But it doesn't change the fact that everyone in that universe gets like one tapped by Kratos.
Goku would beat Kratos.
That is 100%. Not true. Goku
that is absolutely true.
Goku
not
gets speed blitz.
It doesn't matter if What do you mean speed blitz? Do you know how fast Goku can move in like the later parts of the manga?
Goku gets speed blitzed instantly. He's dead.
No, but he can fly. Kratos can't.
But Goku can't say boy like Kratos.
He can't. Kratos can't fly.
Kratos can also change his size. Like what, bro?
Goku can fly at the speed of sound.
And Kratos is massively faster than light.
Isn't he? Doesn't
No,
Kratos?
Kratos also destroys things that exist outside the fabric.
Doesn't
of space.
Kratos have infinite speed?
Are you literally just like brain dead?
Not
Like
at all.
I'm 100% brain dead if you think Kratos can beat Goku.
Kratos one taps.
Let's
every
see where fucking what's his actual name? Goku.
Goku's literally the character that they always match up with.
Goku.
Superman.
Which name?
Which one is it? Which one is it?
Strongest durability feat.
Is it the one from the which one is it?
The most powerful version of Goku is from Dragon Ball Super.
What the fuck does that mean?
That's
Dragon Ball
that's him.
GX, bro.
That's
Is it the anime or the manga?
The anime.
Oh, okay.
What's Goku's strongest durability?
All right, let's see. He's
What do you mean durability?
He's low multiverse level.
His strongest durability.
Massively faster than light.
Are you looking up like a power wiki or something?
Yeah. Durability is low multiverse level. Let's see what
Kratos is nowhere near.
I think Kratos
the level
is.
of
I think
Goku.
Kratos is like outerversal. I'm pretty sure.
Yes, Kratos is outer. He destroys the concepts and like things that.
Look at this picture of Kratos.
Kratos exists outside has destroyed things that exist outside the concept of space.
Dude, like, nah, I'm bro.
Outer feet.
Bro, new Kratos looks so much better than old Kratos. I don't give a fuck. Dude, he looks so much better.
Kratos flipped the 9 realms and has destroyed things that exist outside the concept of space and time. That is outer.
No. We're talking about like we're talking about normal combat, not very specific situations.
I am talking about normal. I'm talking about normal Kratos.
In gameplay, Kratos can't just flip the 9 realms randomly with like.
Well, Kratos. No, someone in my chat said let's. I'm pretty sure in the game it says that thing like what Kratos does is the equivalent weight of flipping the 9 realms.
It is. Mimir talks about it. Because Kratos is like, I'm going to flip the temple, and Mimir says,
yeah, his strength. All right, yeah, his strength is immeasurable.
Exactly.
His his AP and his striking strength is low multiverse level. His speed is infinite.
Goku's way faster than Kratos.
No,
yeah, he is.
Maybe in terms of travel speed.
And fun fact, since you said we can't do that in normal gameplay.
I don't fucking know shit about Goku, bro.
The Yggdrasil tree, right?
Goku has a...
Hold on, let me finish. The Yggdrasil tree transcends the concept of space, time, and existence, and you can damage the Yggdrasil tree in normal gameplay.
Goku...
A feat that is outer, you are damaging something that infinitely transcends space, time, and existence.
Goku can dodge.
One taps Goku, and everyone
Goku can dodge. Goku's most powerful transformation, which is Ultra Instinct, allows him to dodge anything.
That is not true because he gets hit by Jiren in Ultra Instinct.
That's when he's learning Ultra Instinct. If you watch the anime,
should allow him to dodge anything verbatim what you just said.
No,
all right, but wait.
He mastered it.
But like
he mastered it at the end when he was fighting
Jiren. And still lost.
Wait.
He
All right, stop. I don't even fucking know what the hell you guys are talking about, but whatever. Fucking what I was gonna say is, what you just said, like he can't get hit, yada yada yada. But that's just people in his universe.
Exactly. Kratos is massively faster than everyone in the universe.
Well, Kratos has infinite speed.
He doesn't have infinite speed. I
He
don't
does.
know what that means.
Yes, he does. He dodges. I got you.
Speed.
He dodges the light of Helios, which lights up the infinite underworld instantaneously. That is infinite speed, faster than everyone in Dragon Ball. No one has dodged anything instantaneously that happens instantaneously in Dragon Ball.
Show me that feat.
Show you that feat.
It says infinite with the dawn of light, the light of dawn, which also serves as the same power source as Helios. Its beam works in the near identical. Show me
that feat. Show me that
Verbatim
feat.
what I just said.
Well, these here. It's right here.
I
It's right
wanna
here. It's right
I
here.
wanna
It's
see
right
that
here.
feat physically. I don't want to hear your word. I want to see that.
It's
feat
right here.
physically.
It's right here.
Play the game. Verbatim what I just said, and Colin found it 2
No,
seconds afterwards.
I want to see what it looks like.
Verbatim what I just said.
I want to see what it
Not
looks
to
like.
mention, you also use that same light that lights up the underworld, the infinite underworld, instantaneously on Hermes, and Hermes can also dodge it.
Witness, I've played
Blade Hermes.
Witness, I've played these games before. Just let me see the scene. Okay.
So then you know, bro. Then you know.
But I don't think it's that. I don't think it's as fast as the Goku one.
You can, no, you use that same light on Hermes, who dodges it, and you speed blitz Hermes. That is above infinite speed. Like
no, it's okay.
Yes, it is because it would require you to have.
All right, bro. Fuck
speed
this dumbass argument, dude. Goku's a bitch. Kratos would fuck his wife.
Yeah, Goku's a bitch, bro. Not to mention you can damage the Yggdrasil tree.
Okay.
Bro, debunk. Okay. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let you speak. Debunk damaging something that infinitely transcends space, time, and existence. You can damage it in game whenever you want.
Goku can travel instantly.
No, he cannot.
Yeah, I can.
No, he cannot.
It's called instant transmission.
Instant transmission
dummy.
is not instantly.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't because
as soon as his finger is on his temple, he moves.
Bardos has a faster instant transmission. You can't get faster than instant. Therefore, it's not instant.
What are you talking about?
Times that the action of doing it is not instant.
Yeah, but as long as he has it across his temple, he can do it instantly.
No, he cannot.
Especially if he's an ultra instinct.
It's only very fast. It's stated multiple times. It's not instant.
Yeah,
even then, Kratos is high outer. Goku is multiversal, right, Colin? Kratos slams.
Says they're both low multiversal in terms of AP and durability.
Kratos slams. It's not even close. Kratos also killed Thanatos, the god. Not even the god. He's the primordial being of death. And Kratos manages to kill something that exists outside all concepts and constructions. That is an outer feat.
Goku's killed the god too. Several gods.
No. Goku has not killed a primordial being that exists outside every concept. Okay. Primordial means before concepts were a thing. Space, time, existence, first, second, third, fourth, fifth dimension, all stuff like that.
It was Goku.
Kratos killed a god.
He did it when he was a kid.
Existed before those.
He killed the god when he was a kid.
Goku has no outer feats.
Yeah, he does.
No, name one.
Name an outer feat.
Name one outer feat, please. I dare you. I'll pay you £100 for one outer feat right now.
Dude.
Explain to me what an outer feat is, and I'll tell you if Goku did it.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Saying Goku has outer feats, but you don't even know what outer means. This conversation's over. You just got cooked, bro.
No, I just don't know what the specific term is because I'm not terminally online looking at power scaling terms.
Online either, bro. I just know my shit, and I know that Kratos one taps everyone in Dragon Ball.
Right,
just explain.
So what's it called? Outer. I don't think this has the. I don't think this one has the. Oh no, wait. Where's the outer versal one? I forget. I don't know, but. Wait, where's the
same conversation?
All right, so like low. Why doesn't this one have the multiverse one either? What the fuck? I don't fucking know. Why is it? Oh wait, expand. Okay, never mind.
It might be in tiers. I don't know.
Just explain to me the concept of it.
Transcends something in reality.
Transcends something in reality? Goku's done that before.
Colin's guessing, bro. He's finding it.
He did warp Kamehameha.
Let's see Kratos fight Jesus. Dude, that needs to be the next God of War game. Kratos versus the Pantheon of Christ.
There's no pantheon, it's just God and Jesus, pretty much.
Hey, bro, fiction is fiction.
1A is outerversal.
1A?
Yeah.
I mean, Goku's done some pretty impressive feats, so it's not like it's
nothing outside
impossible.
the concept of space and time.
Yeah, he has.
Or dimensionality.
I don't
He's
know.
done dimensionality.
I don't know specifically how this fucking
Name one feat that Goku has done outside of dimensionality.
Dimensionality. So it means like he like an attack.
Are you
that
talking
will-
about are you talking about AP? Are you talking about AP or durability or both?
Any feat outside the concept of dimensionality, space, time, and or existence.
Well, that doesn't work for fucking speed. Like
Well,
you
not
can't
for
have
speed,
outer
no.
versal speed. Doesn't make sense.
No, not for speed, for durability, AP, any of that.
I mean, Goku literally like every time he takes damage, he becomes stronger.
Okay, that's not a.
I know,
What?
but that's a feat that specifically makes him like his power is infinite. So if Kratos like bodied him, he would just come back stronger.
No, his power is not infinite. Just because he gets
It
stronger
is.
after one hit, if someone hits him hard enough where he dies instantly, he does not.
I mean, this one doesn't.
Yeah.
He can't die instantly because
Goku has died before, and they had to.
Hey,
wish
bro.
him
I mean,
back.
this site's not always accurate fully, but like, cause
If-
what's it called?
If you watch
This thing
Dragon
only
Ball, you
has-
would know death doesn't matter in their
I've
universe.
watched
Bring
all
back
of Dragon
into it.
Ball, and I'm gonna debunk your thing with one feat, bro. Goku has died before, therefore he did not come back stronger, and they had to wish him back.
He came back
So
stronger.
yes, if Kratos one punches Goku and Goku
can.
ceases to exist, he does not come back stronger.
Yeah, he does. When he
He's
died
before.
when he died from after killing Raditz, after Piccolo killed Raditz, he got stronger and then he trained with Kai.
After they wished him back. No
No.
one's wishing him back.
Yeah, they will.
And Kratos will one tap him again. You do not come back. Goku
Yeah,
is like
All right, bro. Fuck this weak ass argument, bro.
Your argument is not valid, bro. He's died
is.
before. I win. Bro.
Yeah,
you don't come back outer-versal.
He died, but that's when he was weaker. He's stronger now.
And he still consistently can't even solo his own verse. Kratos can.
He's soloed. Have you read the recent manga chapters?
Yeah, bro. Goku is not stronger than Whis, or the Grand Priest, or Zeno. He can't even solo his own verse.
Hey man, I ain't never seen. All I'm gonna say is I ain't never watched the show, but I ain't never heard of that motherfucker Goku not beating somebody's ass so bad he made their character develop.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't before. Yo, Goku can't even beat Vegeta. He has not beat Vegeta a single time.
Yeah, he has.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah, he has.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it right now. In front of everybody. Prove me wrong. I know my shit, bro. Goku has never beaten Vegeta. Beat me.
Yeah, he
prove it now.
has.
I got £100 on the table. Prove it.
How much is 100 £100? Like
It's
$10?
Like $100.
$89, $100. I don't know.
It's like
Prove it now.
100. I think it's like 120 US.
What's the conversion rate? I need to know this before I make
Yeah,
it.
don't matter, bro. Don't matter, bro.
USD £2.
I need to know the conversion rate.
It's one pound is 80 cents.
1 pound is 80
Yeah,
cents.
so it's 100. So it's 120. It's like 120 US dollars.
Bro, Goku couldn't even beat Broly, bro. They had to fuse, and even then, they barely beat him, bro. They can't
beat
beat
him in the
any of the
movie?
angels. They can't beat Zeno. He can't beat Vegeta. He can't beat his own verse, bro.
What do you mean? Why do you keep saying verse? What is it? What do
His
you?
own universe.
You got 100. You got 127 buckaroos on the line.
Not solo the Dragon Ball universe. Kratos can solo the God of War universe.
Bro, fuck this stupid ass debate, bro. Let's watch this fucking video, bro. Fuck, like, this shit is so dumb, bro.
But Zeno can knock people out of
Oh
existence.
my
with,
god,
like,
bro.
It's different because no one in the God of War universe has that amount of power.
Yes, Kratos quite literally.
This is never gonna stop.
He can't snap his fingers and someone just doesn't exist anymore.
This is never gonna stop, is it?
Are you sure about that?
That's the plot.
I'm gonna give you one chance. I think I'm gonna give you one chance that we should just end this and watch the video before I prove you wrong again. You are cooked, bro. Move on.
What are you talking about? That's the whole plot of the last season of the anime, is that Zeno can destroy a multiverse like immediately.
Ain't this some shit? Ain't this some real shit? Ain't this? See, I don't even know what the fuck's going on right now. I don't know what the fuck going on. This shit is just some shit. I'm gonna unmute and I'm gonna hear the words. I'm gonna hear the words Kratos as soon as I unmute. Watch this. Check this out.
Have I read the novels? No.
Never mind.
Okay.
Never mind. We
Let's
done?
end this.
We done? We done?
We done. All right.
Whatever.
Oh wait, I'm not even streaming on Discord anymore.
Years of development time. It seemed Spider-Man
Sorry, bro, I
Miles
just don't
Morales
agree.
would amount to a less substantial reskin of the original game. A new mechanic or two, some weather effects to update the city, and a DLC-length narrative. The same quality as we got before, but with a slightly different flavor. And as far as the crucial web-swinging mechanics go, all we had to go on from the game's announcement were these clips. And a month or two later, this. So I was as happy as anyone when it turned out to be like...
What's this video about?
So considering the
It's
new...
about improving the swinging of Miles Morales and Spider-Man.
Oh, okay. I'll show you my art. I'll show you my article
same
after
functions as
you
before,
watch this video.
Is what makes
Alright.
these mechanics such an improvement over an already solid system. Well, let's do this numerically. First, there's the little things. Players were given a lot of navigation options in the previous game, but Miles Morales smooths out a lot of little snags along the way. For example, a mid-air dodge used to look and feel a bit awkward, locking up your movement for a second or two. Now, you can transfer your dodge momentum directly into a new swing. Jumping off the side of a building to web swing used to look like this. Looks cool, but you can't do anything during that flipping animation. But in Miles Morales, you regain full control immediately. Your point launch works from a slightly greater distance than before, which gives you more options at a given moment, and decreases downtime between swings and point launches. And probably most notable of all, your air tricks are much more integrated into the rest of your animations. Rather than existing in total isolation from the rest of your movements, air tricks now flow smoothly into one another, as well as into your swings. These little tweaks add up to a much slicker
did like the
gameplay
air tricks more
experience
in
that's
Miles
a little hard
Morales
to
than I
fully
did
appreciate
the
until
first
you
one.
go back and play
think
the
everybody
first
does.
game and come to the realization that it feels a lot stiffer and more sluggish than you might remember, especially during those air trick animations. Speaking of which, this is where things get innovative. Miles' animations are pretty distinct from Peter's, full of flailing limbs and recklessness, a daredevil energy that emphasizes his youthful excitement compared to Peter's experience and efficiency. And this new style is nowhere more obvious than when you're engaging in the game's overhauled air trick system. What we had before was limited to about 4 tricks initiated by a slightly clunky input. Just a little touch to give us something to do in between swings and reap some small XP rewards. There was a slight delay between input and the animation starting, and the various flips and twirls didn't necessarily flow naturally into one another when switching them up quickly. But Miles Morales is another game entirely in the trick department. 24 tricks. Seamless and responsive animations you can rapidly, almost instinctively combo together. Enough moves to keep up variety over much longer stretches of gameplay. And to a much greater extent, you're incentivized to think not only about your movement through the city, but how you look in the process. Sure, Miles looks pretty stylish even if you never tap that air trick button, but there's a world of dazzling moves right at your fingertips that can spice things up at any moment. There's enough tricks that trying out random combinations of analog stick directions will usually provide some surprises and some rarely seen animations. And as you get used to the system, you'll memorize more and more of the moves at your disposal, making it possible to trigger specific moves whenever you feel the time is right. Not only are there a couple dozen tricks available ordinarily while in midair, but you get additional sets of moves depending on whether you're doing a standard front-facing dive or a backward one. For me, this system has a big effect on the moment-to-moment experience, because I'm a bit less focused on practical stuff. That is, whether I want to swing or zip or wall run at a given moment, but now equally what cool moves I want to see my on-screen Spidey perform. The wish fulfillment inherent to web swinging becomes even greater when your attention turns from mere navigation to choreographing a dazzling display of acrobatic feats on the fly. Although the previous game had some pretty neat animations, you unfortunately will come across...
Yeah, it's like a list. He has like every few seconds where he's like, "Well, I look a little fancy."
Same ones dozens and dozens and dozens of times over hours of play, so having unique swing animations accompany the majority of these new tricks results in much less repetition and a lot more opportunities to show off as you try to pack in as many distinct moves as possible. And reducing the proportion of animations that are purely randomized and beyond player control can only be a good thing when the player's main concern is trying to look really cool. In general, seeing awesome stuff and knowing you're in precise control of it is a satisfying feeling, even when what you're doing doesn't directly impact the efficiency of your movement. Ultimately, what this adds up to is an increased potential for player expression. Every player is going to approach these mechanics differently,
probably just
and
like
end up with a more
reducing
distinct
some of the
style
randomness
than they
would
might have had
probably
in the first game with its more limited and randomized
probably would help.
moveset.
I wouldn't mind if they had like a
Personally,
detailed like trick or even like a style thing like they have with Tony Hawk or even like the Skate series.
Yeah. I would actually really like that.
I think there could be some potential for that.
Well, that's what he talks about
that
later in the
and
video.
chaining together as many air tricks as possible during my airtime. That was lit! There are these amazing moments when I go into sort of a flow state, rapidly performing moves, and for a moment losing track of where I'm going and what I'm doing, and just trust that I'll be able to smoothly swing out of my chaotic spiral at the last moment. So you'll probably find a player like me messing around with the system a bit more than a player more focused on efficiency. It's like playing a different game when you get caught up in pushing this trick system as far as it can go. And speaking of tricks, what's a self-respecting video game without some tangible rewards? Which brings us to... yeah, the other big new mechanic, your Venom powers. All the pre-release marketing focused on Venom as a new combat mechanic, but it actually plays into traversal in a big way, allowing you to either quickly gain elevation or fling yourself quickly forward for an unbroken burst of momentum. So it's a lot easier to clear obstacles, as you now essentially have a super web zip or a mid-air charge jump. But better yet, these new moves also play well with the revamped air trick system. As you flip this way and that in midair, you charge up your Venom meter, enabling more boosts. So you've not only got the built-in reward of showing off while you get around, but you also receive a very concrete reward for your acrobatic indulgences that gives you more traversal options. The more work you put into pulling off tricks, the more often you can rocket over rooftops or gain instant momentum when you need it. This immediately adds depth to a system that was fairly clean-cut before. You previously had approximately 4 meaningful options when in midair, but now, with Venom abilities at your disposal, and a whole trick system required to enable them, you'll have a few more choices to make at a given moment. Take this building. In either game, you could wall run up and use the rooftop for a web vault to build some speed, but now you'll also have the option to Venom boost your way to the rooftop much more quickly than a wall run would allow, but only if you've built up enough Venom energy. Alternatively, you could quickly redirect around the building using a Venom dash. These are just some examples of how these moves can provide benefits and trade-offs alongside the existing moveset. At the very least, you'll have fewer moments when you're just falling and waiting for an opportunity to do something meaningful. Miles' new moves help eliminate the downtime and keep the gameplay more active. Granted, it's easy to miss out on a lot of this new system. I'm not proud to admit that I didn't even realize front-facing Venom dashes were possible until after I'd completed the game the first time, and your performance won't exactly take a huge hit for failing to make these mechanics staples of your playstyle. But there is a massive influx of potential now. And there's also a newfound sense of... That's right, there's a risk-reward component to the gameplay now. You've obviously got something to gain by doing lots of air tricks, but if you don't do them quickly enough, you might lose out on a nice opportunity to Venom boost your way over this building. Or in a better example, if you don't swing out of an air trick in time, you can actually splat face first into the ground. There's no fall damage, but being able to outright screw up and hit the pavement with a loss of momentum is something that was absent in the previous game, despite a number of earlier Spider-Man games including such punishing mechanics. If you saw my last video on how the classic Spider-Man 2 stacks up against Insomniac's web-swinging system, you'll recall that the 2018 game's stance on punishing the player went something like this.
We are not going to have fall damage in the game. It was about making sure that everybody feels like a superhero.
Wish fulfillment and a sense of character-appropriate ease have always been the goal of Insomniac's system, so making a show of player mistakes like this is an interesting decision. And although a lot of fans argue that the most ideal solution is to directly combine both these styles, it seems to me like a challenging yet rewarding system, and a relaxing, instantly intuitive one, might be difficult approaches to reconcile without losing some of the benefits of each. But I think Insomniac has found a really clever loophole by restricting these failure states to the optional trick system. So you can still have a carefree swinging experience if you like, but you can also engage in risk-taking when it suits you. But most of the time you have to be deliberately trying to mess up, as it's still possible to fire off a web mid-air trick inches from street level and pull off a perfect swing. So maybe the presence of risk in that equation isn't as significant as it could be. Which brings me to the next section of this video. With Marvel's Spider-Man 2 being all but officially confirmed at this point, where can Insomniac's web-swinging go from here? Well, that's something I'm a lot more optimistic about after playing Miles Morales. And the strengths of this game point the way to a number of improvements that can be made on top of an already strong system. But before that, I just want to ask, I can't be the only one who sees this. Created by Neversoft, who did the old PS1 Spider-Man game that I grew up playing.
Tony Hawk! Hey, I skated with that guy.
And it's gotta be one of the most complex and demanding skill-based
Dude, imagine if they give Spider-Man a fucking skateboard in the next game. That'd be funny.
Gaming
history, make the game better.
With some truly ridiculously skilled players demonstrating absolute Olympian mastery over this system. See if you can spot the difference between me and one of the best players in the world. A bottomless list of moves, tons of ways to link them together, and endless approaches to maximizing your combo score. You can cut your losses and end your combo at any time, but huge rewards await if you keep building up your combo multiplier. The deep end is optional, but ever present. The level of challenge naturally scales.
I hope they add in some of Sunset Overdrive's traversal into Spider-Man, like pole grinding and stuff. I think that should be really cool.
Yeah, I think just making it more involved and just like adding more stuff to it would make the web slinging just better overall.
Ambition.
Yeah.
And stop me if this sounds familiar, every player ends up developing their own style with this risk-reward system, where you're constantly achieving a dual purpose of looking cool while increasing your score, and alternating between thinking several steps ahead and simply surrendering to instinctive improv. So, Tony Hawk as inspiration for Spider-Man. It's honestly a thought that had never occurred to me until Miles Morales, because this game moved from the core of the system being about building and maintaining momentum, like the series had up to that point, to encouraging you to take stylish risks so you're able to do even cooler moves. So let's up the stakes. Let's make it a lot easier to bail, if you will, when performing those optional moves. Why not make a wipeout possible even after shooting out a web? If you're going out of your way to be a crazy daredevil, that's the risk you take. We can also implement a penalty. Let's lose some of that venom we've been earning so that the risk of failure is even greater. And let's reward you even more for avoiding mistakes. We'll import the Tony Hawk combo system, where your score gets multiplied as you pull off more tricks. So the rate at which you build up and bank venom boosts
Spidey McTwist.
He knows what's up.
increase as long as you keep chaining moves together quickly enough. Ultimately, we have a lot to gain, as well as a lot more to lose. That's a pretty direct approach for making things engaging and thrilling. And since we'll no doubt be playing as Peter again in the next game, we'll have to maintain this added depth by giving Pete his own set of revamped air tricks and a new boost mechanic as well. We could use a timed speed boost, like some of the classic games, or maybe a temporary boost to all movement speed for 10 seconds or so, like the suit power buffs from the first game. We could even go with something out of the box and never before seen, like introducing the web wings, and letting us maintain our built-up momentum and steer in any direction for a while. Take a page from Batman's book. It would certainly keep each protagonist feeling distinct from the other. And why don't we make use of a maxed out boost meter for a super boost? The equivalent of this for traversal. So do you want to spend a boost immediately, or build up to a really powerful one? More trade-offs, more choices. And then let's blow out the scale of the air trick system even further. Even more analog combinations, even more moves, and unique animations for both Peter and Miles with their signature styles all the way through. And why don't we add mid-swing tricks as well? Having control
That's
over
what I said in my shit. Like fucking air tricks while you're swinging from your web would be really cool.
what your character.
Imagine we got some interactive traversal to where we see certain vehicles like bikes or skateboards and we get to temporarily ride them with a trick when we swing too. That'd be cool.
Doing is key to expressiveness, so let's avoid making those swing animations random. We can still transition in smoothly from air tricks, but being able to voluntarily trigger your favorite signature Spidey poses, like this one, or this one, or this one, would be a nice touch, tricking on and off your webs. And then we can avoid repetitive animations for dismounting your swings too. That way, a player can always end up in a regular or backward dive when they want to, rather than having access to these moves and their associated trick sets be a matter of chance. After all, Tony Hawk never gives you random animations. You know exactly what you're gonna get with every input. And lastly, there's still some room to make things more fluid. Although the air tricks are a lot more responsive now than they were in 2018, there's still some clunk, as it's often impossible to perform the air trick of your desire without first seeing a snippet of an unrelated animation. Having your charge jump disabled because you accidentally triggered a parkour flip is also no fun. Auto parkour if you must, but don't hold us back when we're trying to launch off a building at max velocity. The speed limit in Insomniac's first game is confirmed to be the result of hardware streaming limitations. So with the PS5 solid-state drive, there's no reason not to let us go at some really reckless breakneck speeds, especially when swinging out of a boost or a dive. And for some reason, wall crawling has been weirdly awkward and borderline broken from the start, with strange barriers to movement, uninterruptible animations, and a confusing camera. And since it's one of the webhead's signature
web crawling
abilities,
is like
it would be great to have the
awful on
crawling
PS4.
gameplay exhibiting the same.
It's only like that when on certain
The open world.
It's
and like certain,
yeah, but like in missions, it works great. Like,
that's what I'm saying. But there's like open world Spider-Man games that the web crawling on walls actually works a lot better.
Like what?
Like in the open world sections, like the
Spider-Man 2 or Web of Shadows definitely doesn't.
Jesus Christ, I can't believe I'm bringing this up. Spider-Man 3 on the Wii had good good. There was no like collisions
I
on the
never
side
played
of
it.
walls.
Think they can have Spider-Man run along the ground mid-swing if too low? Yeah.
Seriously, uninterruptible animations have no place in
Yeah, I also mentioned this in my video.
Clambering onto a rooftop, that little pause after a dodge. I mean, if Nathan Drake's animations can play out without interruptions, then certainly Spider-Man's ought to as well. And if Nate can shoot while running, why can't Spidey fire off webs in mid-swing? Then there's the weird floatiness that ensues when you try to swing at street level, like there's a magnetic force repelling you and stunting your swings. Sure, it's great that you don't find yourself having your swings interrupted all the time, but the artificial imposition is a little too noticeable here, and I'd love to see a more nuanced solution. Maybe we don't want to have our swings cut short, but it would be cool to see an in-game animation like this for skimming along the ground between cars, or to have Spidey automatically pull himself up his web to avoid a collision. We've got plenty of contextual animations to keep things moving elsewhere. Let's see some creative solutions to low-altitude swinging. And curbing some of these weird physics behaviors could be nice too. Let us do weird creative stuff while still clinging to our web, and don't automatically eject us after traveling 180 degrees. Hardly essential, but I know from experience there's a lot of fun to be had messing with web lines and pendulum physics. It's a little disappointing now to go back to the original game. The fastest moves you can perform are just those vanilla ones available to you at any time. There's no traversal benefit to performing air tricks. There's a lot more moments where there's little to do but wait, and your hands have nothing useful to do with the controller in the meantime. Playing
really.
Spider-Man 2018 now is an experience almost like stripping takedowns out of the combat system. Takedowns, after all, exhibit that same combination of strategic significance and extra style. If Insomniac managed to take such a big leap forward in just 2 years, while getting acquainted with PS5 architecture, remastering the previous game, and developing a new Ratchet & Clank, there's no telling how much further the team can take their system when building from the ground up for PS5 and putting together everything they've learned up to this point for a fully fledged sequel. And that's why Miles Morales has me so excited for the future of web swinging.
It's alright. The witness is gone.
Yeah.
We'll see if I can find that article, because it's like it's got to be like almost a year old by now.
Is it bad?
I don't think you'll like it. I basically just said it was an article. I think part of it was looking at the web slinging, but part of it was also just like looking back at the game and like seeing if like what types of improvements a sequel could make. But like I'm a little critical, a little harsh on it. Why is this like not moving anywhere? Do you know what video you should watch? Is the Spider-Man Miles Morales story is bad.
I've watched it.
You know the YouTuber I'm talking about? Where they say,
Gaming
like,
Den?
I think it might be Gaming Den, yeah.
I don't think he says the story is bad. He just thinks Finn sucks.
She's a major part of the story, though, I think. He said that's the worst aspect of the whole game. He said if they fixed Finn, then the game would be like way better. So it would probably be on par with like PS4.
I disagree still.
Or at least it would be closer.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. My head.
Spider-Man. Yes.
Go see Is It Splits. He made a cool Spider-Man 2 Marvel copy, please. Wait, what? It is Splits. What the hell is this? I can't find it.
I am lost here. What the fuck?
This is a little off topic, but Colin, did you know they found a suit of armor in a tiger shark?
Huh?
Did you know they found a suit of armor in a tiger shark?
Thanks for telling us.
Fucking mad, bro.
Buddy got eight. Buddy, that shark's been alive since the medieval times.
I know, bro.
Maybe they caught the megalodon.
Yeah. The Meg. That's some crazy Meg 2 promo.
The Meg.
Wait, it says split. Dude, what the hell are you talking about?
I am.
Ghost of Tsushima was trash. Reading that first line of that sentence, irrelevant. Everything you say from here on out.
How about you actually listen to the points before you start to make your immediate.
Say Red Dead has a
He doesn't have to make any points. Ghost of Tsushima was trash is an L statement, bro.
Okay.
There's no point to support that. That's valid.
Big brain moment where you can't think of anything else other than
There's
invalid.
no point that can support that.
I mean, the other dude doesn't have a point.
What do you mean any point? You can have a point. It's just called clickbait.
Yeah, you can have a point. What I'm saying is that point's not valid. There's no valid point that should follow that sentence because that sentence is that statement. I mean,
what do you mean?
I don't have to read the rest or know everything he says from there on out is irrelevant.
It's called clickbait, dude.
I know.
He doesn't have to think that. That's just clickbait.
No, I know. I'm just saying that everything he says is irrelevant after that.
Why?
Because the statement that Ghost of Tsushima is trash is not valid in any capacity. There is nothing anyone could say afterwards that would support it. Therefore, what he has to say is irrelevant.
Yeah, they can.
No.
Why?
Because Ghost of Tsushima wasn't trash.
Okay, maybe he has points that you've never heard of.
Doubt it.
Doubt it. Cap.
Okay, but I don't make judgments on stuff until I watch it or see it or play it.
All I hear is cap from that. From Ghost of Tsushima's trash. All I hear is cap.
Okay, you can hear all you want, but it doesn't change that the video exists and people will watch it.
Yeah, the video can exist, but it's all cap. There is no supporting argument for Ghost of Tsushima is trash.
You never watched the video, so you wouldn't know.
You didn't make a video. It was a comment. It was a comment in my fucking. It was a comment in my fucking.
Yeah.
In my live stream.
Video comment. I knew it was a comment. I don't have to watch the video.
Okay, but I thought you were talking about a video. It said that's like a. I could make a video that says, like. The witness is the big gay best friend, and I could go like that's actually not what I'm talking about. I actually just say witness is big fat mug.
I know, but
why.
like this what I'm getting at is I don't have to watch the video, and I don't have to finish reading the comment.
You don't have to. You don't have to do anything.
The statement, "Ghost of Tsushima is trash," is wrong in every way.
It's like someone saying Spider-Verse looks visually is a bad movie.
Exactly. There's no supporting argument for Spider-Verse being a visually bad movie.
I think there are some valid arguments you can make for the visual quality of Spider-Verse.
No.
What?
No.
I've heard some people who watched it. I've heard, and I don't think this is like a criticism in the sense of like the movie's like bad or anything. But some people.
Are you talking about the people whose eyes got hurt because it's in 30 FPS?
Yeah. So some people can watch it and go like, I know this is pretty, I know this is like really good animation, but it just hurts to like watch it.
But that's not on them. That's on their eyes and how their light cones react.
I know, but there are people out there who have trouble with visual stuff, right?
I
So
know.
we can't just like.
That wouldn't be an L on the movie, and how that it's a visually bad movie.
I know, but it's
their biology and their light cones are what makes the movie unwatchable for them.
I know, but that's still a critique
of themselves, not the movie.
It is a critique of the movie because
because people with normal light cone reactions have no issue to that.
I know, but there's no warning in the movie. There's no warning in the movie. There's nothing in the movie that indicates that people with poor vision.
Pretty sure there is an epilepsy. There's an epilepsy warning or whatever.
I don't think there is in the movie. I don't think there is. That's part of the criticism. If you can find the epilepsy warning, then that criticism's invalid.
I think they would have gotten in trouble if they didn't have it, because the first scene in the movie would fucking make someone with epilepsy have a fucking orgasm.
It's not a critique
if there's
of
an
the movie because their light cones are damaged. That's not a critique of the movie.
It's a critique of how the movie is made. Because they're saying that I appreciate the.
No, it's a subjective criticism, not an objective.
No, I'm saying the objective thing would be if they didn't put the epilepsy warning.
Well, no. What the issue is that it's their own physical light cones that are damaged. You can't critique a movie because you. It's like saying, "Oh, bro, I don't like science." No. Let's find a good. I don't like science because I have cancer, bro. It's not science's fault because you have cancer.
If there's no epilepsy warning, that's a critique on the people who made the film. They didn't bring up. They didn't provide a warning for people who have that. Okay, that's a valid critique.
That's different than what we were saying about it being visually. That's completely different.
It's still a critique of the visual.
It's a stupid critique. You shouldn't. They didn't put epilepsy warnings on Transformer movies, and it's fucking Michael Bay.
That's different though.
How? No, it's not. No, it's not.
Because we're not talking about Michael Bay. I'm not talking about the Michael Bay movies. I'm talking about specifically about the
movies in general, in that it should have an epilepsy warning.
Okay, the Transformer movie.
Light cones.
The Transformer
Michael Bay
movie
is notorious for having large explosions, which can affect people's damaged light cones. So it's not different at all.
Okay, then there should be warnings in those situations too. I don't understand what your argument is. You don't want epilepsy warnings?
No, that's not what I said at all. I was making the point earlier.
But I'm not talking about Transformers. I'm talking about Spider-Man.
Well, I
don't remember seeing the epilepsy warning.
Making the point about Spider-Man when we were talking earlier about the critique that it hurt people's eyes is not a critique on the movie. That is
I don't know if it's specifically in the film, because I don't think it would make sense to have it in the film. I think it would just be in like the trailers or something, or like the pre-marketing or whatever.
I mean, if you can find those, then my criticism is invalid. I'm just saying from a production standpoint, if you know your visuals to be damaging to certain eyes, then you probably should just like make an epilepsy warning.
I've watched a few of these videos. I don't need to see them. I've already played with the mods that he's showing.
It's a critique of the production of the movie.
Epilepsy warning, but how is that like?
It's a
how is that a critique on like the 30 FPS hurting their eyes?
Because it's a critique of the production of the movie, dude.
It's not.
It is.
It wouldn't have affected your eyes if you didn't have damaged light cones. That is simply a personal biological issue.
Okay, I don't think you. You still have to give that warning. If those people watch it and they aren't giving that warning, it could hurt their eyes even more.
Okay, that is not a critique to the
it's
movie.
A critique.
I think. All right. Well, wait. I think the thing about it is, if you watch the trailer for the movie before you go watch the movie, which 99% of people do, you're gonna watch that trailer and be like, maybe I shouldn't watch this. Or the trailer's literally gonna have the same. It's gonna have the same visual quality as the film.
I'm saying people who didn't watch the trailer, they're just like, what if like an old person just like brings their
what old person is gonna bring their kitty wink to a fucking
movie theater to watch? Not only that,
and they watch it with them, and then they get a fucking seizure, bro.
Old people, like
Then they start sputtering on the ground, spitting
light
out
cones
their blood
deteriorate with
gums.
age.
No, as far as I've looked at, I saw a Reddit thread. As far as I know, nobody had any epileptic attacks. There's just people that didn't they didn't like the visual style of the film because it was in 30 FPS. Nobody like.
Yeah, so that's like simply
I'm just saying that's still a critique you can make about the production of the film. Okay,
it's not a valid one.
It is. If they didn't provide a warning, it is a valid one because if somebody did,
you should know going in because most people watch the movies.
That's not enough.
Do not see the Spider-Verse movie if you have any epileptic condition affected by bright lights and rapidly changing colors.
And bro, and even then, bro, if people were concerned about it, you could also Google it. I mean, you see it all. You saw it with the newest James Bond movie.
It has to be in the. It's okay. It's a liability thing, dude. You can't.
It's not. You can't sue someone. You can't sue production.
Yes, you can.
No, because there are precautions in place that you could do.
If there's not a warning in the movie about the epilepsy, you can sue the movie and the production studio.
You cannot. That is not a liability issue.
Well, that's never. I mean, wait. That hasn't happened.
Exactly. It's not a liability. You're basing this off hypotheticals.
I'm not basing it on hypotheticals.
It hasn't happened.
It has happened before, not with Spider-Man, but it's happened with other movies.
It has not happened, bro.
Nobody has ever suffered any epileptic seizure from a movie or production. Oh, what about that time when Pokemon released an epileptic episode that literally caused like hundreds of children?
We're talking about Spider-Man, verbatim your own words. Which is
I know, but they didn't provide an epileptic warning in that one
Which
either.
is it? Because now you're jumping onto Pokemon and now you're jumping onto all this.
If they provide an epileptic warning before the film starts, that's kind of pointless because they're already in the fucking movie theater.
Exactly.
What I'm saying is you have to offer it or you're liable.
You're not though.
Yes, you are. If you don't provide a warning, then you're liable.
I think you're I think you're liable because you have to. I mean, it's on you to look at the movie before.
No.
Yeah,
it's
going to the movie.
Exactly. It's on you, not them.
No, it is on them. I've taken a law class, dude. I know what happens. It's the same thing when people were saying like you know that person who burned that coffee all over his lap.
Which time?
And what?
McDonald's gave him a coffee, and he dropped it on his lap. A normal person would say, once it's in your hand, you're liable for whatever happens.
Yeah, it should be. It should be liable. It's completely your fault.
Yeah, that's
but when he dropped it on his lap, they found out that the coffee was being cooked at like a much higher temperature than was to be expected by most restaurants. In that same way, you can say, "Oh, I don't think it should be possible." It's totally possible to sue a company for causing epileptic issues if they didn't provide a warning.
Yeah, when does this happen though? Because now we're talking about coffee, and I thought we were strictly talking about Spider-Man. So like, you keep changing what we're talking about.
I'm talking about
your argument.
I'm saying that you have to provide a warning, even if you don't think anything will happen. You have to provide a warning.
They didn't provide a warning, and yet no one sued. People complained about 30 FPS. Not a single person complained about epilepsy from Spider-Man.
I'm not talking about if anybody
so
did.
We're not talking
Obviously,
about
it wasn't
Spider-Man
reported.
anymore. What are we talking
I'm talking about liabilities.
How'd this even start? I forget. What the hell were we talking about to begin with?
I'm saying that's an issue with production. If they provided a liability warning, then they wouldn't even have to worry about it.
It's not a critique, bro. You should watch the trailer beforehand, like 99% of people do. You should know.
It doesn't matter what you should.
Bro, how many people buy a ticket to a movie not knowing what they're getting into? Like, let's be real, bro. Let's not straw man. Let's not play devil's advocate. Colin, when's the last time you bought a ticket?
I think if you like buy a ticket for the movie, right? It would probably say it on the ticket. Like, hold on. Like, I don't know how to prove this because the movie's not in theaters anymore. But
I'm just telling you, if they don't provide a warning and if something happens, then they're liable to sue. I don't know
Nothing's
how you can
happened,
argue
though.
about
Your
this.
argument makes no sense, bro.
It
At all.
doesn't matter if it did happen or didn't happen. I'm saying
It
they're
does
still
matter because you're
liable.
arguing on something that quite literally has not happened. Your argument
They're
makes
still
does not work.
liable. They're still liable.
No,
okay?
they're not.
They're
Liable for what? Nothing's happened.
They're
Liable
liable for
what?
seizures.
For what? What seizures? No one's had a seizure.
I'm not saying that anybody did have a seizure,
Okay,
but they're
so
still
you're arguing
liable.
for something that doesn't exist. Okay.
They're still liable. Okay, you can't
what?
argue about this.
Liable for
They're
what?
liable for any epileptic seizure.
Someone in my wait, just stop. Fucking someone in my chat said, bro, someone sued Red Bull because they didn't get wings.
It's stupid. Exactly. No, yeah, exactly.
I'm a marketing guy, dude. I know how this works, okay?
Obviously you don't, because you're arguing
I
for
do.
something that literally hasn't happened yet.
It doesn't matter if it
You know, I
does
could
happen.
go as far as
It
to say
matters
it's
if it
impossible.
could
Dude,
happen.
who fucking
Like, it
cares?
wouldn't be wrong.
Who
I
fucking
could say it's
cares?
impossible, it wouldn't
I'm
be
right. It's the same. You have to provide warnings, even if there's a 0%
Obviously you don't,
chance
because
it's
they didn't.
happening.
Obviously
That's
you don't.
because they didn't
Bro,
provide.
when's the last time you walked into a movie with had zero idea what you were getting into?
I do that all the time.
When's the last movie you walked into?
When's
No
the last
idea what you were
movie?
getting into.
When's the last movie? I just walked in the movie theater and grabbed a ticket. I went to the movie
What
theater
movie?
a few days ago.
What movie?
I watched Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer. You didn't know what? You don't know who? You didn't know who Oppenheimer was? Stop lying.
Wait, it says on Quora. It says wait, shit. Can this fucking thing go
Didn't
away?
watch any trailers. Didn't watch any
It
pre.
says wait. It says if you have a photosensitive epilepsy and you go to a movie showing at somebody's house, and the movie triggers a seizure, do you have viable rights to do something with the cigarette? In the U.S., you can sue anyone for anything at any time, nothing at all. However, that said, no host is responsible for your medical condition. And why did you watch the movie to begin with if you have such a condition, knowing that certain frequencies of light can trigger a seizure? I'm pretty sure it's on epileptic people to do the research themselves because they have the specific medical condition.
It doesn't matter about it. You can still sue. They're still liable.
All right, wait. If you can sue,
right.
you can sue. Yeah, again, but you can sue anyone for anything. That doesn't mean you're gonna get anything from it.
They're still liable, and most
bro.
people will side with the person with the disability.
No, they won't.
Guaranteed.
No, they won't. No, they won't.
No, they won't. I told you. I always know what I'm talking about, bro. See that, bro? Bro just looked it up. I told you, bro.
What chat are you talking to?
Colin's chat that can hear us.
We're not on live anymore, are we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still live.
Okay.
You
can still get sued if you don't put
yeah,
that
you can
warning
get
in
sued,
there.
but you're not gonna win.
It doesn't matter. You're still liable, and it's
You're
still
not,
bad
or
for
they
your
would have
company.
won.
What do you mean by liable?
Okay, so like for example, like if a production, so like for example with epilepsy, like I'm gonna use Pokemon for example. I'm using this as an example, but they produced an episode of Pokemon that had a lot of bright lights, and several children who watched it had epileptic seizures. And the Pokemon company said, "Okay, we're not gonna risk anything. We're taking down the episode, and we're gonna compensate all the people that had epileptic seizures because they don't want to be liable for anyone to sue them." It's all about liability in seizures. Companies don't want to be sued. They don't want to be put into a situation where they have to do a lawsuit. They would rather sell it outside of court.
So you don't think it's responsible for the person that knows they have you don't think any responsibility is on the person that knows they have an epileptic disorder?
I'm saying
to do research on something before they go see it.
I'm saying that's irregardless. That doesn't matter.
Why does that not matter? You say wait. So do you think there's no responsibility put on the person?
There is personal responsibility, but what I'm saying in a court of law, if the company doesn't provide a liability warning, they could possibly lose that case.
Yeah, I mean, I could sue you for £1 million and possibly win, bro. But like, you won't, because it's your own fault for not looking what you're getting into.
No, they have to provide a warning.
They don't, or they would. If they had to,
yes.
They would. If they had to, they would.
If they believed there was a suitable risk for doing liabilities, they would provide a liability.
Then why don't they? Because there's not a suitable risk, and it's not happened with Spider-Verse yet. Because no, you're wrong, bro.
Dude, I'm arguing that they're still liable, dude, if anything happens.
They're not though.
Yes,
If
they are.
Had to, like you just verbatim said and felt like there was a chance that it might happen, they would do it. They do not do it, therefore it's not an issue, bro.
They're
It's
still
on
liable
you
though.
for not researching what you're getting into.
No, it's still liable, dude. You're
No,
not
it's not,
understanding
bro.
what
It's not.
liability means. You don't know what liability means, okay?
I do know what liability means.
Okay,
They're
what
not
does
liable
liability
for
mean?
nothing, bro.
The definition of liability. The state of being responsible for something, especially by law.
Exactly.
If the company does not give, it's the same reason that like toys have the thing that say like if you're under the age of 5, there's choking hazards on there, and if you buy this, you're liable. And if anything happens to your child when you buy this, then you're liable.
Alright, bro.
Because when you put that warning on
so
there.
Lego boxes say ages generally from 8 to 99. If my 100-year-old grandpa gets on a Lego and gets a Lego set and hurts himself, bro, can he sue Lego?
That's not what Lego does.
No. Can he sue Lego?
They do aid.
No. Don't answer my question with a question. Can my 100-year-old grandpa sue Lego because he hurt himself on the Lego?
If it's not
Yes
covered
or
in
no?
the if it's
Yes
not
or no?
covered in the liability, then
Yes
they are
or no?
liable.
No, stop. Yes or no?
I just answered you.
Hold on,
Yes or
wait.
no?
Someone else in this Quora thread also makes a funny point. If you have an allergy to seafood and you go to the closest seafood restaurant and have a fish sandwich, are they responsible or are you responsible?
Exactly.
They still have to have in their menu that it's seafood, and they have to put if you have any allergies that has allergens.
Dude, what? Dude, Bolt, this is the dumbest shit you could possibly say. I'm sorry, but this is so dumb.
You're so dumb, bro. I'm sorry.
I'm saying this realistically, okay? So like if
you didn't yes or no?
I just answered
grandpa
you.
Sue?
I just answered you. If it's outside of the liability, then the company is liable.
Bro, that's not what I'm asking, bro. The
I just answered
says
you.
8 years old to 99 years old. My
But no company would do that.
I don't think there's I haven't been able to find a single lawsuit case where someone has won against the movie studio for an epilepsy lawsuit.
Alright, so I win, bro.
Oh my gosh, there is no winner, dude. I'm saying they're still liable. There's no winner.
So Lego's still liable, yes or no?
Yes, if it's outside of the liability sphere.
But what does the liability have to do with anything?
The liability is the reason you would put up like 8 children under the age of 8 could possibly choke. It's to say we've told you the risks, and now once you've purchased it and we've acknowledged the risks, anything that happens on your side is completely that you're liable for it. But if they don't put that warning on the Lego and a child 8 years and under chokes on it,
you know what that warning? All right, but you know what that warning is for movies? The trailer.
Real.
That literally is the trailer.
I
So, do you think someone can sue YouTube for someone posting an epileptic video?
I think they can sue YouTube if it's epileptic.
No, they can't.
Yeah, they can because they allowed.
All right, wait. They can sue YouTube. That doesn't mean they're going to win.
It doesn't matter. That's not what I'm arguing,
dude. I don't know what you're arguing anymore. I can't.
I'm arguing that they're liable. I didn't say they could win. I didn't.
But the other person, all right. But the other person's also liable.
Yes, they're both liable. But
yeah, so so it cancels out. There's nothing to be said.
No, there is.
No.
If the movie doesn't say, if the movie doesn't give a warning,
and if
then they're more liable than the person who watched it.
The warning is the trailer.
It's not the trailer.
It is the trailer.
No precedence for that.
Yeah, it literally is. If you want to know what a movie's about, you don't just go in blind. In the same way, you don't just use a product before reading the instruction things first.
I know, but not every movie is going to show the epileptic scene in it.
Okay,
I
I think if you're stupid enough to know you have a medical condition, an epileptic condition, and you go into a movie in which you know could have these things, that is completely on you.
I know, but you still have to provide the warning because they're so liable.
Saying, "Can I
the warning is the trailer. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not. It's
how is it not?
That's not protective and liability.
Okay, well, wait. Just for a second. If the movie before has the warning, then that's like saying they can sue because they wasted money to go see this thing, and the movie and the movie has the project. And the movie has the warning at the beginning of the movie in the theater, then you would have just wasted money. So it's on you to watch the trailer for the movie before wasting your money on something that you can't watch.
If you go into a movie theater and they provide the liability, then the movie's not liable for those seizures anymore.
Someone commented saying, "Can I sue PlayStation for the startup beep, even though I have blown eardrums and it hurts my ears?" Can you sue PlayStation for that?
A startup beep?
Yes or no?
The startup beep?
The startup beep. Someone commented that they have blown eardrums, so when you turn on your PlayStation and it beeps and it hurts their ears, can they go sue PlayStation?
Well, you can sue anyone for anything.
They can be liable for
it. Can you go sue and win?
It depends on what's written on the manual when you get the PlayStation 5.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
It does. I'd have to read the manual.
I don't think well, I think that's kind of a bad example because I don't think the PlayStation beeps blowing anyone's eardrums off. And if that's
they already have blown eardrums.
Yeah, well, I know, but if they have blown eardrums, they should have something for that. It's not PlayStation's fault.
They should exactly. It's not PlayStation's fault.
I'm not blaming fault on anyone. I'm saying
you said no, but that's what you said in the beginning. That's what you said in the beginning. You said it's on. You said it's the fault.
It's a matter of liability.
No, you said no. You said in the beginning of this conversation. You said it's the fault of the production of the studio that's making the movie for not having a warning at the beginning of said movie.
Yeah, because they could be liable. That's what I said.
But they're not. Okay, dude. Nah, fuck this argument. I'm done.
What?
You're not getting
I'm not arguing whether or not they're at fault or not. I'm saying that they're still liable. It's a completely different.
And I'm saying it's not a valid criticism of the film.
Exactly. Thank you.
I'm saying certain people can have that criticism for it.
I think they can. Everybody can have a subjective criticism of anything.
Okay, that's all I was saying. And
that's what I know. That's what I said. I said it's subject. I said that's completely subjective. But then you said no, it's on the fault of the company. Yada yada yada.
It is. They're liable if that happens. We're talking about legal stuff.
So that means it's that means it's an objective criticism.
That they're liable, yes.
No.
I don't understand what the issue is. Okay.
It's like saying, all right. It's like I don't know how many more examples I have to give. I feel like this is how I felt when we were talking to Comic Legend about casual versus non-casual gamers.
I'm not okay. You know what? You're right. Whatever. I mean, I'm just talking about purely from a law perspective, okay?
Uh-huh.
They're just that's what the law says. If you don't provide the warning, then you're liable. That's just
never happened before.
That's it doesn't matter. I'm saying that's what the law says.
I'm saying you're wrong about that. It's not true.
You're wrong.
In the same way that you look at a warning label before you use like a glue stick or something, you are liable to look at the warning on the product before using it in the same way that you're liable to look at a movie trailer before watching a movie.
It's different. So if there's a scene that's if there's a scene inside the trailer if there's a scene in the movie that's not in the trailer that could be deemed because like for example, Abi Hobby's not really in a lot of the trailers, so somebody could come into the movie
Hobby?
and not know about Hobby.
Did you say Hobby?
Sorry, Hobie. Is
Hobie
that his
Brown.
name?
Yeah, Hobie Brown.
Hobie is not marketed in the movie like very well.
I don't think
at all.
Hobie's gonna be the thing that's gonna make the
I think that's
epilepsy
for a lot
happen.
of people.
Hold on. Let's
I
test
think a
it
lot
out
of
a
people
bit.
complained about that.
Okay. I have severe arachnophobia. Can I sue and win against Insomniac because I played Spider-Man?
Never said anything about winning or losing.
No, I'm just asking,
Was
bro.
talking about
Just
liability.
Answer the question, bro. Stop ducking, bro.
I'm not ducking. That's all my point was.
Well, I think the liability thing is literally just it doesn't matter.
That's a yes or no question. Can
That's
I
all I
sue?
said.
I think
You can do
well,
anything.
wait. I think if you're going to say one company is liable, I think you're also liable as the person. So that way, it just cancels out. Which is why nobody ever wins these stupid ass lawsuits, because it's your responsibility as well.
Okay, fine.
Let me
not sue and win.
Let me give you an example.
Hold on. Is Insomniac liable, right?
Okay.
Liable for saying there's spiders in this game for you playing Spider-Man?
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Okay, let me give you an example.
Okay, so you're gonna answer my question with an example?
I will answer your question.
That is yes or no. Yes or no.
Hey, can you let me?
Yes or
can
no?
you let me answer? Can you let me answer? Let me answer.
It's been a funny conversation.
There was a person who you know what hot glue is, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
They ate hot glue, and then they sued the company, and then they won.
There's no way. Show me that. Show me that.
I will show you.
Show me that. There's no fucking way.
It was like Gorilla Glue.
Are you talking about the girl?
Yeah, she won the lawsuit.
The girl who put the Gorilla Glue in her hair.
No, it was someone who ate it. Gorilla Glue. Is it Gorilla Glue lawsuit? Let me look that
Chat.
up.
I'm still waiting for him to answer my question, bro.
And yes, if they don't put warnings for arachnophobia, then they are liable. Okay.
What, bro? It's Spider-Man. Think about what you just said.
I'm just talking about liability. Okay.
Think about what you just said.
You asked me about liability.
And I still think the whole argument just comes down to both parties are liable.
Okay, but one party can be more liable than the other, and that determines.
Do you think Insomniac is more liable?
I don't think one party can be more, maybe in specific scenarios, but for the topic of like a movie or like what we said earlier, if you go into a seafood restaurant and you have an allergy to seafoods, that is on you.
I want you to just think about. I'm going to give you a chance to rephrase. I asked you, is Insomniac liable?
It can be
triggering someone's severe arachnophobia for them playing.
I don't think arachnophobia is an actual serious disease. I'm sure.
I know. I'm just.
They can be liable, and games have provided arachnophobia meters.
Do you think someone would be able to sue them and win?
I'm not making any predictions for winning.
Okay, you just think that's a viable lawsuit for someone? Them not
Never
saying
said
there's
viable.
spiders in this game, but they're playing Spider-Man.
Never said viable. I said they're liable. Never said viable.
You think they're liable for someone playing Spider-Man and not thinking spiders are in the game?
I'm talking about liability.
Right now.
I'm
Alright, so
being
like
real.
wait, I think alright, so like if you let's say you buy the game, right? Does Insomniac now have to reimburse you in money?
I'm saying that a company has to give a warning. I'm talking pure. This is purely a business thing, okay? That they're liable. Liability does not determine whether or not they could win or not. I'm saying that most companies will add liabilities to their products to just reduce the chances that people have into enacting fake lawsuits.
Yeah, and I know companies do that.
Yeah, that's not what we're asking though. We're like.
I'm just saying they're liable. Okay, that's all. That's all I said.
Question?
Well,
I
they
just
are.
answered.
All right, but by definition, they're liable. But the other party is again. I don't. This ends the whole conversation, and I've had to repeat it twice. They are both liable, so it does not.
They're both liable.
Yes,
but
they're
I'm
both
saying,
liable, but it does not matter.
I know, but I'm saying in court, it's whoever's more liable. That's what ends up being.
You're
the
more
answer.
liable. You bought the game named Spider-Man and didn't expect spiders to be in there. Like, conversation's over, bro.
I'm not talking about winning. Oh my gosh. I'm talking about
No, I think
consumer-
the winning, the reason the winning thing is important is because you said the art style of Spider-Verse could be an objective criticism when it can't be.
It can't be. It's not.
I didn't. If I said objective, then I apologize. But I'm saying from a legal standpoint, from their perspective, not offering a liability warning there could be someone who could suffer it and could sue them. I'm just talking purely about liabilities.
And that's fine. And that's fine.
That's all I said. That's all I was trying to say.
All right. Fucking hell.
It's so gay, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Fear, I'm a marketer, so.
Fear is not life-threatening. Illness. Wait, did you find that article that you were telling me to read?
I'm trying to find it. It's an old one. It's like 1 or 2 years ago. Like,
is it on CBR?
It's not on CBR.
Dude, it won. There's no way, bro.
I'm just saying.
No, he's not talking about the lawsuit. He's talking about the Spider-Man swinging.
Oh, okay. Oh, Spider-Man. Okay, I thought he was the way.
I have the article.
There's no way.
If you're gonna stream it, you gotta promise not to like
link it.
No, not to like laugh at it like super bad.
All right.
Because I already feel demoralized from this conversation beforehand. I'm providing this to you in strict confidence that you won't bully me.
Okay.
Is it bad? Is that why? I'm confused.
This is an article I wrote for a video game website.
How'd you even get the job for that?
You just apply for it.
Dude, I want to work at IGN and reform the whole company.
Work at IGN, you have to have like the hiring process for IGN is like really gay.
Damn, you saying being gay is a bad thing?
Yeah. No,
yeah,
no, I'm fucking around. No, what's it like at IGN?
I haven't worked at IGN. I tried to apply for it, but you have to have like 4 or 5 different references. You gotta have like 3 completely written articles before you submit them to it and they approve it.
So you don't think a YouTuber could work at IGN? Who's like White Light, for example? You don't think he could work at IGN?
You could. It would be a conflict of interest if you were a YouTuber.
Wait, why?
Because they'll look at, so like if you're a YouTuber like White Light and you made fun of IGN anytime in the past, they'll just look up your videos and they'll see like, okay, this guy is like this guy.
I think the only time he's ever made fun of IGN is his Arkham Asylum video.
I mean, he could work for it. I was just saying IGN's like practices are just really weird as like a company. The way they hire people.
When people talk about crunch, and video game developers, like IGN forces people to play games for like 24 hours at some points. Like I saw I think Greg Miller, you know who Greg Miller is?
Yeah, I know him.
He was talking about that shit. Apparently Baldur's Gate was under some controversy because of crunch or whatever.
They had some crunch, but It wasn't as bad as like a lot of other things.
Well, they said the game was in development for 6 years, and there's no way it has this much content and fucking that long.
It was in development for 10 years.
I saw someone saying it was 6 years.
It's longer than that. Because Divinity 2 came out in, let me see. Divinity Original Sin Definitive Edition 2 came out in 2017, but that's like the definitive edition, but the original version came out probably around like 2015, 2014. And they've been working on getting that Dungeons and Dragons license ever since the Divinity Original Sin 1.
Wait, who? Bolt? Are you talking about Larian?
Yeah.
Why is this? There we go.
Did you get the article?
Oh, you sent it to me?
Yeah, it's in the text chat. So you just press the little text box on the top.
Finalweapon.net. Dude, you definitely just grabified me.
Yeah. Don't bully me too hard, okay?
This shit's not loading.
Just give it a sec. The website's like created by chimps. So, Witness would know it well.
Damn. That's crazy. What the fuck is up with this? Was it a voluntary crunch, or did CD Projekt Red did that with Cyberpunk? Not that it helped, but they chose that over another delay. I think crunch is fucked in general, but every fucking game studio does it at some point or another.
Even Insomniac.
Yep.
Unfortunately, crunch is just part of the industry. The more games get bigger.
I think if it's voluntary, I think if it's voluntary crunch, then that's fine.
But I guess, like, what do you define as voluntary?
Like they want to put these extra hours in willingly.
I know, but how can you tell between like an employee who voluntarily wants to like crunch versus like they feel like they have to, but they say it's voluntary?
I guess that's just on them. I don't know if there's a way. I don't think there's a way to read someone's mind. Like,
I know, but if the company culture, so like for example, let me use this as an example. Naughty Dog had crunch when Last of Us Part 2 came out, and part of their company culture was like perfection, and they said like that if you're not striving for perfection, then you're not going to like succeed in this company. So a lot of people who were crunching on that game felt like they had to work on it because of the company culture.
Oh, well, I mean,
Jason
shit, I
Schreier
don't
did
know.
a whole expose on that about how company culture can make people do stuff that they don't normally want to do.
I mean, it's a competitive industry.
But that's the thing, it's like people feel like they have to. Like, if
I
they
mean,
don't
it's the
do it,
same thing with like, all right, it's the same thing with like a college basketball player. People will feel like they have to work harder than everyone else if they want to make it to the big leagues.
Right. I'm just saying, I think the best way, especially if you want to have a healthy industry, is just to reduce crunch overall.
I don't know why the fuck this website is not loading.
You want me to read it?
Just stream it.
Okay.
Let's check this bitch out. All right, wait. Read up. What's the article title? The biggest flaw in Insomniac's Spider-Man. I consider myself to be a connoisseur when it comes to video games, focused on the titular webhead. I was there when he was not so amazing, and I've been there when his games have been amazing. Shattered Dimensions, Edge of Time were great. Straightforward action adventure games that explored some of the more out there concept of his mythos. Ultimate Spider-Man, a stylized open world brawler that is a perfect adaptation of the comics by the same name. That's cap, but
Have you played Ultimate Spider-Man?
No, but from what I've heard, it's not like the comics.
Well, I just meant like the style, how it presentation.
I mean, even still, it doesn't look like it. Like in the comics, like the background, like the city design of that game has like little to no detail in terms, like it looks like Family Guy background.
I just meant like this. I just like the cell shading. That's what I meant.
Oh, I mean the character designs are really good, but like in terms of the world designs, I don't think it's that good. But perfect adaptation of the comics game of the same name. Even Web of Shadows had its moments, along with a stellar combat system that is yet to be replicated in all its mayhem and glory. The crowning achievement in Spider-Man's video game career has been the movie tie-in game to the Sam Raimi Spider-Man 2. No other game has perfected web swinging such as the degree to where it's fun to control but hard to master. No.
I told you wouldn't like my article.
I don't even think it's hard to control. Oh wait, no, fun to control. I don't think it's hard to master.
But actual tech you could learn to make web slinging more fun to do.
What does that mean though?
Like techniques, like advanced techniques.
Still don't know what you mean by advanced techniques. Like, can you like name the features and shit?
So like, you know how like in Tony Hawk you have like the basic tricks.
No, I mean for Spider-Man.
Okay,
for Spider-Man
so Spider-Man, there's like specific things you can.
Bro, I just realized something after rewatching the Spider-Man 2 trailer, bro.
What?
I am not going to be able to unhear Heimdall as Harry Osborn in Spider-Man 2. Oh my god, bro.
Wait, what's Spider-Man? Bro, Scott Porter isn't even Harry.
Is it not Scott Porter?
No, they don't even sound similar.
Are we sure he's not Harry?
Harry is Spider-Man in PS4, but they recasted him.
Right, they did recast the face. Okay.
All right, what were you saying, Bolt?
Like the tech would be like so you could buy like the basic tech would be like you buy all those, you do all those like swinging missions. You can buy like special like moves, like different things. So like you can like slingshot yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You can the advanced physics mechanics allow you to like. So like at the beginning you might be like, oh, it's kind of hard to control, but then like the more you play it, the more you can kind of like slingshot your way between buildings and such, and you can like, and you can use it. So like when I started the game, I looked like an idiot, but then the more I played it, like the cooler I looked when I started swinging. So like
I mean, yeah, but you can it doesn't have as low a skill ceiling as Spider-Man PS4, obviously. I don't think anybody's gonna argue that, but I mean, like, I still don't think it has a very high skill ceiling. I would like elements of that game to be implemented into Spider-Man 2 for 2023, but I still just don't agree with like the notion that it's like, I don't know, like unengaging or something. Like Spider-Man PS4's web swinging.
I'm just saying it's more engaging to me.
Oh, like I think I think it is more engaging. I just think both have benefits and both have non-benefits.
I mean, I just keep reading the article. I think I make some good points, maybe.
All right, some of you might be thinking Spider-Man 2018 had amazing web swinging that really made you feel like Spider-Man. Unfortunately, I full-heartedly disagree. This is where this conversation has a somewhat depressing tone, as I feel the web swing in the new Spider-Man is as shallow as a kid's swimming pool. That's so wrong, and it's not even funny. To explore in which ways I can find the web swinging underdeveloped, I will have to talk about the positives of the current game mechanic. The not-so-amazing Spider-Man. After After recently playing and beating the Miles Morales PC port, I was reminded why so many people like the web swinging in these games. Whenever Spider-Man swings, it looks fluid from an animation perspective, as you see all these flips and dives that comprise the act of swinging around the city. Tricks while web swinging not only refill your venom gauge, but they add a little bit of a flair to your commute to the next objective, whatever the hell that means.
Their commutes, like the traveling. That's what I meant to say.
Web zips allow you to continue your forward momentum without losing too much speed. Now, when you are playing for the first time, these elements might be enough, but I found as the game went on, I grew to find the web swinging to be tiresome. The act of swinging around New York never evolved in any meaningful way. The story missions never utilized the potential the web slinging have on mission design, whereas the racing missions, timed pizza deliveries, and transporting civilians in a time setting, I mean, they have that in both games.
Not as many as like the original Spider-Man 2 one.
There's like 12 of them in Spider-Man PS4.
The pizza missions?
No, in Spider-Man PS4. There's the screwball traversal time trials, there's the bomb traversal time trials, and then there's the drone traversal time trials.
I think I'm talking about Miles Morales right now.
Oh. Well, Miles Morales doesn't have a lot of that. So there's only 3 challenges for traversal. I don't know why they took out the traversal challenges in that game. Weird. The act of swinging in New York never evolved in any meaningful way. Miles Morales has one chase section in one of its missions, but other than that, the web swinging feels so separated from the rest of the game. That's true. The promise of spectacular web swinging. I think the frustrating aspect of the web swinging in Insomniac Spider-Man games is that while they exude style, the lack of complexity and depth, or they lack complexity and depth. I think the games like Smash Bros. And Tony Hawk games they were designed to be simple games with a fun gameplay loop, but over time, people uncovered the complexities of the systems. Furthermore, I'm advocated for a game. Was that a misspell or something?
My editor didn't edit this like at all. He just said, just write the article and I'll edit for you. And after he published it, I had to add a few edits. I didn't even catch everything.
Furthermore, I'm advocating for a game that asks from its players to want to learn more from these games and test those skills. For example, Spider-Man 2 had mission design that made full use of the open world to make engaging levels from a Spider-Man game. The web swinging is physics-based, so it always felt a little hard to control and made the act of swinging like a pro victory to the player. The game didn't tuck you into boring stealth missions because it knew why you were playing Spider-Man and always put you into the action. What? Are you saying Spider-Man PS4 does that?
I'm saying that the core game of Spider-Man 2 always keeps you web slinging. So like when you talk to someone, you get like a small little cutscene where you talk to them, but then you're automatically swinging to the next objective, or you might be swinging around doing like side objectives or like side quests.
Well, I don't think that's really an issue with Spider-Man PS4, like because there's combat as well into that.
Right, but what I'm saying is that there are sections in Spider-Man PS4 that kind of take away your ability to use Spider-Man.
In what? What way? There's like, are you talking about the MJ missions?
The MJ missions, the Miles missions.
That only takes up like 5% of the game.
And there's sections where they make you do the stealth.
They don't make you do the stealth at all. There's literally one mission that makes you do stealth. Actually, no. There's 4 side missions. There's the Taskmaster's stealth challenges, and then there's the Grand Central mission.
I did a poor job of conveying it, but I'm kind of talking about Miles and PS4 at the same time.
Oh, well, so even Miles doesn't force you into stealth.
There are force. It doesn't force you into stealth.
There's 3 challenges that force you into stealth, but there's no missions that force you into stealth in Miles.
All the missions make you do stealth.
All the I do every time I do one of those takedowns, like those strongholds. Like I always feel like I have to do stealth because.
Oh, well, that's not like forcing you into it. I mean, it's just.
I wish, I don't know. whenever again, like my brain is whenever I'm getting a stealth section, I feel like I have to do it because I like stealth, but I wish that I don't know. It's
So
partly
you
a
don't
me
want
issue.
stealth? Yeah, I was gonna say like that is a complete me issue.
I just don't want
You
stealth
issue.
in the Spider-Man game at all.
That's kind of weird, but whatever.
Yeah.
For I mean, like I can understand wanting better stealth, but not to have it at all. That's kind of I don't fucking know. I think having 3 different gameplay systems in place all had a high level. It's pretty fucking insane.
Yeah, I mean, stealth is a part of Spider-Man in general, like of his
I don't
in
think
character. So
not really.
I don't think so.
I
There's
mean,
not
we
like
have
any
Spider-Man
comics.
has stealth suits and whatnot.
Yeah, those are kind of specific runs. It's not really a big part of his character, but like I think he's a good character to do it with.
Exactly.
I just think Spider-Man stealth lacks. So like.
Well, yeah,
Batman-
I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's Batman level or anything. I'm not saying Spider-Man is good stealth. I'm saying if they have all 3 of those systems running in place, let's say you have Arkham stealth, a Spider-Man combat, and Spider-Man traversal. That's fucking nuts.
I guess I just don't trust Insomniac to provide good stealth.
Sunset Overdrive did it better. You talking about traversal?
Yes.
All right. Sunset Overdrive is my favorite title from Insomniac Games. It has a parkour system that has so much complexity that every time I boot it up, I can't put it. What Sunset Overdrive doesn't have complexity to it.
Yeah, I don't.
Just keep reading it.
All right. Bouncy platforms, traps, hordes of energy drinking zombies. All of these elements create a system that rewards creativity and sort of floors lava mentality in the player. Yeah, it does. All of the game's missions that take place out in the open world center around it, like the parkour mechanics. The game would be far worse if they trapped you inside a warehouse and told you to kill waves of goons with 0 parkour options. I don't think that's a problem with Spider-Man. Like, I don't see the issue with that.
That's not in Spider-Man doesn't like remove parkour inside of warehouses. You can still parkour.
Yeah.
Just odds are you'll be on
There's
iron
no
beams.
It doesn't do it like Sunset, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's an issue. They're just different games.
Parkour is not gone. You can run down and like parkour over tables and get into
when you're in
animations like that. Like
when you're in combat scenarios, I think there is a possibility, and I think Insomniac has done it before, where introducing more aspects of like the environment to like.
Well, that's a shooter game, right? Like that's why it's like that. The melee combat in Sunset isn't really anything.
You can play the game fully in melee.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be like how it's not gonna be necessary anywhere near as fun as if you use all the different weapons.
And you can play Spider-Man completely with webs. Like I don't see how that argument makes any sense.
I'm saying like you can use parkour elements to make the Spider-Man combat more engaging. So it would be like
but I mean, you can parkour into combat.
You can, yeah. I mean, like I could show you how I play the game. Like you can point launch and fucking what's it called? You can point launch and punch into an enemy. You can ground pound on the ground, jump up. Like you can bounce around like you can jump around the environment like crazy in Spider-Man. It's not like Sunset, but you can do that.
If you hold R2 as you parkour and attack, like. If you hold R2 and parkour as attack, you do completely different animations.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not what I'm asking for.
What are you asking for then?
I'm asking for. I think it would be cool if
what Spider-Man game do you think is a good point of comparison?
So like, I'm imagining like. The web slinging of Spider-Man 2 with some of the combat of like Web of Shadows, and then like the story of Spider-Man PS4.
I don't. Nah. I mean, like the combat of Web of Shadows is cool and all, yeah. But like if you look at Spider-Man 2's gameplay. It looks better. Like you might not have the jumbled variety of fucking combos and moves to pull off, but the fucking enemy designs are gonna be a lot more engaging. Like it's like I don't think it's fair to say like, oh well, this completely different combat system it makes it better. Like I don't see the point there. It's like you're comparing two completely different things.
I'm saying
Spider-Man PS4 and Spider-Man 2 is gonna have a better combat system than Web of Shadows.
So, what I'm trying to say though is like, so I kind of explain it a little bit more further down the article. Is
okay.
I think I prefer a lot more of the combat encounters happening like in the open world space instead of being like being grounded kind of on the floor.
So you think? Wait. So do you think Web of Shadows has better level design than Spider-Man PS4?
That's not what I said.
But then I'm confused. Then.
Yeah. What?
I'm saying that be cool if like there was a lot of enemy encounters that kind of tested not only your web slinging but also your combat skills at the same time. And
but I mean, most of the combat encounters in Spider-Man PS4 are outside, mate.
No, it's not outside in the way that matters because when you're
all right, I can't.
What?
Are you talking about like I'm so confused to what you're talking about right now because it's like okay, so you can web swing while you're inside. Like, do you want? I'm so confused what you want.
I want aerial combat.
We have aerial combat.
Not in the way that's currently in the game. There's a few like chase missions and stuff, but I want more.
So
like,
we don't have jetpack enemies. We don't have the ability to punch people up in the air. We don't have the ability to pull other people up in the air and continue your combo. We don't have that stuff.
We literally have tech that suspends enemies in the air also. What are you talking about? We don't have aerial combat.
Do you mean like Web of Shadows with like the goblin gliders? Silence.
Slightly confused. And if you're concerned about Spider-Man 2, we know there's going to be more variety because in the trailer we see us fighting enemies in the air.
I mean, there's a shit ton of enemies.
We see us fighting drones in the air. We see us in the 2021 reveal trailer, us doing aerial combat as Miles. So,
I'm just trying to explain. I'm trying to explain what I was thinking at the time, but that's fine.
Okay, so you concede, I guess.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, well, we can keep going through it. Imagine the new Spider-Man game had more handling, like a Tony Hawk sport game. I mean, I'm not trying to get on your neck or some shit. I'm just trying to understand what you mean and how you think it could be implemented. But the ways you're saying how it could be. Okay.
It's fine.
All right. Imagine the new Spider-Man games had more like a Tony Hawk game where it's more automated action game affair. You could add a style meter where you could make your web swinging faster as you perform tricky maneuvers. I like that. Do you think? Okay, like regarding the style meter to make you go faster, do you think like wouldn't that kind of like get rid of any sense of momentum? Or would you want that to be intertwined? Like, can you elaborate on that a little more?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I mean, like, I like the style meter thing, like, with the, like, if you do it with, like, Skate 3 and, like Tony Hawk, like we were talking about earlier. But, yeah, you can keep scrolling. Even with all the criticisms that I have addressed in this article, I still want it to be clear that I like these games and I hope they make them even better. If you like the web swinging in these games, then more power to you. With the future of Spider-Man still up in the air, I hope that Insomniac can really dig deep and make a movement system that evolves with the player. Don't be afraid to add cool parkour that makes the web swinging fun and involved. Maybe add a more detailed physics system that really rewards the player for being proficient in its traversal mechanics. I agree with that.
Oh, before you start reading again, you do know we can parkour, at least in Miles. It's been a while since I've played PS4.
Well, Miles doesn't really add anything except the air tricks and the Venom dash.
No. I was gonna say you do know we can like seamlessly parkour and swoop at the same time. Okay. I was just making sure that last part confused me a little bit.
All right. Lastly, make more of the game take place in the open, and regularly test the player on their web slinging around the city. If Insomniac Games focuses on what Spider-Man games special instead of what makes Spider-Man games special instead of a boring game mechanics from the Arkham game. All right, see, like, no, that's not it. Then I think Spider-Man 2 will be the best Spider-Man game ever. Oh, also no pipe puzzles with Dr. Mario. Is that it?
Yep.
Well, alrighty.
I missed half of it because I was texting someone, but it was good.
No, it wasn't.
I mean, it was good to talk about. I mean,
sure.
Talking about it with you guys. So.
Alright, I've actually known about this Shine Spectacular. I also forgot the show existed for a minute. Wait, what?
They're talking about web wings. They didn't know Spider-Man had web wings.
Oh. He's had web wings since his first appearance.
I know. And people are like, oh, I didn't know about it. I learned out from Tom Holland or from Spectacular.
I mean, he's never really used them in the comics like that.
Better.
If anything, I think Tom Holland's probably the one that put them on the map. Like the Far From Home.
Bro, Colin, people want a Spider-Man prequel game. No.
I think, I don't know. I don't know what the story would be like, to be honest. Yeah. Like
prequel comics, but not prequel game. Comic. No.
I think it could be a cool DLC, like if it was like a DLC, like a little short DLC pack.
He would lose mechanics.
No, he wouldn't. Like what?
Like story-based things, like things that we get through the story.
We could use his gadgets that are because he made the gadgets before in the past, but they were prototypes.
Yeah, they were prototypes. I mean, I don't know. I feel we lose stuff.
Yeah, sure, but in losing stuff, they could use that to add stuff at the same time.
Yeah.
Like add more difficulty or add more challenge and stuff, yada yada yada.
Or we could lose stuff and like you just said use lesser versions of them.
Yeah.
So like tubes. Yeah.
Like we could even see him build his first suit.
That would be cool.
Alright, I think I'm about to end my fucking stream.
I didn't even peek that. We don't have like the first suit, you know, like Toby's pajamas, like the humans. We don't have that kind of suit.
Yeah, you do.
PS4 Spider-Man.
Yeah, you do.
No, like we don't have an original suit.
Oh, well, it's technically the original suit. The wrestler suit in the game is the suit.
That's true.
Even though it's literally ripped straight from the Ultimate Comics. But yeah, I'm about to end my stream. I appreciate y'all for sticking around for fucking 5 hours, goddamn. Yeah, but I appreciate y'all, and I will catch y'all in my next video probably, which will come soon.